The hardest, no one, man. The hardest pro, what do you think, I'm giving free dope?
I would say Cell because he just doesn't give you a free kill.
Paco just because he slows down randomly.
I hope I'm hard to play against, but like sometimes I do be feeding. So.
Probably Cell most fuzzy.
Oh, damn. Cell, he got my number, man. Did you not see the numbers, bro? He's running my
Don't get me started on this.
Maybe Simple Face. I think he's one of the best players in the league and in the world.
Candy paint on loud, too sharp, devastated, mobbing drop so low for the street, y'all can't stop us. Detroit top, go ahead, say something. Stay on top, got to keep running. Knock, anti-hero, aftershock, 60 from 0, way out past the lines. Rest up, here to get what's mine. Stay down when I ride, lay out, blow my mind, way out past the lines, lay out, blow my mind, here to get what's mine. On a race back, fire, hear it bang. You want the one thing, but it's the other way. New whip, chrome 65. Green light, stay on my mind. Square body down in four-wheel drive. Roll up here to get what's mine. Here to get what's mine. What's mine?
Nice try.
Good match.
They got it, Miles. They're gonna get it, Miles. Phase 2, phase 3. What a round! Perfect. He's able to take out the trophy and win that. Dude, beats is him. But now X in 1v2, and he's got these points in position. Can he get the 1v1? Oh, what a win! He makes the play, finds all 3. Seconds for a game 5. Dashi, front line. We're going all the way.
Welcome back. It's week 2 of our Major 3 qualifiers and a special day for everyone who enjoys rank play. Why? Well, we have some new maps in test right now. Barrage and Grind. The new hardpoints into the mix, Nameless.
Yeah, they're really fun, and I ran around on Barrage a little bit. An absolute bang out. It feels like one big sand bunker, and all the gunfights super exciting. Spawned very close, and then Grind, a map we had all the way back in Black Ops 2. It was in the DLC late game. We brought it back a couple of times. Exciting if you're a COD fan in ranked.
It's so weird when I look at Grind, so I'm like, BO2, I was like 12. Maybe even younger, so it's a little bit of nostalgia.
Yeah, we're bringing it back. How's it going to play in Hardpoint? We'll have to wait and find out. Let us know how your ranked games go. In the meantime, let's turn our attention to the pros because we have some of the best and worst clips from last week. It's our burgers and fries, and we're going to be starting things off here with clip number 1 featuring Optic Texas. Shotzi and crew going against Kenny in the revenge match. Goes to around 11. They bring it all the way to that round 11 and clutch up.
It goes all the way to the distance, but every member of Optic Texas was just frying in these last couple of rounds. And for me, it was definitely on the side of Dashi and Hook. I feel like they had a really good search destroy, and Hook just, he's 2-7 right now, and he's the reason they clutch up to even go on to win this series.
Hook making a big play. Here's one of them, though, on the other side of things. You got to keep an eye on this man because he is now 8-0, Nameless. The man is undefeated when it comes to long qualifier matches.
Yeah, they just have such a great dynamic. You see right right there. Shotzi 36 and 26 and continues to run it up. Like the duo of those two, just unreal. So much pressure on the map, and Optic are back, baby. If you're a Vancouver fan, you gotta be feeling good.
1-1 though for Minnesota, because in that round 11 there was a burger play, Ali.
It's another RCXD team kill. I mean, we could have a montage at this point throughout the entirety of this year. And what's insane to me is I remember watching Hook do this and being like, what is this guy doing? Why isn't he planning? It's because he heard the little squeaks.
We're calling in an RC on Spiral.
Round 11, by the way.
Round 11, by the way.
All right, here we go. Kenny, though, making up for it in the next match, taking on a Boston team that was causing problems for the top dogs. Well, Minnesota and Kenny looking clean in that match. Kenny dropping some bombs.
Easily one of the best series we've seen from Kenny all year. Might be the best series, and definitely needed it. He was absolutely frying the Boston boys.
Yeah, I mean, Minnesota looks so good right now. Some big improvements. I mean, their hard point, I feel like they were always over 200 points, but never closing them out. And so far with Kenny and the individual performance getting better, like this team, the sky is the limit.
Could you imagine losing 28 maps in a row?
Nope.
Well, that was the case for XNID and the Vegas Falcons when it came to the game mode hard point. Winless in 28 attempts until recently. The new roster gets a dub against Miami. XNID dropping some serious numbers, and the smile at the end. It was totally worth it.
It was totally worth it. I know everybody was so happy to finally see XNID get win under his belt, and not only that, that was a really close hard point. Everybody from the side of Vegas Falcons, RC's P-Dog, turned up for that big W.
Not only XNID, the rookie with his first hardpoint win, but another rookie's first dub in the CDL. Welcome in Super. Despite losing that first hardpoint, Heretics get the dub in this series. Super with a massive contribution.
Yeah, massive contribution. Even in the hardpoint losses, like played well. He was definitely the best player throughout the series. And, you know, the biggest thing for Miami was improving their search and destroy. And he was going off in the search and destroys. You saw the huge clutch to give them the edge in that game. Like, Super has delivered so far for Miami.
And I have to tip Ant because he's one that said that Miami Heretics, they know how to treat their rookies, dude. Every single player they have brought into this roster has come out hot in the CDL League, and it did not fall short of expectations. They really know how to create their challengers players and bring them up over there.
The all-Spanish roster finished top 3 in Madrid. Where will they finish in Miami? We'll find out in 2 weeks, and you all can come get in on the action. If your challengers player passes are on sale right now, scoop them up before they sell out.
Yeah, come hang out with us. Going down to Florida, it's going to be great weather, and, you know, challengers, we're seeing a lot come up to the league. Make a team. Get a team pass.
Major 3, April 24th to the 27th, we'll be in Boca Raton, Florida, soaking up the sun and some incredible Game 5s. I have a feeling this one's going to be quite different from what went down in Texas during Major 2. One-sided affair no longer.
Oh yeah, I mean, we had so many roster changes, right? But that's not all. Nadeshot is going to be going to DreamHack Dallas this year, so if you're not going for the COD, if you're not going for the huge, one of the biggest conventions that we have all year, make sure you go for MAD at least.
Hashtag ad. Let's get into the games today because you are going to see some powerhouse squads and also a number of teams on the bubble. Remember, you have to be top 8 to make it to champs. These squads trying to make their way there. Right now, Vancouver Surge feeling pretty comfortable though. LAG with Kismet, the world champ at the helm, not anywhere near comfortable. Let's start here with Vancouver Surge. They bring in Neptune from Challengers leading into the Major 2 qualifiers. They finish in a grand final at the end of Major 2. Where is Vancouver right now, Ali?
I think they're still in my top 4 currently. They did just get handed a tough loss from the LA Thieves, but that's because LA Thieves is on basically a revenge tour during the entirety of this split because they did not place anywhere close where they wanted to in the last Major, where Vancouver Surge, they're just trying to tighten up a couple of things right now. They already can contest the top teams, but it's just about keeping that consistency and expanding their map pool during the split.
They have to regain after the 0-3 loss to Thieves. Can they do it with the 4 remaining games nameless? What do you think is going to be their final record? Because it's only 5 matches here in our Major 3 qualifier.
I mean, I think it's a real possibility they win out. I mean, this team is, you know, they're working on a search and destroy right now, and it's definitely their weakest mode. But from what we've seen, like, their dealership looks way cleaner than some of the other maps, and the hardpoint is world class. So you got to expect them to come out hot 3-0 today. Carolina's been sort of on the downtrend. That's a very winnable game. And then Cloud9, you expect Surge to clear them in their current state. So if you're Vancouver, the one we saw at the last Major, you go 4-1 this split.
Ali, do you remember when LAG started with some world champions in a lineup and then replaced them with all challengers players?
Yes, I do remember that, actually. It feels like it happened pretty recently.
It did. It happened again.
But like Gorilla Mate's down but not out. unfortunate because they do not have the easiest split heading into Major 3. And Carolina Royal Ravens, well, they've been kind of in prove-it territory because they've been a little bit stagnant. So LA Guerrilla mates, it's been a tough road ahead. I don't hate this roster. We saw some moments of hope maybe, but again, they changed half of it heading into this. There's still some time to be had.
Do they have the firepower to get to champs, Dan?
No, I mean, they're way too far behind, Chris. You know, to put it frankly, like, they're not making it to champs, but can they make waves? I mean, I think they have the firepower to make waves. A couple things would have to happen, though. You know, that'd be contingent on Lunar's picking up the pace a little bit. He's been playing far too slow. You have to get the Johnny that we saw late game last year. He was electric in Search and Destroy. They have to find that dynamic between Kismet and Johnny. Those two have to be at the helm making massive plays, and particularly through the Search and Destroys. It just might be too late for that to develop.
If they can get to that winner's bracket, fellow known for stepping up on land. Best of luck, LAG, throughout this qualifier. On the other hand, we have Minnesota RØKKR that is now becoming a fan favorite with the addition of Kenny. Optic fans are currently hating on him, but everybody else is cheering for the underdog because now Minnesota has a captain and 3 very talented players backing him up.
Insanely talented players. I don't think we've seen any of their ceilings just yet. I mean, we just started to get the consistency from all 3 of them. And Kenny, and I mean, that's what he was brought here for. He's here to calm the storm. He's here to kind of be this backline for these really aggressive, really high engagement players. And it's been panning out for them. I love what we've seen from the Minnesota RØKKR. And I think they'll be scary heading into Major 3.
Yeah, I mean, they're coming off of, you know, they played Optic Texas where it was 2 extremely winnable hardpoints, and they played Boston where they won 2 hardpoints against them. Boston's one of the better hardpoint teams in the league. So Minnesota, you know, as it stands right now, like on the season, they've been 50-50 in search and control. They need hardpoint to be their lockup mode, and they will be a legitimate contender. They have the right roster for it. And people starting to come around, Chris. Gio is a shooter.
No RC car in the round 11 this time.
Let's get rid of that. But they got stars on this team, so today's match so important for them.
Gio going to be the top fragger in the lobby, you think?
Yeah, Gio is. He's making a case right now as one of the better ARs in the world.
And of course, we're going to be closing things out with Carolina versus Minnesota RØKKR at 6 o'clock. When we come back, though, we open things up. Optic Texas taking on host of Major 3, Miami Heretics, looking for a dub and another upset.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
The 2025 Miami Heretics Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray. Vamos, 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 vamos! Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Welcome in. It's match number 1 here in week 2 of our Major 3 qualifiers. Reminder, it is only 5 matches per team, and this is going to be the 3rd match for Optic that is currently 2-0. They're taking on Miami Heretics, who are sitting at 1-1. Let's start here with this Optic Texas roster. And Miami Heretics, of course, the Major 3 host. We'll actually begin there. What have you seen from RØKKR and crew since the addition of Super?
I've seen incredible stuff. Super is unreal. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to close out their controls recently, and that's still going to be their focus during this split. It has literally just been the control. It has been costing them a lot of these series. But outside of that, RØKKR has kept up some consistency. He loves this matchup, a 1.49 last time that these 2 teams went head-to-head. The biggest question mark is going to be how is Super going to perform against the pressure against of an SMG like Shotzi on the map.
Yeah, I mean, I think the concern with Miami is going to be the hard point, right? Because you got rid of Lucky because he was underperforming, right? You couldn't win a control, you couldn't win Search and Destroy. I get it. But he did make huge impact plays on rotations. How many times did we bring him up in a segment, Drawn talking about what he was doing on the map, right? And then you bring in Super, has a great individual performance, and your Search does get better, right? So he ticks that box. But you lose 2 hard points to Vegas. So the game mode that has been getting you through these brackets and winning you these series, which was hardpoint, seemingly has fallen off, right? So that's the biggest concern, is if they have a big drop off in that game mode. But so far for Super individually, he has looked good.
Both teams in their honeymoon phase with the addition of Super. I have to correct myself. Miami Heretics are 1-0. They've only played one match, that was against Vegas, the Game 5. This is their second match against Optic Texas that is now 2-0 after surviving a round 11 against Minnesota. Let's talk about the squad that Hook doesn't lose with in the online qualifiers. He's alongside Shotzi and Dashy. This time, you got Skies in the mix.
Yeah, and for Optic Texas, they're looking for revenge in this matchup, right? They're 0-2 versus the Miami Heretics, and we're seeing the best of Optic right now. 3-2 win over Minnesota, and they just got a hot 3-0 versus Cloud9, which shocks everybody, because Cloud9 was in the conversation for maybe being a top 6, top 4 team. So now for Optic Texas, it's like, all right, if we're beating Cloud9, we have to beat Miami here.
No more Pred on the lineup, no more Kenny. Optic, though, sitting at 2-0, and most recently, it was a 3-0 win over Cloud9, man.
Yeah, I mean, they look very good. You know, and they've been streaming their scrims. I've been watching all of them. They're getting better with every single scrim, right? Like, these guys just play so fast now. You bring Hook into the game with Shotzi. Like, he just looks so much more comfortable on the map, and Dashy's starting to become more consistent. I mean, this week in scrims, if you watched him play, Dashy was the guy taking over every single time. So I'm expecting a big performance out of him in this series against Miami.
How is Optic performing in hardpoint game ones? Well, it's game 1 and 4 in this series, and you can see the team is frying. A 1.11 plus 55. That is a difference of 76 kills here. This is crazy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been a huge change. You know, when you dive deep and you look at their gameplay, like Hook's making such smart decisions on a lot of these rotations, just making the game easier for them. So Optic in a very good spot right now.
Ali, as we take a look at the maps and modes, I would like to know from you, who is going to drop the most kills in this lobby? We have a triple dose of Hacienda for all 3 game modes.
Ooh, I'm feeling Dashy. I'm looking at this Vault and this Hacienda.
Brother.
I think Bruce is about to have time of his life.
Yo, Vault being map 1 is just crazy.
You love it, Ant.
I just don't. I'm not. Like, we've been watching. You can see them. It's on YouTube. Like, I'm at a loss for words because Optic is so dominant on the map. I get why Miami feel this way. They did play them on a Vault all the way back at the major and beat them. It's been a long time, brother. It's a new team. Optic have improved, and they've been broadcasting dominant. So if Miami steal that map, I think they have a great chance to win this series, but I see it as very unlikely.
All right, well, let's start there. Pick'ems begin with the man at the bottom of the leaderboard. He nailed the upsets on day 1 of the qualifier. Can he do it again?
I'm not picking an upset here. I got Optic Texas taking it. I think they get it done in 3-0.
This breaks my heart, but I think I'm going to go Optic Texas. They've just shown me a lot more recently during the stage.
I love Hook, but for some reason, I think Super has the ice in a Game 5 search and destroy. Miami is going to start 2-0 for their home major. Merc and Maven, is this Optic's game?
It should be. It should be. But, like, I feel like we've said that a lot. Well, since CDL came in, whether it was the Florida Mutineers or the Miami Heretics, like
this year.
yeah. It's like whenever Optic are the better team in this matchup versus Florida, there's still these upsets that have happened literally over the last 6 years. So do I think Optic will win? Should they win like in a 3-0, 3-1 fashion? Absolutely. But sometimes, I don't know, man.
It's like Miami Magic. I don't know. It's like a confidence thing. I think that's a big part of it, just like mentally. When you beat a couple of these teams, like these top teams a few times, it just helps in situations like this. But yeah, I mean, listen, I think if you are Optic fans, and you see a Vault hardpoint right now, you are very happy because, yeah, as Ant was talking about, the whole world is kind of watching it during the week, right? Just sort of putting up the scrims, hanging out, and you just see how good they are at Vault. But you get it here in map 1, so Miami did go toe-to-toe with them.
Go toe-to-toe and see how it plays out. I mean, we've had no worries about this team online, right? You know, saw what they did in stage 1. We know how good this team can be online. I mean, honestly, if they win every match, I wouldn't be surprised at all. It's just how does it go with LAN? The question is going to be how does it go with LAN? But still, you want to see improvements over the course, even if it's in scrims, on LAN qualifiers. But it's all going to be how it goes down in Major 3. But you've seen them improving in scrims. They've been absolutely frying. Excited to see what they can do here, but it's been fun to see Hook and Shotzi back dancing and playing around the map. As we get into the first one, Vault. We know how good Optic Texas can be here. We'll see if Heretics can square up and battle with them, but they'll win the opening 3-for-1. Optic in control of the hard point, and so far, so good for the green wall.
Yeah, so reality, he's just going to flip his fawns, right? They kind of know he's on a route. He's going to go all the way through, so Super's going to be with him. You have a bit of a 2-2 split, so this kind of works out for Miami. And, well, you're going to see that Optic going to get caught off guard. Now it's just due to that long route. Real, I mean, yeah, his teammates die, but still doesn't commit to the flank, waits for his teammates to come on up.
But then as they break back in after the flip, it flips right back. So P2, early on, at least here, set up for Optic Texas, but we'll see if it flips again. Little flurry of kills for them. They'll take out 3 there and be in a good position. That'll be all 4 dead, and they're spawning out in Narnia over towards Ard. So with 5 seconds to pop the new hardpoint, this is everything you want. If you are Optic, you're able to spread out the map. You still have someone battling through mid, 1 push up as well, but okay, all 3 are going to get caught. The good thing is the fights happen so far from the hardpoint that you're going to get 1 more safe spawn. The problem is the presence is here quickly, and now you're in trouble.
Yeah, I thought maybe with Hook spawning there, they would deal with that, but yeah, it's just so fast with Heretics. They just all go. Such great gameplay there. Dashy with a slow start. 0-3 still looking for it. Super, he's up to 5-4 in a row. Great stuff out of Heretics.
I mean, you had what you wanted if you were Optic Texas. You just had to win a gunfight.
Yeah.
You had to get a kill or 2 in that situation. You went 4 dead and then lost the next 2 or 3 as well as you came off spawn. But those are going to be tough because you're spawning safe in quotation marks. But you've got people gun up and ready to bury you. Right after that, though, they're able to re-break in with what, about 20 or so seconds left. So they'll bring this back to about a tie game as we get ready for the rotation over to third. What are you seeing on the map right now, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, a great break by Optic to get right back in it. Pretty much going to tie the game on rotation, though. Gonna be Super. He's just going to try to go all the way towards Art. Him and RØKKR going to deal with this on one side. Optic going to take the scrap time. They're away from the hill, playing from the middle of the map. It's really just Skies maybe trying to, just cause some problems here for Miami. But to be a pinch through bottom vault from Hook and Shotzi, that gets them off the time.
We'll get them off the time and see what they can turn it into. You've got Optic all over the map right now. Some battling out from ammo. And then number 3, we'll see what Skies is able to do from that side of the map. As the tag's going to Super, maybe that's going to be the point for Skies to push forward to make the play, but he's still trying to get people out of the point towards the P3. Hasn't been able to get Optic people to spawn over you yet because you've had Super inside of Art this entire time. Now Optic are able to get some time. They're down 3 points, but Heretics sitting pretty for the P4 rotation.
Yeah, I'm surprised Skies doesn't run it Super there.
I thought once he got ripped, right?
Yeah, like he just kind of, he's trying to play for something else. But both of those players were kind of just left on an island. But Super very patient. It felt like he was just out of the play for the long time, but it doesn't matter as his teammates come back off spawn. They find some kills. Him and RØKKR, they're on 6 in a row, and while right as this P4 is about to pop, you have everything you want if you are Miami.
Well, we said that kind of for Optic for the P2 when things went south. Can Optic do the same here and get the opening break? Sky's not going to be the one to do it. He gets cut down. Same for Shotzi. Info in for Real, and he's able to stay alive. He'll hold the cross. The comms seem to be on point, and the gameplay is flowing. Now the lead's starting to build a bit. You get all this time here, you're up by a significant margin, and Super is just chopping you to pieces.
Yeah, I mean, listen, his first series, it was versus Vegas, brand new team, but he was putting up some numbers, and they lost both of those hard points. So that's why they opt up, maybe switch up those maps. A vault is in, so we're going to see it here. So far, so good throughout this vault. And, well, you're going to have maybe one last chance if you are Optic, maybe to break up some of this time. But just fundamentally, well, even slaying-wise, you are outperforming Optic.
Well, I mean, think about it. The ARs have really lit up the feed when they've been the big hold. You think about the transition to 4th and the big hold, well, big break towards P2. You're 3-9 for Skies, 3-9 for Dashy. So the ARs on one side are finding no success, whereas you're getting bodied.
And yeah, I know, the last time this guy died, he was 6-4 at P3. So, I mean, he is on over 2 minutes of game time without a death, right? Just playing very slow, very patient. Also almost hitting some shots on who finally taken down. Well, Shotzi and Hook gonna find a couple of kills back over the time, but you see through that first set, only 6 combined for the AR duo on the other side.
Bobby, you're in a big deficit because your 2 spots where you really take advantage of the P2 and the P4 don't go well, really, right? Like you have the early set for P2, you get broken. You got to do a better job here. Gonna see if they can find the kills. Maybe Dashy starts to warm up a bit. He's obviously been insane in scrims as of late. We've all seen the tweets, seen the clips, seen the play, the scoreboard. He's been nuts. They're gonna need some of that here. And well, we see teams kind of turning on the second set of rotation more often than not, but they got to get something going. They got to get something going soon. You got the AR SMG combo for Skies right now. He's just going to go ahead and rotate. You already have one in the back, though. That's going to be number 8 and Super that's there. He's going to be pinched out once again, lighting up the feed at a pivotal moment is going to be Heretics. This time they've got a chance to do it from the early setup. Nobody in the point for now, but Miami looking to get rocking and rolling and building upon this lead. Let's go to listen in with Miami Heretics.
Arriba está Dashi. ¿Me puedo tirar por encima, metal? No, te tengo frente, vale. Te tengo frente, no. Vale, no, cambio de pedo. Queda al fondo. Vale, te tengo un tiro. Vale, aguanta. Te tengo frente, nace en medio. ¿Tienes? Vale, la muerte es a medio. Sí, medio found.
Mapa sigue, miráralo. Toma el lobby ya.
Estoy bloqueando a uno.
Lobby. Nace el lobby.
Tengo medio, sí, medio. Tengo un shot. Vale, tú. Vale, Close cambia son dos y shot derecho.
Vale.
Son dos. Tío, también soy full. Es una blanco, tío, si va a jugar. Estaba blanco, que era Hugh anterior. Vale, esto es uno. Ya puso a nuestro lado.
Vamos muy bien, Chema.
Está arriba, sí, estoy en medio. Esa casa está P1 muerto, otras P1 doble.
Voy a abrir la derecha por Dios.
Dale.
Están en anterior, buque.
Anterior muerto. Vale. Es
pillar el medio, chavales.
Punto, shot un tiro. Con dentro,
vale. Están Palmera y derecha.
Palmera
de derecha no veo. Me abro tiempo, me abro contigo.
No de la Palmera. No de la medio. Están pilares ahí. Muerto.
Una bala de gol.
Lobby, León, un tiro.
Te
el jeep está muy palmera ahora.
Chema, tienes otro.
Sí,
Intenta sumar esto.
Vale, Ball, ve control. Vale, falta Ball.
Sí, súmate.
Dale, van a splitear. Sí, van a splitear. Son dos, arriba y abajo. Creo. Vale. El de arriba lo mataste.
No. Arriba, abajo Gucci. Se abre
Arriba. Soy Gucci. El de arriba. Vale, derecha salido, abajo. Vale, hay que romper. ¿Tienes racha, dicho?
Sí, la
Vale. Acordate, deep side, no sabes que está ahí.
The Miami Magic, as the streak comes in, Metals earns it early, he's looking to collect. Let's see if this will be a break into the point. Able to pick off Skies and get some pressure forward. Shotzzy, though, some tags in from behind will keep the pressure from mounting for now. Super is going to get ripped as well. Metals wins with one-on-one inside, though, and suddenly this has become mixy. And this is time you had to have it, your optics. You had to have this.
Yeah, you had to really set up the missile, though. You're going to help out. Just allows Super to work towards the back. Don't see it too often, right? Because you can just play from up top in both of those buildings, but able to at least get onto the point, break up some of this time. They didn't maybe want Optic to go on a big spree, start to gain some momentum here. Still a 100-point lead. They're looking good.
Well, and if you think about like the Optic hardpoint wins against like RØKKR, I mean, they had to come from behind on both of those maps. They've had some crazy clutch sprees in hardpoint, but you were down, what, 130, 140? It's going to take a monumental effort, and you're going to have to string together basically everything from this point forward. Need to be crystal clear, picture perfect if you are Optic Texas. Try to stop this Miami Magic, but so far so good, at least in the third set of rotations. Doing great here inside of the P1. Super, though, trying to play spoiler. In front of him, he's got a player, he's got multiple trophies. He's just going to cut the reinforcements for now.
Yeah, I think they did a really good job towards the end of that P3, just finding time, putting pressure on Optic. Almost wins another one, does Super, but just kind of chipping away towards that 250. On hills like this, yeah, they kind of know they are just sliding around. RØKKR continues. I mean, how many base series has this guy had? How pivotal has he been? He's up to 27 and 18. Make it 28. Yeah, not earning a lot of time, but just controlling the map, keeping Optic really off of it.
This strike you is one of those where, Optic have been known at times to come out with a little slow start in map 1. Does it kind of feel like that?
Yeah, it feels that way, but I mean, it's really just, the ARs, right? I mean, you're getting Hooch and Shotzzy.
Dashy's
sort of when these kills are happening too. Yeah, it's always like these early holds for Miami. They're finding kills at the right time.
Well, now they've got him spawning in the back, but I thought cutting them down maybe on the cross. He still battles inside. That nade's going to connect. Back up one. Ooh, nearly able to take down two with the hipfire connected as well, but battling back into the point will be Optic Texas for now. Still trailing by about 100. But really, if you get the rest this time, then I mean, dude, it's just the 223 is just tough because you just think about it. They can get a second or here, 5 at a time at the P3. When you're Texas having to keep them out of the point, then also hold for the P4. Well, now, I mean, every second just feels like a dagger. Every bit of this, a dagger.
Yeah, they've had some clutches, but they have been some very close games.
Yeah, they have.
It's not been like this. Or
down 70 or something, maybe.
Yeah, it's on maps where, Protocol trying to control the map. Same with Skyline, and It's just, yeah, you don't have hills like this towards this P3.
Well, and you heard the desk talking about for Heretics. You know, Super comes in, the search looked improved. They lose both hard points though, and the plays that Lucky made. You know, people have to maybe play a little bit differently. I think you have to figure out, but I think we agree the one that probably easiest to make fixes on is probably hard point. I bet that's what they've been working on massively this week, and well, so far it's showing because you square up on vault and you have outplayed Optic Texas since the go.
Yeah, and I mean, we haven't really been like asking like too much for this, right? We know sort of the stars of this team are Real and RØKKR. It just feels like really what Lucky and Metals, they were just very inconsistent, and it would put them in tough spots in response. But I mean, even as good as Super has been, if you're getting this out of Metals, it's going to be very difficult to beat Miami.
I mean, they're outside by what? Getting close to 15, 20. I mean, they have just thwarted them, stomped them, slapped them around. A big win for Miami Heretics in the map 1. Maybe with Super the hard point. Looks a little bit sluggish to kick things off last week, but here looking strong. Super all smiles. And I mean, we know this Miami Heretics can be a threat at any time. Like, they can turn it on and they can be disgusting, but didn't really see it going this way against this Optic Texas team, but the way they've been playing in the online qualifiers, the way they've been looking in online scrims. But, well, that's why I said what I did at the beginning of this matchup, because I've just seen this. I've seen this 10 times over the last 6 years.
And honestly, like, props to Miami, because I'm sure, like, I mean, even us, very surprised to see Vault, but they stuck with their guns, right? They know their recent performances, how well they've been performing on this map. They're not worried about it. And
RØKKR is a shooter, bro. 4,300 damage. 32 and 26, but I mean, that is a good looking stat line overall. I mean, you've got what, Metals and Super really getting your objective time, but you talk about this slang, the non-traded, I mean, across the board, it's just, you're getting everybody.
Yeah, and it felt like there weren't a lot of sort of like those, it feels like Shotzi and Hoop, what they're really good at is just sort of finding like multi-kills that just mess with your entire setup, right? Just really annoy you, sort of piss you off. I felt like there wasn't a lot of that. Like, they were just playing a lot for the slays first, and then they kind of worked the objective. And it just allowed them to get into these setups where, all right, we know where everybody is. We're good to go. Keep them in front of you.
Well, it just feels like, yeah, you can get into that dancing and picking people apart like a mid-map. You know, with a hole in the ground, Joe, and all the different up and down and maneuvers you can pull off, but a lot of the big gunfights and situations just weren't really there. It was big breaks and gunfight wins on like the outer lanes that were getting them set up for a P2, for a P4. And yeah, keep them in front of you. I mean, that's got to be your recipe for success when you're playing against a Shotzi and Hoop. Keep them in front of you.
Yeah,
limit what they can do.
How many times have we seen like one of those guys just to sneak into top art? True. Just make a big play.
Yeah.
Just stay alive. Allow their teammates to get there, and you just didn't get that. So that's just, yeah, the rotations early on there for Heretics, they just kept this 100-point lead the entire way.
Yeah, and as much as maybe you chalk it up to a slow start for Optic Texas, I mean, that probably is part of it, considering the stat line you had for Skies and Dashy, like, out off the rip. But just prep, I think, to the work that Miami Heretics have probably put in this past week. Like, they knew how much they needed to improve the hard point coming off the 2 losses to Vegas. They put in the work. It's showing off so far. Now, well, you win the vault, which is a bit unexpected. Now you're thinking about the fact you're heading to 3 Haciendas. And the Search and Destroy obviously looked pretty solid with Super in the lineup. We're excited to see what he's going to be able to do. But basically, yeah, from what? The P3, well, really the P4, that first one, you just pull away and you never look back. They never allowed that run to come in, which I assumed Optic was making a run at some point.
Yeah, they have every game.
Yeah.
They've deleted large leads. And once they've gotten to their flow, first, our matches last week, they didn't lose.
Yeah, no, 100%. But it just feels like, dude, that I know I said the P4 like with the scoreline, but once they like broke that P2, like that first P2, they just start to take over. And they obviously did a great job at the P4 in the first set of rotations, and suddenly they're looking at they went up like 60, 70 after that, and didn't look back. So great stuff for Miami. So far, so good. Now for Optic to bring it back in the Search and Destroy. What do you think about the Search matchup between these two squads?
I mean, it's sort of, again, just, one thing Miami's really had to work on. It's been sort of their struggle. The one time they were good at Search and Destroy was, what, Major 1? That's when they were able to get into the top 3. On the other side for Optic, I think this is sort of the game mode. If their hardpoint stays as consistent as it has been online, sort of with Hook, the game mode where they struggled at Major 1, it was Search, right? If they can sort of flip this script, if they want to compete for titles, I think it is in the Search and Destroy, and they should have the roster to do so.
Well, you think about last year, I mean, the first, Major win, it was just, it was a Search clutches. Like, how many clutches these guys, I mean, we know Dashy in particular, one of the most clutch players you'll ever see. Super, though, on the other side of this matchup, yeah, I mean, they brought him in to kind of help them in Super, Helped him in Super. Helped them in Search and Destroy. You can see
dropping Super.
Yeah, I've been playing too much for Dansk, I guess. But no, you'll see his impact. They wanted him to be prolific there. He showed he could do it in the hardpoint in the map 1, and they need him to be a playmaker here. I mean, it's sort of like, I don't know, maybe Real coming in last year. Like he was kind of a boost to this team in Search and Destroy. They needed, I don't know, they were missing a piece of the puzzle when it comes to Search, and maybe his impact is going to be huge. But
and this is kind of, you know, we've talked a lot about like sort of season standings because we're quickly getting there, right? We're over the halfway marker. They're the A seed right now.
We're racing to the finish line.
Yeah, and there are a lot of teams from this sort of 6 to 10 range that are right there. And we thought maybe Miami was one of the teams that was going to go the opposite way, was going to start to fall down. Again, sort of in the position due to that top 3, but now they bring Super in. I mean, start off 1-0, looking good right now. Like, who knows with this squad?
No, it's been some crazy team changes, and excited to see how this is going to play out down the stretch. But it is going to be a battle for that top 8 into champs. We'll obviously have Major 3, Major 4, still so much lane action to go down as well, but every match is going to be huge. Looks like we're going to have a fight going down towards B early on. You're going to have a 3-on-3 near the point. Shotzzy able to win the first. Metals hit down to 13 HP, and he's getting away. RØKKR, though, is able to get a pick from Lambo. He gets one from deep. He gets hit down to 9 HP, but able to get the kill. Now you got a chance. It's going to be about number 8. I mean, Super's route. These two have got to stay alive till he gets there.
Yeah, and Sky's like, yeah, he's watching kind of mid. He's just going to be ready for this. The Dashy spotted. Dashy just checked it. Did some bad timing. A little pop-up. Able to find the second all down to Skies. You are out of ammo. Going to go for the reach out, but Skies, he knows 1 versus 2 now. Able to spot 1.
Knock, knock. Takes a little peek. Gets a little info, but now the plan is in. Can Skies go ahead and clutch up? I mean, it's so hard to be that player watching the kind of the pinch or the long route when you've just got multiple floors to deal with. Like, there's just openings. You can't cover everything, but as you said, you thought Dashy maybe got eyes, but didn't quite get it. Slide out and Chow. Skies not able to do it. Heretics will strike first despite the fact they don't get that opening blood.
Yeah, I think he's telling the guys like that is open, right? Because you see Dashy sort of back up, check it. But Dashy just, he knows there's still 2 in front of them.
I just don't know how RØKKR got his kill to bring it to the 3v3. Like,
on
he
the Shotzzy?
somebody.
Yeah. But here's Super on that pinch. He's able to find 2. Has to switch to the pistol. And then here's the final one on the Skies in the 1 versus 2.
Yeah, I mean, it was obvious. Like, I think anyone, if you watch COD for the first time, you look at the minimap, you knew it was going to be on him to make the play. But to get the 3v3, I mean, Shotzzy got like the opener, and I know there was some damage on the Optic players, but just who gave him the angle for RØKKR to get the pick from P2? Because obviously, just when you lose a man, harder to watch that push through and pinch. RØKKR again, though, ripping 1. Is this time he'll get the blood, give them numbers. Ook working to clear. Looking left, there was one right, but Metals is going to reposition, so Hook is going to try and take some space now in the hallway. You've cleared out the backside of that B-bomb, and now you'll work the plant.
Yeah, Metals is like the one player maybe in a bit. No, he's just going to back up. So, yeah, bomb planted. You are split. It's not like you're all together. You're in a bit in this 2-2 kind of setup. Does Real spot Hook? I think he does. He's able to spot him. That's going to give them even more numbers than a 2 versus 4.
Sky's gonna hit the nade, then snap back. Wins the fight. That's a big one through the stun, able to do it. At least he gets 1, but it's all gonna be on Shotzzy suddenly to make the play. That's gonna be a difficult fight. That's a difficult fight, but Shotzzy able to do it. Just too much to do. Just too much that he has to try and walk away with. A good effort. Maybe if he zaps the first one. I mean, I don't know if he has the health or ammo to even take down the third, but he made it interesting.
Well, that, again, I think we saw it in the hardpoint. You're just seeing like this sort of discipline. Even like RØKKR, not to over-chow that versus Shotzzy, just sort of wait. And that's when these guys, especially the top 2 on your screen right here, and Hook and Shotzzy, someone over-chows and make 1 second mistake, that's when they make these plays that get them back into the series. You're just not seeing that right now.
No, that's why I was going to almost like, I want to yell in round 1 when I thought Super was going to like chase him into halls. Like Skies. I was like, bro, you got the 2, chill. Yeah. Group up and deal with this. I thought he was just going to send it. Like, I know you're feeling yourself. You got to reload both guns, bro. Let's take a second. I swear, it felt like he wanted to fly, but up 2-0. Miami in command. They're going to take control of the B site yet again. They'll get this plant in quickly. They're going to plant it for the backside and try to push through. Hook, good job at least getting 1. RØKKR shoots as straight as you're going to see, and he's going to try to work forward. Super's got him. Now to the 2 versus 2 we go with 35 seconds to go. Shotzzy going to go ahead and hop it. Here's the route through. RØKKR going to slide in, get the check. He has to hop off it, and he's able to win the fight. So great stuff there from Shotzzy. Now last guy is going to be super. That was planted for his side. So they have to hunt him down. The problem's going to be timing. He's able to beam Dashy. Should get the info. He's getting pushed, but isn't sure what side it's coming from. Shotzzy trying to scramble back. He'll have enough time to get the defuse, and Shotzzy, he goes huge. He's able to get there to get the last kill. He hops off bomb to win one as well. I thought he was dead to rights.
Yeah,
that Chow came in.
Yeah, like it felt like RØKKR didn't want to. He just wanted to make sure he was off the bomb.
Yeah,
but he ends up just letting him live. That ends up punishing them. Yeah, I mean, just very quick was this Miami team to sort of, you saw the idea, plant it backside, set up super for the clutch, and you are 2 seconds away from winning that one. But yeah, he's just not thinking that Shotzi's going to push him through bottom stairs, but already there was Shotzi.
Yeah, I thought like, yeah, I mean, it's just easier for us, obviously. We see that play, but I thought when he like peeked again, he's like, he knows what's up, but just didn't expect it to be that route. I like the idea though from Heretics, just came up a little bit short. For Optic, now you're on the board. They want to take the play over to A this time. Hook nearly caught and ultimately will be caught. Can Real get out with his life? He's able to do it. Sky's maybe trying to chow that. They want to push it out arches, but the utility exhausted from Heretics will keep them slowed down. Shotzzy got vision on him there for a second, so. Well, good luck with that, Chow. Not going to take that one for now. Bomb never gets planted, so we come to a halt here for a second. Numbers once again for Heretics.
And these are the rounds that, well, every time they've gotten a first blood, they found success. This is what we're kind of talking about, not throwing your numbers away. Number 7 in RØKKR just kind of lurking inside a shed. And he could be the key, because he's either going to find one or get taken down. He's going to find one. Can they do any better? Well, his teammates are just going to pretty much leave him out to dry. Like, hey, man, we can't really help you, but at least you found your kill.
Yeah, no, he almost walks away with another one now. Yeah, Real can't get caught. Great job backing up. Well, I thought backed up far enough. The timing there was super, maybe a little bit off, but you're still able to get the trade, and you can do that when you're up in numbers. Sky's last alive again. His second opportunity to clutch up in a 1 versus 2. Problem is, bomb is down. Time is dwindling. Only so many choices he can make, and, well, Heretics have guessed right. Or have they?
If he's in the for the kills, he's not going to plant the bomb, so round's done.
Yep.
I mean, there's a chance he can maybe follow and kill both, but yeah, opts to follow him, doesn't find it, and there we go. Another first blood, and that's really the story of the map.
Yeah, I mean, once he slid out, I don't know if he had time to get back.
Would have been close.
To play at that point anyway. Yeah, it would have been real close. Heretics once again dealing with numbers. Nice little lurk play from RØKKR. Nearly a little perfect 2-man game. Up in Halls, they end up losing a player, but still, they had numbers. They traded out, and now up 3-1. They mostly favored, what, B with their opening offenses. Got a good look at it last time, despite coming up short in the round to the Shotzzy play. This time, it's all through mid. Bomb carrier kind of lurking well. And we'll see if ultimately we end up over towards B again. That's seeming to be the play.
Yeah, they were thinking like, all right, Optic, they're finally, you know, maybe just try to full counter the RB push. Let's try to go top halls into A. But Optic, they're all on that side of the map. So the good thing is for Miami, they get the info, nobody else dies. But again, just playing for this backside setup. They know the wall base can be there. They are just triple, quadruple challenging this. While this is going on, Shotzzy is going on the longest of routes. Hook's out of the play, but it doesn't matter. Just Dashy is here to find the first blood.
Yeah, it's like last time you pushed through, you're able to like take out Hoop. This time Sky, such a great job playing his life, allows the troops then to rally in. Great rotation there from Optic Texas. And I kind of like the risks you're taking on offense if you're Heretics, what they're trying to do.
I think it's the right call because, they are direct. There's one top halls who's out of the play for a long time. Shotzi's on a full flank. Like, you pretty much are in a 2 versus 4. It's just, I mean, Skies and Dashy found the pace that time.
Yeah, no, if they kill Skies, like, it got him to what? He was a bullet. He got him to 9 HP. You get that kill, you get the planting, maybe take control. But honestly, just Skies staying alive that well, like, everything kind of fell apart. And I don't know if that's where you just have to, like, I don't know, maybe you, like, send it, but if you don't get that kill, you back it the hell up real quick and kind of rethink your plan. But they were committed. But still, I just like to see them taking chances at it, even if it's coming up a little bit short. That's one of those things, maybe it really pays off at a major. They're able to get the blood again. Defensively, they have stood strong. They're up 4 versus 2. Nothing really working on the offensive end for Optic Texas. It's going to be on the super subs and Hook and Skies to try and clutch up. Oh, I thought it was Hook and Shotzzy. Sorry, not the super subs. Yeah, not a super sub at all. I saw an S, dude, just got twisted. That's my bad.
He's a flex now, though. He does have a sub every now and then.
You're right. That's a good point. It's a good point.
So it works, but no sub in hand that time.
He would love to have one.
RØKKR fries him.
I said super, so I looked at it. I'm like, I'm drunk. That is not Shotzzy. Hook, 1 versus 4, gets 1. Bomb down on B, though, and he's hoping he just catches somebody. Someone throws their life away, but they've been doing a good job of playing their lives for the most part, and they're doing that here. Not trying to give up anything for free. Nice snap, but first shot in from Heretics, and they will take the round.
Yeah, early skirmishes, again, just going their way. Not working out on the side of Optic.
Because RØKKR, I don't know if he technically had the first blood there, but he was close, and he's had it. He's had several. Or if not the first, the second, at least in 2-3 rounds. He's willing to square up with just about anybody off the break. He's feeling good after that map 1. And Heretics feeling good in this search and destroy as they get the 2-round separation again. Just keep a little bit of cushion.
For the pushing?
Cushion for the pushing, Joe. Looking like a little similar to like last time, except, well, this time they're actually sending it out halls, and, well, instead of well, you're kind of lurking out towards P2 with the bomb, but it looks to be an activation over at B again. This time, though, it's going to be Dashy. So you've had what? You've had Hook playing from that position, you've had Skies playing for that position, now it's going to be Dashy there.
Yeah, but like this, you're setting up medals. But they know this is open. Hook actually picks this up. Wow, that is a great read by Hook. Maybe Shotzzy spots him there for a second or hears something.
This never got finished. I thought I got down. Honestly, I guess I blacked out. I thought they got that down right out the open. They're lining up for Super, though. Okay, well, come into the grinder as Super puts you down. He's on 9 already. Real, I thought of toying with him, but nope, not anymore. RØKKR, Dashy not back to full HP. Tries to catch him sprinting. It's not going to pay off. And Heretics win the 1v1, and, well, Super. His pickup paying off again in Surge.
Well, they just catch them off guard. Every time they've planted B, the goal has been to just run forward and take top office control. And in like a 3 versus 4, you should just see, they're thinking they're going to back up, they're going to play around rock. Yeah. Why would they sprint it as hallway? And Miami's like, we're going to go. We're going to take top office. That is our plan. No matter what, numbers are not B-side. Catches Optic off guard, catches 2 sprinting.
No, taking some more aggressive looks at this. It's been fun to see. I mean, sometimes Optic been able to deal with it, sometimes they haven't. RØKKR on a 4 spree, him and Super leading the way. Heretics been so good about getting that first blood on defense and playing with their numbers. The success has not been there for Optic, so
he's swimming.
You're gonna have to get around when. There's your first blood. I think you're first when you talk about the offensive side of things. They'll go to get the plant down and play to hold. See if Heretics are able to shock us and bring it back in this 3 versus 4 on the retake.
Well, I think they all have ARs too. This is just gonna be so difficult. Yeah.
Hit an 8 on one side, wants to slide and then shall the other. Super, another multi-kill, and he's able to not get away. He will get hunted down. I thought he got out, but you make this clutchable suddenly for RØKKR. The problem is the time. You got 20 seconds to go. He's got to take out Hook and Skies, and while he has to giddy up and go, AR going to make it so tough. The centering is on a forehead, but not able to win it, so Optic Texas staying alive.
Yeah, almost the nades almost bring that back, right? We saw it from Metals POV, the one nade connects, so Super knows. Well, everybody knows they're weak there, so the little pre-fire allows him to get 2. But the first blood on the Real is really the key there for Optic. I mean, you kind of saw from Hook's POV, I think he's the one that gives the call out sort of, hey, there could be someone in a water route. So as soon as Shotzzy comes out of garage, checks it, sees Real, perfect timing.
Now you just got to replicate that on the other end and do it 3 more times.
And I mean, for Optic, it's just sort of like a test of your discipline, right? Just be ready for them to be running at us.
Yeah.
Especially bombs planted B.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. Super, he is on 11. Leading the lobby for now. It seems like no matter what, eventually we're ended up at B. We're going to take a lot of different routes. They've taken so much space.
Yeah, it's sort of the default on both sides, especially for Optic. They want to defend this A site and then just sort of play retakes wherever. But you can see this now. It's sort of a Miami sandwich.
Yeah, just like back-to-back, holding angles, all of mid under their control. Problem is RØKKR going to get caught here.
Shoot. Hello? We're living next to each other. Who do you think threw that?
A ghost, apparently.
He's locked in. It doesn't matter. First blood on the metals.
Maybe he didn't see the angle it came from, Joe.
Okay.
Hey, get another first blood. They'll battle back and try to stop this plant. They're able to do it. Shotzi will pop. Shotzi will pop twice. The last guy will be Super. He's had a hell of a map, but now 1 versus 4. Best of luck, but he is shooting. And 12 and 6 stat line. I'm not sure how many of these have come in losing rounds. Aren't going to add that much, but you can see just the centering. He is snapping right now.
Yeah, great stuff from him, but it's all about this man on your screen right now. Finds the multi-kill, keeps them alive. And honestly, a great read there by Optic, because Miami weren't showing much. They just took top hall's control. They didn't know if they were going A or B, and you kind of had this 2-2 split, but the subs make the play.
This is the round. This is the round. Can you win this offense? You're able to do it last time. You struggled there, especially with the first bloods. Skies seems to be the shot caller headed into this round, or saying something he likes or doesn't like as we get prepped for it. Let's see what they go for. Shotzi on double digits as well. Oh, they just want to square up. They just want to square up. Super, it lines them all up. That's going to be 3 for Super, now 15 and 7. Give him the ace to close it out. Super, going Super Saiyan, just lights up the lobby for the ace, and that one is done. Yo!
I mean, him playing like that.
Bro!
We've kind of been wondering as we look at this last round, just to slide out on the Skies.
Dude!
The last one on the Dashy. Dashy's like, I got my one. I'd be saying the same thing. It wasn't on me.
That guy might have missed a bullet in all the transfers there. He was shooting. You saw even the 1v4. Just the centering was on point. He was snapping to foreheads as he rounded corners.
But I mean, we've kind of been talking about what is Miami missing, right? With Real and RØKKR now, like you just add in this third piece. This is dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, obviously, you know, last week looked a little questionable through the 2-3-5. They get it done, but like, if the hard point's going to improve. I mean, it's not the worst thing if you gel in 2-3-5 off the start.
No, not at all.
That sounds great.
Sheesh.
6-4 win, 1,700 damage, 16 and 7, an ace to shut it down.
In a very unique way to play Hacienda Surge, especially attacking side on B. One of the first times we've really seen that, at least round after round, just going after top office, plenty for the backside.
We might see it happen like once.
That was like the plan every time.
Yeah, no, it really was. It's like we're working on this, and this is what we're working on.
Yeah, or this is how we're going to win the map. It's exactly how it happened.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously lost several of those, but they were very winnable rounds. They had a chance to do it. But Miami Magic.
True.
Desk.
All hail Methods, the one on Heretics.
Yeah, they made some great decisions with these young guys.
Can we talk a little bit about the building done in Miami? The Heretics are up 2-0 at the half, due in part to the new face. He's only in his second match officially with the starting lineup, third match after being a fill-in now. Allie, how is Super making this impact?
He's unreal. That is Super's hallway throughout the entirety of that Hacienda. I mean, they could not kill this guy. He was good for a two-piece almost every single round. You could literally make a highlight reel. RØKKR, I'm so sorry. We thought you were in the lead for Rookie of the Year, and your teammate has stolen it.
No, he's still there. He's still there. But Super's challenging.
I think it's just awesome their approach to this. I mean, first things first, like you needed massive improvement in Search and Destroy. You have that now with Super. Every single match so far has been unbelievable in the game mode. And what we saw, I mean, he was pulling out subs, ARs. It didn't matter. You saw the first round tone setter is like, I'm going to wide flank all the way around with an SMG. I'm going to get the 2 impact kills that we need to win the round. And then when it comes down to it, if he needs to square up, he will. Pulls out the AR, finds an ace at the very end. Just aggressive in every way you could say the word. This guy's unbelievable.
The entirety of the Search and Destroy, my favorite thing from Miami was that they just kept it confusing. They kept throwing different looks at Optic Texas, and they didn't know what to do. Like, one of the examples, if you go all the way to round like number 6, they went mid to B, and they took up the hallway space and pushed up all the way Optic Texas hallway, and that's why Super was able to get that free 2-piece, because Optic Texas, they blind counter A, and they're like, all right, nobody's here. We need to rotate over to the B side. Miami Heretics is basically in their spawn, and they're like, what are you guys doing this close up? It allows Super to get 2 kills, and Optic Texas just didn't have an answer.
As Joey D said, Miami playing with a different style today, at least on Hacienda. And we've got an opportunity to dive a little bit deeper here. We've got our telestrator ready. What are we looking at?
Yeah, you know, let's talk about that search and destroy. I mean, Miami have had huge improvement there. Bringing in Super, kid's unbelievable. But, like, they play together and gain information so they can play for the trades right away, but it's also like we're cutting the entire map. So I thought this was an awesome round by Miami on their defensive side, so we're going to jump into it. So right here, this is Rial, number 6. He's the guy who's trying to go out and get information, right? And typically when teams go B, they'll send some players through open, as you just saw in that last round. Once they realize nobody's going open, we have information, they're probably going to be hitting over towards a traditional A push, right? So Rial, he's going to get in here and get into a gunfight with number 1, that's Hook, who has bomb. He gets the first blood, and it's the reaction afterwards from the side of Miami that is so awesome, right? So you're going to get a guy that's going to go top secret, and what he can do here is he can see if anybody's exiting to try to wrap out. You need a player that's going to be top mid hallway, watching his flank in case somebody was ratting back here trying to make a late play. He's going to be watching flank, right? So very close, can trade secret if anything goes wrong. And then you're going to have RØKKR who goes out to plat, and what he's doing is he's watching the push through here, right? So we have every single angle. The last guy obviously going to be watching down low bottom here trying to push towards Fountain. So we have every angle, but we're right next to each other. You'll see it as it plays on your minimap and how they approach this, but this is how you want to be playing Search and Destroy after you get first bloods. You need to be close to each other, kind of buddying up so you can trade, but you want to get information. Metals has the information on the wrap out. Number 7 on your map, that's RØKKR. He can see if anybody's pushing through towards their spawn, and then once you get information, the round starts to develop, you can then begin to take space. This is where Miami needed the most improvement, and so far, through 2 matches, I mean, their search has been ridiculous.
Patience.
I completely agree with you. Like, they went from one of the worst teams in the league in Search and Destroy. I mean, they were bottom 4 in almost every category, including retakes, and that was one of the best retakes I think we've seen for them all year because Optic Texas didn't throw anybody hallway.
And you see exactly how it plays out. It's like we have all the information, we know where they are. Now RØKKR takes space, he finds one. We're now in a 3 versus 2 situation where they only have 30 seconds left, and they need to plant the bomb, right? So Miami, man, just playing well, comes down to a 2v1, they buddy up and just close the round out.
They're playing fast and slippery. Miami is up 2-0, and Super, with his performance on that Hacienda, has now tied the league record for an individual on Search and Destroy, 16 kills, and ace as well in that game.
In a league match, 16 kills.
They also beat Optic on a ball. I mean, I thought this was going to be a 3-0.
Oh, by 100, by the way.
Yeah, and it was also off the back of Super, by the way.
Well, I said it was a game 5. I don't believe that anymore. Let's close it out, Miami. There's a reason I'm in first place out. Let's go over to Maven.
Good pick.
Yeah, no, I honestly, as much as I thought it should be a crazy pick, I didn't think it was for the reasons I mentioned. I don't know, man. Something about this matchup, and now they're up 2-0, and oh, God, it just, if Miami is good, it just makes things, bro, this top 8 spicy. Is going to be, yeah, it's real spicy. A little too spicy, some habanero spicy, like I'm sweating, nose running. Or as Chris said, what did he say, like wet and slippery or something?
Yeah, wet and slippery.
Or fast and slippery, or so, I don't know what he said, but
that's what he said.
It sounded naughty. Hey, Ann, can you hit the AC for me, bud? Respect. Thank you. Honestly, into control. That's how it's looked this season. Optic Texas have been much better. Heretics, obviously, the control. They've been trying to find a second map they can play around.
Hey, it's 1-7, but it's 1-0 this stage with Super. They beat Vegas on it.
That's the only stat that matters.
That's the key.
It's the only stat that matters.
You're not wrong. Yeah.
I mean, it became this conversation, like when Neptune came in, you know, when we were talking about Surge, we didn't really talk about pre-Neptune because the impact was that big, right? Like everything shifted, and at least when we casted them, the only statistics we talked about were with Neptune. It might be a with Super conversation, a with Kenny conversation soon. Some of these team changes seem to be good so far. Well, Neptune, obviously, but yeah.
Yeah,
no, but the other ones.
It's going to come down to probably the majors. Yeah, maybe winner's bracket starts going to be key.
No, 100%. But some very good-looking stats for Optic. When you talk about this control, would you say a bigger advantage here than maybe even the Vault? Just based on Heretics, or is tough?
I mean, yeah, it's just so hard to say. I mean, when you look at the season, yeah, absolutely. Like we're talking about number 1, number 2.
But right now, who knows?
Yeah, right now, who knows? It just sort of the momentum of this match. I'm not sure. But the dogs are ready. And
Super still shooting.
Shots just flew out the window.
Yeah, no,
it looks so funny when you die mid-dive. It looks like you're an insane person.
Yeah, no, he's a dolphin. Dude, that hoop chow last week up the zip on Proto is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. They're wild, bro. That's why they work together. They're the Wild Boys.
The Bash Brothers.
Bash Brothers. RØKKR win 1. Over towards B, get on this, pause the clock, try to play a little bit of finesse, or he is Chavez. Now waiting on the help to come in. He stayed alive until Super is able to get there. Beautiful job there, not over challenging. Now picking up the flank on the other side. Shotzzy is trying to pinch it out. A good test though around the point. So far, so good for RØKKR. Beautiful stuff here. Playing his life, getting the kills. He's the reason they still have a foothold at this point. And yeah, his teammates help like clearing out Dashy and stuff, but he's been alive here this entire time.
Yeah, and on the other side, it's been Skies who just locked it down the spawn, and you take that all day if you are Optic, because RØKKR makes the plays, but nobody else could get to him. There was a chance for that B point to be done, but they're able to clutch up. They deal with RØKKR finally, and yeah, now you have Miami. Half of this round is gone.
I mean, the only reason you still have some time to work with is because you were on B for so long. But you only got one really good crack at this probably, and then maybe a desperation push, if that. Trying to play spoiler will be number 1 and Hook. He's going to get caught, and now it's going to go. 2 are going to drop. Hook and Skies out of the mix, 4v2 for the moment. Beautiful bit of patience there. I thought the friendly fire might end up hurting him. It doesn't. They'll get 3 dead and now get onto the point. This is likely going to lead to the B point being finished, and now you got to think about what you want to do on A, or is it? Is Optic going to send something at this?
Yeah, Dashy's on the flank.
They're going.
He's going to contest.
Uh-oh, but no, this might be one of those ones where you... Okay, all right, never mind. If Shotzzy doesn't get 3 there, I'm like, uh-oh, you're 2 dead. You might just lose a transition fight over towards A. But Shotzzy plays the cleanup, and he's still cleaning them up.
Yeah, as good as this looks, though, job complete if you are Miami. You have to have an extension. You're still in this round. Now the tough part, getting done with his A point. You're down 5 lives. You're in your spawn outside of Real.
Yeah, what can Real find, or how clean can the other 3 get out? Because you can't afford to trade at this point. Super gets a nice opener. Real's going to actually find the kill on Dashi as well. So the map's going to be opened up a bit. You're able to get out through open. And now make this a little more interesting. You get a body onto A. Hook's route pass well. We'll pick 1 inside a lobby. And it's going to be tough to track these 2. A reason Optic could be so good here. I just feel like there's so much room and control for Shotzzy and Hook to get loose and find openings.
Yeah, and I like what Miami's doing, though. They're just putting medals on the point, and they're hoping that baits. Everybody else is playing slow. As RØKKR hits a great slide. That's going to be 3 dead. Chance here now. You've kept medals alive, Super alive near the point, so multiple players going to be on it. Make it all 3. Shotzzy from top open. He's going to drop low. Him and Sky's going to go for this, but it may not matter.
Wow.
Miami clutch on up and win the first attack. Again, they just stayed alive in the right positions, but RØKKR with that double, that multi really changes the round.
Well, that, plus, I mean, he's the reason they're ended to begin with his plays early on B. The fact that they had enough time to even get anything done. Shotzi's triple there, the play of the round that I thought things get real ugly. This one's over real quick if he drops there. That gets him going a bit, but yeah, you nailed it. Just put 1 on it, make them react, then they win their fights, and this Heretics team is vibing. That's a big opening offensive win.
Well, that's how they got to be, right? I mean, they went throughout bottom middle. They put 1 on A. They found some picks, but the player who was over towards B kind of starts to move on up, gets a little impatient, and those players just run off A in the connector, go straight to B.
I mean, the fact that you get there, I think Super won a gunfight to get them out, and Real, killed Dashy when he was the only player who was kind of out of spawn. Another reason that you even have an opportunity to make the play, right? That you get out towards the point. We weren't sure if they were going to get there. Hip fire hitting. Up to double digits is Shotzzy as they try to answer back now and get an offensive round win of their own. They're immediately on to B. Hook immediately trying to take space, but as he catches a stun, thought caught for a second, but Skies is looking over him. Nice shots at range there from Hook. He is hitting right now. The nuke beaming. But they lose everybody else towards the point for now. Hook's still going off, though. He's made the play to likely finish B. Just frying them. Super finally able to shut him down with a sub in hand.
Yeah, but just straight shots out of Hook. Just great positioning. Taking his time, using the movement to his advantage. B point going to be secure. Yeah, over 2 minutes. You have a life advantage, still 25 lives. You have everything you need if you want to try to tie this up.
Yeah, whereas like you barely got that done if you're Heretics, or well, I mean, it took like everything in the kitchen sink to get the round win. Seems you have every advantage right now if you are Optic Texas, but still, this is the harder point to get done. Could be an insane hold here from Miami, but the fact you already have a body on it early, trying to do the same thing. Spread them out, make them look for space, and well, this one might be done real fast. 3 are going to be dead. You've got 2 on it, make 3 on it now, make 4 on it as they are rallying to close this one out quickly. I don't think Heretics are going to have any chance to get back to this, and they will not. That is a phenomenal offense there from Optic Texas, and well, I guess now who can play defense?
I mean, It's about as good as it gets.
Yeah, no, that was sensational.
You win your fights. Hook makes the plays B-side, and then just the transition. Just never really had a chance. But yeah, this is the Hook play. Yeah, just throwing that little shimmy, that little shoulder back, gives you the little camera. Then able to hit the last one on a RØKKR with the help of his teammate.
Yeah, I thought maybe when he got caught with a stun, he was going to be dead around the edge. I think Skies ends up looking over him, and it all turns into that, like, insane sequence out of Hook. And, I mean, obviously you had to win that round, but it feels like it.
Feels like
you needed that. Already down 0-2, you go down 0-2 in the control, and you're probably in trouble. Instead, a sensational offense. Now you're right back in control. Nice opening break as well as they're taking out everybody. Metals will get one, but that's about it. So Real, once again, kind of similar to the end of that last round. He's going to be the lone man out. He's going to go hunting.
Not the easiest gunfight. Yeah, Dashy's just going to back it on up, wait for his teammate to help him out. So now you're fighting out a spawn again. You're able to deal with Hoop, but can you fight Shotzi?
Shots by Super. I mean, they've got no success this time. I mean, you're battling towards B. I mean, most of the early round last time. Now you're able to get a body out towards it. You deal with Dashy pushed up. Now a chance to do some damage. Inside the garage, though, I think it's going to be Shotzi. Well, a little awkward for him.
Yeah, both timings were weird.
Yeah, bumping butts as he tries to get out. Mantle it up. That's not going to work out. Feels like it takes an eternity. You still have RØKKR here? Okay, we're right back to what we saw in the round one. RØKKR trying to be the lone man, play Rambo on the point. He gets a little bit of help, though, from Metals, and will that help be enough? The timing, though, is awkward for Metals, and he gets shut down. RØKKR's still here, but
still
waiting
here.
for teammates to get back to him. Can't play from the point.
Skies is like, all right, I'm going to make sure they do not get this second tick, so he's just going to get on it. And you've just had sort of these stalemates. You've had a couple of chances where you've gotten forward if you are Heretics, but Optic just has not allowed anything to come of it.
Yeah, you got the lives to do it. Still 15 left, but only 15 seconds actually left to use. Metals trying to help out his teammate. Shotzi, though, already getting the kill, and, well, he tries to slip away and gets a second. Beautiful movement and play from Shotzi. It was Hook maybe on the offense. Shotzi get it done here on the defense. And from that terrific offense, you only give up one tick defensively. Optic are right back in this one and looking to extend this series.
Yeah, every round for Miami, especially their attacks. I know they won the first round, but it just feels very staggered, right? Like you're just hoping for an individual play. It's sort of two are going at a time. I mean, a lot of times they're losing sort of 2 to 3 gunfights in some areas, but it just doesn't feel like there's a togetherness throughout this hacienda from them. From what we've seen throughout the series.
What we've seen in Hardpoint, we've seen in Surge. And, I mean, honestly, there's just not a lot to take from a control win over Vegas. Like, it's a brand new team. Teams aren't usually that, like, super good at control, like, right out the gate. So maybe not the most impressive win. Now you're going up against one of the better hacienda control teams. And you are struggling. Good thing is, though, you're probably feeling good about 4 and 5. And you've guaranteed those due to the fact you went up 2-0. Real and Metals kind of putting a body bag early on, both sitting around double negative and trying to get something going. They got to hold here defensively to have a chance. They're going to have to win it on offense. And around 5 if they can get it there. But the last time we saw Optic Texas on offense, it was a quick one. It was due to this player. Hook was insane, and he's looking to get right back to it.
Yeah, right back to his office, just blocking down the stairs, allows Skies to get on the point now. You have Shotzi helping him out on one angle, so you're just in this trap.
Oh yeah, no, you are trapped in big time. First take about to get done. Crossfire setup, though, I thought looked pretty good for Optic Texas. Then everyone just got smoked. So a nice retake there, and well, the fact you had one body on it, you don't even get the first tick done. So a massive retake, and suddenly this looks a little bit different. I mean, I thought that was after your B point done, basically, with the setup.
Yeah, and I guess, like, you know, if you're Miami, you don't overcommit to office side or going out towards Rock. You just got to say, let's just 4-hit shed, and that is where that retake happened. Now they have another 3 dead snare, make it all 4. So,
okay.
Yeah, what was an incredible break, incredible setup for Optic. Now they're the ones going to have to try to get out.
And time is dwindling. 30 seconds to go, but hold up, 2 dead. We got another opportunity to do this. This is going to be 3 dead. Well, 2, because one already came off spawn, I guess. But Real will be the point man on one side. The rest kind of battling out from spawn. Clock going to be paused at 18.4. That'll be that first tick of progress. Hipfire pistol hits, just slides directly into his forehead. Okay, minute extension looks to be good. You've got 2 on it. You've got Hook pushed out.
Might have one more go at this. There's only 2 on it. Just Hook pushes out towards Shed. So this is pretty slow. Shotzi's going to be on the pinch, but Metals is able to pick that up. So great job by Metals. Hook staying alive, though. It's been so clutch here, and that might just be it. You might have time to get on towards A. They're reading the spawns. The stun's already starting to hit them. All of Miami just sort of rotate on over. 0.0, and you're on the board now if you're Heretics.
Okay. We go to a round 5. It didn't look good early in that one for Heretics, but a beautiful retake onto A, or sorry, onto B, and then suddenly they kind of lock them down. You're gonna have to do it on offense. And Heretics, like, you've already been able to pull one, but it wasn't the prettiest one. Like, it was a hard-fought battle to get that offensive win. Unlike Texas, who, well, at least in one, was sensational. We go the distance, and now if you're Texas, you're feeling the pressure. You're already in the O2 hole. Everything comes down to this round.
Round 5s are always a little different.
Always are a little different. Just like the Miami Magic, a little bit different. Can they get it done now on offense? Breaks can be so crucial. Let's see if they can take advantage in this break where they haven't been able to in most of these rounds. They battle back in tough spots, but usually spin in a hole. And, well, Shotzi a big part of why. Shotzi is able to get 2 before he drops. RØKKR going to be the last guy up, but he is shooting and trying to battle everything. Oh, finds an opening. I thought he found a beautiful opening there to get across, but just not able to wiggle away. Shotzi starts out 3-0 in this round 5.
Yeah, he just found the opening. He was able to just climb the fence through the middle of the map, and now him and Hook just causing so many problems. This has been the issue. You have not had a lot of great breaks. And, well, Shotzi's breaking your ankles. He finds 5 in a row to start this, and you've had nothing. If you are Miami, you should have 35 seconds to go.
Yeah, this is your effort to do it. This is your chance. Shotzi, though, he's back off spawn, and he's greedy and taking the route. Is going to be Hook, who's going to get behind and playing spoiler, likely getting caught. Yeah, it was RØKKR, he's going to get dropped, and now heads have to start to turn. I don't know if you're going to get a chance to look at the objective. Maybe Real can pull off some magic. Nope, he's not going to be able to do it. Metals, his position's up as he's been tagged, so he's the only guy forward. The rest of the 3 coming off spawn, and you're just in the trap. He's got to get onto it to stop it. Can his teammates battle out here? Okay, there's another one down.
Yeah, now the rest of Optic, they're going to try to isolate him. Problem is, though, they don't want to get caught, right? So you kind of just sort of stop there if you were Skies.
Hold up.
And sometimes it just takes one player to get to that B point. Here's another opportunity here for Miami.
It's got a little bit more interesting now. Brought it back in the lives, but still time. Going to be everything. That trophy doing its job. None of the utility going to hit, and there's the minute extension. So just over a minute to work with. You're already on to A.
Yeah, they're just, again, doing the same old play. We're going to put one player on it and just try to get everybody out from Optic. Just kind of bait them out. They're not winning the gunfights. Real is there for the trade, but the rest of his teammates coming off spawn.
I feel like I've seen this before. Okay, Skies just got spit on. Big win there for Metals. 12 lives remaining for Heretics. A little info there from Metals. But I feel like I've seen this before. Can they get out of it efficiently? You've got 3 people forward for Optic Texas. Nice little win there from RØKKR.
They aren't giving them anything, right? Like, Optic are barely peeking. They're all able to find Skies, who is working that flank. Now you find Shotzi, but he had 20 seconds. But when it comes to control, 1, 3, or 4 dead, and that's all it takes. Onto the A point.
That could literally be a 1 big push, but that's going to be 2 dead. Now you're in trouble. 7 lives remaining for Miami Heretics. Optic seemingly doing it just enough. You've got to win basically every fight going forward, and you're not going to win any of them. Super last one alive, 7 seconds to go. Player's coming off a spawn. He's going to try and touch the point to see if he can extend it. Not going to be able to do it. Nobody can get there, and Optic, they hold on. There's some scary, scary moments there where you thought maybe Miami was going to pull that off, but Optic Texas, their defense just good enough. And, well, honestly, Shotzi's terrific opening to that round 5. A big part of the why you're in such a hole with time, and that becomes so difficult to do.
Yeah, and again, it just comes down to like one individual player, one player getting on towards B if you're Miami. Almost made something of that round.
Yeah. I'll say they won that one, but it felt pretty similar.
You kind of saw like Optic just sort of hit the brakes there at a moment, right? Like you didn't get too far pushed up because I think that's when they felt like they were getting caught. They didn't want to throw any lives away. Just let them get on A. Then let's sort of use our numbers, top halls, find the angles. Did a much better job there.
They get it done, and they are on the board. Still down a map, but this is how it broke down statistically. Hook leads the way with 29. Sky's having a solid map for himself as well, leading in the damage column, which you got to love to see. He's had some rough respawns for the squad since he came on, but putting up some numbers there. And Shotzzy, maybe not the prettiest stat, least +3, but he had moments where he just took off and went on sprees.
Yeah, and I think that's a difference, right? Sort of your medals in Real. I mean, they just had nothing. A rough game. And the difference maker was the SMGs making plays around these points. Like there were a couple of moments, but really, it really wasn't from those guys.
No, I mean, this just feels like a map that Hook and Shotzzy should have incredible playmaking ability, and shocking, they do. They both had their moments on offense and defense.
Yeah, a lot of places they kind of get lost in.
Yeah. A lot of routes to take. And they were finding their openings, and as good as they dealt with them on Vault, just weren't quite able to do it here. Good thing, I guess, for Optic Texas, guess what? We're staying on Hacienda. So a chance for them to get loose and vibey as well in that one. Really some gritty rounds from Heretics that you thought they were out of it. They were able to battle back and extend this to a map 5, despite the fact that Optic Texas looked the better team throughout most of it. There's just these little moments where Heretics came alive, but the map 1 hardpoint was brilliant, super so good. And the map 2 search and destroy, we'll see what they can bring us in the map 4 Hacienda.
He's been a rock, dude. He's just so consistent so far. Even in this one, 26 and 26, just, and if he can just sort of keep that steady,
yeah,
they're gonna be great.
As long as it's sitting like that, I don't know. An NFL QB comes in and just like good for a little bit, and then people figure him out. He's not good anymore. I don't think it's the same.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the same thing at all. But we probably have the same thing at all. But no, I
gotta switch to his own versus guy.
Yeah. Oh God. But look at how this has played out. In case maybe you joined us a little bit late, 100-point victory for Heretics out the gate in the opening hard point. Maybe surprised at first see him square up on Vault, but they do more than square up. They dominate that map 1. Hacienda, I mean, they were ahead for the most part. I mean, they were up to 5-2 advantage, I believe, at one point. You start to bring it back a bit if you're Optic. Round by round, you claw back into it, and Super just slams the door shut with a round 10 ace to close it out. The control, I think, we knew that was a good one for Optic. I guess I look at it and I'm like, for a new Miami team, like pushing it to round 5, it's not, you're 1-7 on it.
It wasn't like the best. I don't know. It's like one of those ones where it just felt so Optic dominated.
Yeah,
they still got to a round 5.
They were battling uphill the entire time. It seems. So I almost want to say like it's not a win for Miami, but like pretty good considering. Like you didn't really have very good breaks, and you still fought back.
Yeah, and Real had a really tough game.
Yeah. But still got to a round 5, and like anything can happen right in round 5. So now we think forward to the Hacienda. We'll talk about the map 4 hardpoint. And we'll talk about these guys and how good they've been. RØKKR's been a shooter for this team. David has been a beast.
I like
now Diego. Double D's.
Yeah, that is a name. Diego. I'm going to mess it up.
Is it David?
David Escudero?
Yeah, no, it's not pretty good. I just said David. Yeah, you probably nailed it there, but that's it for the map 1 of the series. I think you did a really good job.
I hope so. My sophomore teacher will be proud of me. How many years ago was that? A while, like 15?
I think I made it to my 3rd year, and I quit the 3rd year because that's when you have to speak only Spanish, and I was like, nope, can't do this.
It's really hard.
It's real hard. I can say some words, but that's where it ends. But they'll chat through things, try to get the vibes flowing again for the map 4. So many positivities to take away. So many positives to take away from this just already. I mean, based on winning the Vault and how good the searches looked. Obviously, you'd like to get a series victory here, but you're going up against a 2-0 Optic Texas team that already have 2 very good wins over a seemed to be a new and improved RØKKR, a Cloud9 team that's been surging over the past month and a half. You look at their last 5 maps in hardpoint, this is how it has looked. Some wins surrounded by 2 losses.
Yeah, and Skyline versus Miami, that's where you start sort of the Skies who is back in the lineup, right? So it's really those last 4, 3-1 since those 2 have been back in. Talk about really stage 3.
Yeah, and the map 1, like as much as it was very impressive from Miami, you had really slow starts from Dashy and Skies. They were like double, triple negative. Seemed to be a real slow start. Now maybe heated up a little bit, especially Skies had a great map 3. Probably feeling himself a bit more in this, but got to win this one if you're Optic. You want to get out to a 3-0 start in the qualifier. We're battling for points. You're going to see a square up pretty often, I think, between Dashy and RØKKR, though. That square up is going to go all the way of Optic Texas. Real's need, the only thing that gets a kill for Miami. And right out onto the point will be Optic Texas. Let's see what they can do with this real estate. Nice shots. Dashy shooting now.
Yeah, reminds you of the control, just the early breaks where they have been so strong. And you just give up map control if you're Miami losing that. And I mean, what? 8 kills to 1 in terms of the start.
Hey, 2.
Now 2.
Thank you. Yeah, you're not going to be able to take advantage of a slow start this time around. We're deeper into this series. Skies is a little windy, and Real is going to put him down. But the rest of the teammates on Optic get the kills. So now towards the P2, I mean, you've got Heretics exactly where you want him. I think due to Shotzi's position, where we saw Skies coming off spawn, I mean, they're all out towards the P3. Winning some key gunfights to give him a chance, though. Well, not really anymore. It's just going to be forward. It'll be Real waiting for his other 2 teammates to run.
Yeah, Shotzi slows down the 2 inside a lobby, right? So you found a couple of kills well side, but those players are going to spawn up safe, so they'll get right back into the play. But Shotzi just kind of holds the line, doesn't allow immediate pressure through side stairs.
That wallbang looked disgusting, though, from Real.
Yeah, great wallbang, but they're getting smoked.
Yeah. They've got 1 point, Joe. Kind of like they're 1 kill out of the opener. Metal's just looking to get something, anything, and 1 by 1 they go, and 1 by 1 they are slaughtered. Optic is zapping them right now. Now the map flips. You've got him in the back. Everything you'd want and more. Dashy can't turn that into 2. And, well, okay, take those 10 seconds. Fine. We'll get out on rotation. Shotzi will play Lurk. Last teammate spawns well. They'll get set up for 3rd, and sure, you're going to take the 10 seconds scrap time. You can take that all day. Shotzi's timing on point.
And this is when like Optic is like the most dangerous, right? Just when it's sort of they have control of the map, and it just feels like they give their opponents no room. Like that's when their comebacks have started, you know, in their first couple of matches. It just feels like they have such a good read on the spawns, where the pressure is coming from, and that's how you get these 70-10 starts.
No, it seems like a team, maybe fans don't want to hear, but it's good. They're going to have a pretty low floor sometimes. They're going to have a very high ceiling. And honestly, that's been Optic rosters sometimes just over the years. So honestly, it has been. Like when they're at their best, when they're playing well, they are insane. You just hope that's what you get. When you get the land, you get the insane. You don't get the floor. It's a good break from Heretics, though. At least we'll get more than just the final 10. This time you'll get a solid chunk of, what, 25 to 30. Well, you'll fight for that at least. And you won't win it, though, as the 2 players break back in from Optic Texas, and the lead builds again. What, up 70 or so. Rocks where you try to bring it back, but guess what? Take a little swimming route. That's going to be number 2 in Shotzi. We'll see if it gets picked up.
Real heard it, though. I mean, we heard the splash. That was yeah, my man yelled cannonball as he was diving into that. But number 4, I think Dashy spawns behind. Real reads it, though. This is a big read. Just, I mean, Dashy should have broken this hill wide open. He found a pick or 2 onto the Rock players. It's a 1-for-1 right now. Miami just trying to hold on, but over the top jump Shotzi.
Well, I think they think more spawn there because they send 2 people to deal with Dashy, and then all of a sudden you've got a 3v2 on the other side for Optic Texas. So the read really not on point. Yeah, Dashy doesn't get anything, but I mean, he might as well have broken the hard point because he's what's going to give them numbers towards Rock.
Yeah, softens up the front. Just makes it a little bit easier for Shotzi in that scenario. Who is so solid. Yes, I know a lot about Super in RØKKR in map number 1, but like Metals was like 28 and 26 or so, and now he's having. This is what we've seen at times from him. Just can be very inconsistent.
Yeah, map 3 was not a great one, and now he's in hell in this one. Can you just get anything now? As you look forward to the second set, you try to flip this one on its head, but Shotzi is just finding openings, timings, reading the map well, and yeah, it's just Hacienda can be his playground.
Metals like, I'm just trying to jump to the hill, man. Just stop spawn killing me.
Well, maybe that's a big win for Metals. He wins that one-on-1. You've got hard point control. You've got the rotation in for now. You've got them spawning out deep. This is where a comeback can happen. So now pressure to Optic to disrupt this a bit, because this is the potential rally for Heretics.
Yeah, it's really that P2 hope, right? If they can kind of connect this, but Shotzi knows that. He's trying to push on through. Maybe flip the spawn's not going to happen. Real's going to pick down on up, and yeah, you're now starting to control the map. But still time for Optic to get across. 15 seconds before that P2 comes up, and they kind of know it. It's just, can they find the kills? Super, well, he's going to say no, but watch number 3. Skies is going to find Real. Real must have got really bad timing. You see all the arrows now kind of shift. You're starting to shift. This is going to allow early pressure for Optic.
You see the setup for Heretics. Optic now grouping up. They've spread out the lines, and they want to pounce. Every gunfight huge. Mate Metals is turning it on now. The slow start, a distant memory. What, 2-11, now 8-13. He goes 6-2 over this stretch. Since that gunfight went off shots, so he was getting spawn killed. He wins that one, and now he's in his bag. You go 2 for 1 on the other side, though, if you're Optic. Nice little snapback from Real. He's going to win it on both fronts. Sliding shots not going to hit. Optic are in. Metals trying to battle back. We'll see if he's now the hot hand. Still one line close. Good little stretch there from Skies. Got a chance to win back in numbers here for a second if you are Heretics. So the fact is you're back in the game. You're down 40. This is now a winnable map where it felt like one more bad hard point, and this one's done.
And I'll tell you what a play by RØKKR from the hill to find Hook, because Hook was actually blocking the spawns, right? He was going to give his team spawns, block the back, but he gets the kill, and as soon as Hook dies, it is literally the millisecond he dies. Both of his teammates spawn up. That allows them to fight for that final 20.
Well, it has been a great run from Heretics. Now Optic trying to answer back. They're set up inside. The point, the lurk man, or kind of the route man, is Hook that's trying to catch people, getting back to what he was doing to the control there in top office, but not quite able to do it. Pressure dropping to Shotzzy. He's got enough left to pick up the kill. Still up 40, but things get a little bit more sketchy. You got to be feeling the pressure if you're Optic Texas in a 1-2 hole in this series. Let's hear the comms from Optic Texas.
One shot, two top left. Nice, bro.
I'm getting it. He's out of it.
Another one challenge me. I'm leaving that kid. Top close right now. They're taking their time.
He backed up. Give me that rock. I throw Kitty, Metals. Stun me, challenge me. I'm gonna pinch him.
Throw shit.
Hit it. I'm gonna pitch fire. Close center, Metals.
Yeah,
I'm behind him.
I'm gonna die.
Pitch deep,
Challenge me?
Yeah,
I get one though. I hit him with the nade. So one-shot Metals.
Lead behind him.
What's matter?
Alright, just get one. Top
part, Top part, one shot dead.
Nice.
I'm looking their side. Got two.
Two in a rock.
Two in a rock. In a rock, dead. One shot. After real.
That's two. Another one there. RØKKR.
Hang on her.
The rest of me, they're all gonna be.
One shot out of RØKKR. Cannot be any weaker. Hit hill. Let me top open too. Open that trophy.
Looking for open. I'm looking for open. Open, weak. Ran away.
Super smooth.
Two their side of that.
Nice, Cedar.
On the rock, there's one here. There's two more, last two.
I'm here.
One more, RØKKR.
One more.
He's weak. I think he's in her. Close right, I think.
He's really weak.
Play soft.
Play now.
I'm getting there close. One more open. I have their close right now. Top part. Dead. Give me my arc flat. Open dead. I'm playing soft left, okay?
He's pinching. Dead.
I have left for now.
I have wall pinch.
I have wall pinch. Yeah, every close last.
Too flat. They're going dark on me. They can go my cat. They're going to go dark.
I can go rock.
Yeah, team kill. One's dark again.
Yeah, what's the dirt top open?
You can go dark on me.
Top open, Real. One shot.
I got my deep
dark on me. Dark. One shot RØKKR. He's one secret.
I think the comms improved a bit late in that listen in, but early, I mean, you looked at me, you're like, no one's talking about what they're doing. There's not really any small talk. It's just like where someone is and if they're weak or not. The comms were not good for the first minute of that.
Yeah, it wasn't the best. I mean, Sky set up a pinch so well at people. I thought he won the map for them. Instead, though, Real gets 2 damage into a third, and then RØKKR just sort of bought time for his teammates to get back there. But game not done. Miami, they do take the lead, but a big rotation right now. Some big gunfights going down towards this P2. Skies is going to be there. He's going to get hunted down, though, by Metals, and RØKKR has to help. A super, it looks like it's just going to be Hook right now.
And Hook is dead and maybe getting shot a little bit extra there from Super. Into the point early and a lead change. Heretics now go up. Basically 200 game. Well spawn is in. Metals trying to deal with it, but only a sub to use. Trying to finesse, but not able to finesse long. There's the opener, pressure down to Super. He's lurking, he is pouncing. His teammates win it on the other side. He found a sub to work with, but he will get dropped. But the fact is you won it towards the point. So Heretics still battling inside with 35 seconds remaining here. And you can win it on this hard point. So you've got to send everything at this if you are Optic. Next swing gets swatted away. Last one will be Dashy. His position, give it up, able to take down one. I thought maybe a nice slide and shallow onto a second, but he drops and not able to play his life there, so we're staggered again. is once again you send it forward, don't have numbers to go. You continue to hold inside if you're Heretics, but there's the break.
Big 15.
Big 15, big 15. I mean, well, you had to get it. You had to, or this map's over.
Yeah, you had all the numbers. Metal, though, is gonna find 2 shots. He's through, though. Watch that number 2. What kind of play does he make? He's climbing. No, he gets found out. Metals wins another one.
His position spawns one there well, though, so you get Skies in the position to maybe fight this earlier, get towards the point, but you're going to have numbers early if you're Heretics. You need 15 now for the dub. They've got hard point control. They're looking to close out Optic Texas right now. Metals started 2-11, and then he started to fry, and he is still frying. Last guy is going to be Dashy. The push seemingly staggered again. Dashy trying to do what he can around the point, but he's got to get in contest. The fact he's able to do that, that doesn't matter, though, because the rest get cut down. It's Real that pops a triple. This map, this series are done. Miami Heretics with some Miami magic. Optic Texas no longer undefeated in this qualifier. They get exposed by Miami, and man, this guy Super and this team seem to be making improvements quickly.
And I mean, what a turnaround for Metals. We kind of called that out. He was 2-11. He finishes like 20 and 23 around there.
Oh yeah, he was going
big time. At times, he feels like the win condition for them, 100%. But
well, to be fair, I mean, they had no hardpoint control or map control early, right?
Yeah, you're a sub. It's hell. Yeah, it is. He's the one jumping to the hill, trying to find any scrap time. He's put into a tough spot, but he allows his guy to flourish. And while they're flourishing right now, and what a turnaround. Maybe Vegas is a pretty good hardpoint team, right? That's sort of the other conversation, because you lost both of them to last week if you were Miami. This time, though, you win both versus Optic.
You win both hard points. Your search has obviously improved. I mean, the biggest question mark now is probably going to be control. I mean, we haven't been able to see a lot of it, but they get a decent control game. They can get a couple of maps they're solid at there. This team may be a threat, but wow, what a... The hard points could not be more different. Like, it was a very slow start from Optic, early lead, right, for Heretics in the map 1, and they just never looked back. They were up as much as, what, 120 or whatever the hell it was in that map 1 and kind of dominated. This one, they're getting smashed early. They're in a hole, and they've got to show resilience and battle back. I mean, similar to a lot of, like, Optic's recent hardpoint wins, like, little come-from-behind win. Able to give them a taste of their own medicine in many ways.
Yeah, and you know, this is, again, still like a new lineup for this Optic side. I know you've had players in and out, but it just feels like when they're in map control, they feel very comfortable. You can kind of tell, though, when they're breaking. You heard in the listen-ins, doesn't feel like they're on the same page right now.
You've talked about that a lot with different teams. Like, a lot of teams are like, this game is easy to play when you're in control and ahead. It is very hard when you are not, and yeah, you get to see where teams will struggle. But tale of two halves in that one. Miami bring it back, and they'll win the series. Desk, what are your thoughts?
I got to give credit to this side of the desk. You said if Miami wins Vault, they can win this series. They set the tone in that first hard point, but did they go on to win this second hard point after being down nearly 100 points? What was going on in Miami? How are they able to flip the tide of this game?
They flipped the tide by the fact that RØKKR goes on a literal 7 spree in Rock, but it was even before then. Miami Heretics have cleaned up their breaks immensely. They were one of the worst break teams in the league overall in the season. This split, they have jumped up like a million spots. And from the side of Miami Heretics, like, we always talk about the pace that they set during these hard points, and Optic kind of puts a stop to that momentum, right? They have this huge opener, they go up 90, and then they allow Miami Heretics to get through the backside and get one break, and after that I look at Ant and it's like, this is another hill Miami has gotten the rotation. This is another hill Miami's gotten the break. This is another hill Miami has won all the opening gunfights. It was just unreal.
I mean, you're seeing in your highlights right now, Super's unbelievable, but it's like all these situations. Optic legitimately lost 5 rotations in a row.
Yep.
Like, legit. And, like, actively trying to make plays for those spawns. You saw Skies making some huge hero plays. Maybe get to Rock Hill. Skies back-to-back 2 pieces. They're just not able to capitalize on it. The players on Miami, like, their positioning's just better.
They're working together more.
They're working together. RØKKR's just on the heady, finding 2 pieces. Super's in the back finessing his life. Like, their positioning was better throughout both of the hard points. They were early on rotation, and they're just punishing Optic. Like, Optic making mistakes. Miami's a team that can punish you, and when you have a player like Super who immensely talented but also makes the right play, what are you going to do?
The double Ds, RØKKR and Super, a.k.a. David and Diego, dropping the bombs. Search and Destroy was a 6-4, and Super is our back-to-back MVP for his performance in his first 2 matches. He joins us live, Allie.
It was both of them. Super, what have you been hiding all of this time? You are disgusting at this game, dude.
Thank you. I mean, I've been hiding in challengers, so I don't know what to say.
You've been on the grind. Super incredible win across the board. I have to ask, kind of, you're heading into your home major, right? So what is kind of the vibe of the team overall? You guys excited? Are you nervous? Do you feel prepared heading into stage 3, major 3 compared to, you know, how they were in stage 2?
I mean, we're not nervous. Like, we know we have a lot to work, like especially on respawn mods, as I said, like the last week. But yeah, we are like gaining confidence every single week and every single day.
Yeah, super.
So, yeah.
Yeah, super. You look confident in the game, I'll be honest. I mean, you're challenging everything. Nice addition to the roster. And I wanted to ask you, you know, you talked about the respawn just now a little bit. You know, last week you lost 2 hard points to Vegas. Today, versus Optic, you just rocked their world. Talk to me about how you guys made so much improvement from last week into this match.
Yeah, I could say like it's on me, because last week I think we only had like 3 or 4 days of streams, so I didn't have any chemistry with my team, but we've been focusing on hardpoints a lot this week, and yeah, I think we can tell like we improved a lot.
Super, it's awesome when I see a rookie come into the league and he's not afraid to shoot bodies. Talk a little bit of in-game smack. We saw you do that to Hook. Is there anyone in the league you're afraid of?
Nah, not really. I don't mind like who I'm playing. I just want to play. I'm focusing on my game. I'm focusing on the team game, and that's what matters.
Well, you guys have a perfect start to our Major 3 qualifiers. Congrats on going 2-0.
Yeah, thank you.
Miami gets it done in 4 games. The double D combo right there. Diego and David, keep your eyes on Miami. They'll be hosting our major April 24th. Super, we'll let you go.
Thank you.
It's a great guy.
He's unbelievable.
Big fan. Can you guess who earned your Scuff Play of the game?
It should be.
It's a round 11 ace. Let's go to the super play one more time. If you missed game number 2, excuse me, round 10. This is what this kid brings to the table. Entering with a 12-7, the AR getting low, Allie, and he's got the shot.
I mean, that was just so clean. And the transfer as well, like he doesn't even come out of his ADS. Like, and this is like the 5th time he did something insane like that in hallway. That is Super's hallway. I do not challenge him because you are not going to win.
Miami pulling off the upset to start the day. The race for top 8 is going to get even tighter when we come back. LA wants to find out, can they keep a foot in this race, or are they too far behind? Guerrillas mates with the new roster take on the boys for Vancouver Surge.
Let's go, boys. Good. John, let's go.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. Folks, game pause. We're gonna reset the lobby here. Whoa! That is horrible. Do it again.
What's up, man?
Just gonna get the lobby reset, and we'll get back into this S&D as soon as we possibly can.
I don't see anything, bro. I literally top up.
Put your head down
Nading him?
and secure the target.
Planting
the bomb.
I need him top left.
He's in the little thing. Come in. Come back in.
I'm already bombs out.
Yeah, bombs out.
Yeah, that way.
I can kill that guy. Done.
Above you on the gear.
No man.
No man's right now.
Hit them again before they
Little baby.
sector offensive.
Hey, bro, I'm on Mars, right? I'm on Mars. In cubby, I'm Sean. Stay up, bro. Man. Nice, man. Stay down. Just lay it. Live. I can help. I can hold the front. You're good. You're good. Stay down. Stay down now. Already front. Let's get in time. Bust up that. Absolute front. I'm done. Nice. Boys, holy that P5 was so me neither. That P5 was no.
Billy, lie.
But what the hell? What the hell is that?
Wait, that guy's bowling. Wait, he's watching bowling. Look. You see, he's watching bowling.
Yeah, what the fuck? I gotta throw, bro.
Wait, is he trolling? Wait, is he trolling?
Wait, he has to be trolling.
Wait, is he trolling? He's gotta be trolling, right? Wait, he's gotta be trolling, right? That's not right. That's an Easter egg from the CDL.
Play sound with a very quick listen in.
He's back in the box. Last one. Wishing Zach. Wishing Zach. Two boxes. I got you. He told me. No, he didn't get to the last guy. My bad. If I need you. You're good. Yo, come meet. There's 3 on 3. The short steps. Short.
The 2025 LAG Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon camo to assert your royal will in the lobby. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
With a 57% match win rate, Vancouver Surge have powered into our Big Four. Today they take on LA Gentlemates, who have been desperate for a dub. 4 wins on the entire season after 20 matches. Welcome in, everybody. This is match 12 of our Major 3 qualifier, and we're going to start here with Vancouver Surge, because after adding Neptune from Challengers, they immediately became a threat. They proved that when they took down Atlanta FaZe, and they didn't just do it once, Al, they did it multiple times until recently, where Atlanta got the best of them.
Yeah, they've slowly but surely started to struggle versus some of the top teams. And that's going to be kind of the conversation right now for Vancouver Surge, is that they need to add Hacienda to their control map pool. They were really good at Protocol and Vault, but as of recency bias, they've lost 3 of their last Protocols in their last 5 hard points. Granted, they've had to go up against teams like Atlanta and Toronto and LA Thieves, so it's been a battle, but now you're in the negative when it comes to your map pool for cross control. So that's going to be their focus for me.
You worried, Dan?
I mean, I think they're still going to remain a top 4 team. I would be worried against the top teams, because like this team, world class at hardpoint, very good there, right? But if you split those versus like an Atlanta or an LA Thieves, Vancouver has struggled in Search and Destroy, right? Like you're talking about a team that really primarily plays Protocol and Red Card. Aside from that, what map are you good at in Search and Destroy?
Neptune's good at Fry today.
The answer is none of them, right? So you have to improve on like a Hacienda or become dominant at Dealership or Rewind, right? So that to me is the main priority of your Surge, is your Search and Destroy, because that will get you through a final versus an LA or an Atlanta.
Allie, when you wake up, you look in the mirror, you see that, and you're like, nah, I gotta sit down and game. You know he's locked in.
Oh, he is so locked. You want to talk Super Saiyan hair, that's what that's giving.
Waking up on the West Coast for the esports mornings for Vancouver. On the other side, we have LAG. These guys are playing from Texas?
Yeah,
I believe so. Let's take a look at the roster, because they've made some moves recently, bringing in Challengers players.
Yep.
Fellow Johnny now joining Kismet and Lunars, who are on the starting lineup for Major 2.
Yeah, you know, you're hoping you get a Search and Destroy dynamic between Kismet and Johnny that's aggressive, where you find a ton of bloods, right? And, you know, they did that in their match versus Carolina, where they found 2 first bloods each. On the season in general for this organization, you know, they've been good at finding bloods, just haven't been able to convert, like dead last in that category. You're hoping small things like that changes, bringing in a guy like Johnny. And then for Fellow and Looters, like they're familiar with each other. The hardpoint versus Carolina map 1. They got comebacked on. They should have won that map.
Right.
We potentially
could have been a 3-0.
Different outcome, right? So LAG still looking for that dub.
Hacienda Hardpoint, red card, Surge, Protocol, Control, our first three. Alley Cat.
I'm shocked to see Protocol still in this, considering Vancouver Surge have lost their last three, but obviously they're going against a team like LA Guerrillas mates where they feel confident, and they're trying to add that back to their map pool. But that Hacienda Hardpoint to open things up is gonna be rough if you're an LA Guerrillas mates fan, because that is 7-2, best one for the side of Vancouver Surge.
They're vibing down there in Vancouver. It's time for your pick'ems. I'm gonna lock in first. I'm going blue today. Neptune is about to drop 103 kills.
I like that.
103 kills.
I agree.
We're going to a game 4, though.
I have Vancouver.
Vancouver?
Yeah.
Vancouver across the board.
Whole lot of Vancouver Surge being selected here by the analyst desk. What's happening in the world of the fans? Well, let us know in the chat right now. We're sending it over to the beautiful men. I almost used the other B word. It's Miles and Chance. Hey, guys.
What was the other B word? What was the other?
Babes, brothers.
That's fine. Hello, gang. We're ready to get this bold and beautiful series underway. Should be a very fun one, Chance. The woes of LAG, are they coming to an end today?
Possibly, but obviously that is a a long uphill battle these guys are going to have to fight. Playing for careers in a sense, really trying to leave a mark. And I know a guy like Johnny, he's been getting great gas around the league. So excited to see the young kid play. Maybe see if he can throw another emote in the mix if they end up getting the win. But Vancouver Surge, obviously, very difficult opponent. And Miles, I've been a very big fan of their game as well. They have the individual talent, they have the teamwork, they've made improvements across the board in every single game mode, and obviously had a phenomenal major too. Question is, how high can these guys realistically get, which of course for them at this point is just, can they actually win a chip?
That's the question. And in this league, really hard to do. Really, really challenging, folks. On board with the mates. I'd love to watch them right off the rip here. I want to see how things are going. And yeah, Johnny, good gas. Johnny B, good. If you know what I'm talking about, folks. He's been a fantastic addition to the squad. Alongside fellow T-Fel Enterprises, the stocks are pretty high right now as the rest of the squad certainly needed some assistance. This could be a fantastic turn for them. Catch Vancouver in a downward trend, possibly. A top force team still, though. You can't rule them out. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the P1. Kids with first blood.
Booza there for a little bit of a follow-up. It is a mixed fest trade battle, and by the looks of it, Vancouver come out on top, and there you go. Nasty seals the deal, so that is all 4 players falling. An early break 1, and good time on P1 being collected, and more importantly, they got the spawns as well. Surge doing everything right.
Oh, they're still doing it right. Nasty somehow getting away with his life there. That was ideal. So the playthrough Dark has been shut down. Luna's though keeping the kills going for his boys, so the mate's now finally able to get a little bit of time here. Nasty continues his little tear. 3 spree for him over to Abuza. Next man in line towards P2. 10 seconds to rock and roll here, folks, and that's the top round side of the minimap we'll be descending into. The garage, with these fancy cars are on the spin.
And all things considered, you had Surge win the opening break, but then the P1 time, dead even between the teams, and you had Johnny McFly winning the gunfight for rotations, and Abuz and Nasty might be working the old pinch, but it's going to be a long time coming before they actually make it to P2. They're going to break down the LAG wall.
Yeah, too bad. Now 3 through the back line and wait. Trades are there. Nasty and Neptune making their way forwards. 04 now through Zig, through the side door. Lunas, can he find 2 from the driveway? No, he cannot. Last man left alive on time. Wait a minute, fellow! Can't get a pair. 04 gets the break, and Neptune, he and the boys are Surge are in.
Yeah, how fitting for 04. His first kill is the final stand to actually make it towards that time. And unfortunately for him, gonna fall again. So he remains 1-5. But in spite of the fact that 04 and Booza have a very slow start, I mean, you end up sort of squared away. You're gonna get this scrap time on P2. And I mean, all things considered, come out on top of the first 2 hills with a lead. And Neptune doing Neptune things. That's a 5 spree.
Yeah, 5 there for Nep. Halfway towards his Hellstorm, see if that comes into play in a moment. But yeah, testament to how great Vancouver Surge play the mode, not necessarily play their kills, looking at that scoreline. But that's going to change real quick, folks, because Nep's starting to heat up. Lovely coverage there, that salvo of fire on the approach towards the hard point from Fellow gets himself in there, and Johnny B good on time as well. 10-point difference right now, and that is going fast with the mates in time.
And you can see Neptune's thinking about it, right? Doesn't necessarily want to be the injured man, but when he's called to service, he delivers, but he is just going to fall in short order. So LAG maybe botched this rotation just a little bit. Kismet seemingly the only player to get nearby, but they recover very nicely, holding the P3 down. And I mean, Luna's great trigger discipline. Unfortunately, you let enough people pass, one of them will shoot you in the back.
Oh, Kiz gets some shots in the front. Not enough for the turn there for Abuza, but Johnny's there for it. 4 spree now from Johnny. Getting a decent amount of that from within the hill as well, so points very flush at this time. Fell. Oh, gone. Over towards New we go. Rock Hall now populated, not by many players. Kids brought down to the rotation. 04, what a big one that was, mate. And you go towards time. Johnny, can we make it 5? We can. Oh, 04, what a win. Lunas can't get it done. And Surge again, a massive rotation.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking about this game from LAG's perspective. They lose the opening break, end up coming out on top of a nice P1, win the rotation, and even on P3, it feels like they won the hill, and now it's effectively a tied-up game, and you're having to break into the most difficult one. So I'm thinking they're fighting the uphill battle in the standings on the map, and all of a sudden, Vancouver Surge have the lead, and on a hill like this, I mean, you might just get beat down.
Well, with 30 seconds to go, we could get a break here. Boozer, lovely shots down range. Fell low, getting involved, son, sure does. 04, get him. Lunas, nice pickup on these next two. Can they get the contest cleaned up? No, Nep. Gets it. Kismet into time. 20 to go here. A beatdown still chance, but this is good time.
And well, contested as well. Okay. They're going to be fighting for the final few scraps on that note. And by the looks of it, Johnny, last man alive, can't make the hero play, and Surge end up walking away with all things considered. A very nice P4 and built themselves a 20-point lead. So tight game so far. And it's worth noting, 04 and Booza, slow starts. They've caught right back up, and feels like everybody in the lobby is really just trying to catch Neptune.
Yeah, Nep, a force to be reckoned with here in the league. As soon as he joined up, was the first thing he did. Popping records, absolutely sending Surge right towards the top. First hardpoint set done, second hardpoint set now underway, and again, a good looks out of the mates chance. They're looking to pull this lead back slowly but surely here by P1. The long game, though, towards P2. You've already got Neptune trying to make plays towards that, but right now, this is working out. Your purple-clad Guerrillas mates team, they are fighting back.
And doing what they can. Fortunately for Johnny, he knows he's going to have to recover. Two of his teammates spawn out, so you want to maintain these right side spawns if at all possible, but you lose the hallways control, and now you're just going to have two players for LAG. Actually make it 3. Johnny does spawn up, sort of holding down the right side spawns, and Surge just trying to get in position, but LAG, they've cleaned house. They got the front pushed out, 2 players in the back. It's a good setup so far, and they got a little bit of intel.
Yeah, patient Surge as well now on the counterattack. Perfect nade. Luna's up close now. What a transition that was. Abuza does make his way through the back, so now an opening. Johnny, the next line of defense here for the mates. Damage in, enough to get a kill. Oh, 1 at least. Good stuff. Now pressure forward. Kismet with a blade. In by Zig. Good stuff. The Guerrillas hold. Let's go for a listen in.
Guys are good like that. I spawn up front. I'm going to try to get your front, okay? I don't have your front yet. I have your front now. I have your front now.
My side. Two ramps.
Oh, good. He's not chopping front. One shot.
I can go water. I can get this last one. We could be getting pinched.
Someone rotate.
Boozer weak on the Lambo. One close left, I think.
I need him. I got that. The Lambo dead.
Good shit. Net behind Lambo. Boys, good job. I'm backing up. Good shit. No, let's fucking go.
I'm going to spawn.
Okay. I'm going to get top closed, okay?
First back lobby door. On new one shot. He's going to 10. Absolute.
In 10.
Okay, I'm backed up front.
04 and 10 stunned. He stunned me.
Last guy. Well, nasty. One shot.
Well. I'm going. I'm
trying to help you.
Out of fence, 04. Out of fence. I'm gonna contest. They're coming.
No, you net one shot. Okay, you net one shot.
You net dead. One's
outer 04.
I'm good. It's 04 and Boozer. They're outer fence.
Same push up front. Yeah, same push up front. Could have taken our top flat. Yeah, top flat 04. Top flat 04. He went office, okay? He's gonna be office 4. Nice, I was in, boys. Alright,
Boozer, one shot.
Okay, I spawned the back. We split 20 out, boys.
And outer fence, outer fence, nasty. Two, in and out.
Outer fence, dead. I'm trying to get mid. I have flat.
I don't know who he is.
Okay, I have flat.
And he slid out of us. He's front end. I have time. Go.
Okay, you one's already new. I flipped out. Yo, P1 4. Okay, I play my life. Nice job. Yeah, I know. He's top open on me. Top open dead. One more open. Open nasty dead.
Oh, calm and concise, exciting stuff in another rotation. And what do you know? The Guerrillas mates are in. Let's go to Surge and see how they break.
Nice. I'll be back. You guys try. They're both in. Yeah, I'm turning. I'm one HP, bro. I'm 1 HP. Give me a sec. Yeah. Nice. I'm 1 HP, guys. I don't see anything, guys. Nice. Could be me. Meet that. I'm 1 HP, guys. I'm lead on 1 point.
I spawn mid. I don't have it.
Okay. Have that mid. Have a pro. Come on, on the AD. Fill on 1 HP. I cannot shot, guys, okay? I'm literally 1 HP getting nade. One more, Johnny. Yeah, I'm leaving on that. One, I think fight. I'm going close. Yeah, perfect. Take your time, Jovan, okay? Yeah. I'm gonna place power review. Do a corner, Jovan. I'm in the corner top. I can take info for you flash. One flash on your left side, fight. I'm leaving you.
You might push catch as well.
Yeah, could be. They're still, they aped it. Yo, one's in light, one's flat. I'm in, I spawned deep. I don't see anything top left window. Yo, pitch spawn. Dead. One moving, top open. Nice to meet you.
He's pre-him, John.
Yeah, give me a second. I'm playing walk.
Spawn boat.
I'm looking for you. I'm gonna come out. Yeah. I'm leaving. You have a drop on point. I'm open, guys. I don't see anything open. Open.
It's a clean hard point so far. Both our teams fighting fit, and Abuza, he didn't seem to know what was going on the listen. I can't see anything, boys. 20/20 vision right now, man. 19-17, 3 spree, and a firm lead for Surge.
Yeah, readjusted his glasses. Now the only thing he has to do is read the rotation coming through. Nasty's the first one to pick it up. Nasty late on the jump. 2 players just walk straight through the rock section of the map and push through to P2, and 04 gonna have to be the recovery man. He does not have any support from his teammates. Sole man in the backline, but so far doing his job. He's at the very least blocking the spawns, and his teammates are picking up the kills. And look at number 4 and number 3 on the minimap. They are nowhere near this fight.
No, we're close. They're now sending it towards time, but wait a minute. It's a couple of kills here from Kiz. He's holding on by the skin of his teeth. No, 04, you played so well on the approach. And wait, it's the late reinforcements to get in. This hard point is not done yet. P2 still in the hands of the mates.
04 does not fear death. He will walk into bullets. He will slide into his own nades, and Abuza will bail you out with a big 3-piece off spawn. And 04 brings the hammer down to get that break in the end. And I mean, now 25 seconds left for LAG. I mean, they're trying to play containment. They want to win the rotation, but they're chalking up so much time to allow this to happen, and they're not containing anything. They pump the brakes, and then 2 players slide into death, and now Johnny spawning out at old is going to be a tough one for LAG to try to make this comeback.
Oh, good luck, lads. Well, Lunas has made his way to time. Nasty can be the first man here from Surge to get something going, but wow, this has got to be a sensational hard point, ladies and gentlemen. Nasty looking for anything he can. The backline still safe thanks to Kismet. Trades are now complete. Fella brought down on the outside, so hard point still remains purple.
And Abuza getting annoying kills on the flank. That's why Johnny has to deal with him. And I mean, 2 players spawning out at old. LAG, it's a little bit mixy because Abuza, the mystery man, gets his second kill, flies in time, and now the entire squad is here. Surge looking to get the break, looking to get the game.
Yeah, look at the contest. There's so many players here. Oh, you've brought him down. You've pushed him out. You've run it all the way. In a minute, that's a big team kill. And the contest for a second gone. Vancouver Surge. It took a minute to keep up in the race, but once they took the lead, no looking back in map 1.
Yeah, and I feel like LAG just get overwhelmed by the tide turning there in that game. Not able to stabilize, and the moment Abuza pops 3 on that P2 and the hill gets broken down, I just think Guerrillas didn't know what they wanted to do on the approach. Did we try to catch these players on the exits? Do we want to fight for the final 20 seconds? And once players started to like chow and die and spawn out, the map just gets weird, and LAG doing what they can to hold on, but eventually Abuza from the old time ends up getting 3 more kills on the approach, and I mean, simply breaks them down. So Vancouver Surge, a team with a very deep toolkit. Abuza showing off the goods there.
Magical stuff to start things off for Surge here. Nice 3.5k for Abuza. Beautiful stuff across the assists as well. Vancouver Surge shooting very well, but can't deny it, Chance. I liked what I saw with the Guerrillas mates for a long time there. Lunas had a brilliant 3-piece in P2 to keep a hold of it for his boys, but the setups were so well broken by the Surge lads. Again, testament to how good they are at the mode. This is absolutely, without a doubt, one of the top 4 teams in the league. You're going toe-to-toe with a squad on a map like this, it's going to be a tough time. So, mates, good looks, not enough for the dub. We'll see the highlights, and again, plenty of big pieces in this map.
Absolutely. And Miles, you might have actually taken note of the most important stat we just saw. Abuza had 16 assists, which was as much as 3 LAG players combined. So the teamwork just on an individual level, not quite there. Lunars might have been popping the crazy 3-piece from time to time, but ultimately Surge is showing off a little bit more collected as a team and able to handle them towards the end. And I just love this from 04. I mean, again, he's sprinting into bullets. He's sprinting into nades. He does not fear death. He wants to get his team that time.
No, he only fears the loss. Nice work there again from the Surge boys. Feeling good. Starting things right again. You don't want to be taking any team lightly, particularly at this stage of the year. And again, for Surge, they've had a great second place finish already, so they've got a wonderful bed of points to work with in that run up to champs. They're not terribly worried about falling outside of the top 8, but anything can happen here, folks. So don't take any series lightly, run them all to the end, and that's exactly what we did here on Hacienda. Map 1 goes to the boys of Vancouver Surge. The mates now an opportunity to bounce back in the S&D chance. How are we feeling about this one? Again, good gas and a lot of love going the way of the Gorilla Mates squad. This is an exciting look for them, but have they got what it takes here on Red Card?
We're gonna find out. I mean, this was a map that Vancouver Surge earlier in the year were spamming like crazy, but not with too much success. Like, they had a very one-dimensional style. 0-4 on defense, always working towards B, and he's just endlessly working those pinches. But earlier in the year, they were getting neutralized. Obviously, now they have Neptune on the team. It's going to switch up the dynamic. And, of course, they're going to be making improvements across the board. So I think they've been getting better and better on the map. And I know Vancouver Surge want to show off a level of dominance here today.
Hey, dominance is the name of the game right now as well. You want to keep that top 4 spot. You have to keep beating teams like you're a top 4 team. That's the way things go. And Surge, you know, it's strictly business now. We saw Neptune take his headset off and get the hair out of his eyes. I mean, he may still be Super Saiyan, but now he's Super Saiyan, more formal dress, let's say. But yeah, absolutely turned this squad around. I cannot sing the praise of Neptune enough for the damage he has caused to other rosters and to the gas he has provided to his team. Nasty as well. He and Abuza, long mainstays here for the Surge roster, and they've been looking good as well. 0-4 chance, one of the greatest stories I think in esports right now of just, I rocked up, I think I'm good enough to do this, and within 2 years of taking this seriously, he's on a professional team.
It's always fun when you have, like, you know, maybe any type of self-doubt or self-belief, and you get to that moment where you get to prove it and just immediate, oh yeah, no, he's absolutely good enough. No real questions there. His 3rd tournament ever, I think, on LAN. He ends up showing up in the Pro League and having a decent amount of success. And as a rookie, very impressive. Now in the sophomore season, getting top 2s, getting in the mix. And I mean, we heard in the comments from LAG, 0-4's name was said more than anybody else. So he continues to be a problem.
Yeah, he looked like he was very difficult to kill in the 1v1s, no matter what sort of situation he was in. I mean, aside from nading himself and whatnot, a couple of funny little blunders, but ultimately a very, very difficult man to deal with. Shotzi's also, look, he looks good.
So good, man.
I mean, it's
so good.
It's a shame about that previous one, but hey, you gotta hand it to the Heretics. Those boys mean it. RØKKR is on its way, though, folks. Again, this should be a very good test to see where we are sitting right now for the Gorilla Mates. Can we find a dub here? Bienvenue, welcome. Here we go.
Welcome to the depths of Neptune. Half his face consumed by the light, half consumed by the darkness. Which is going to get the best of him? Well, he is wasting 0 time. They're making all the noise. And I love that play from Johnny there to close the doors behind him for the bait. It's a one and done spot. And maybe ultimately bad thing. Now you don't have sight control on defense.
Yeah, you have sight control. Now you have Neptune now starting to push up. He gets a lot of damage and lots of intel there with the concussion. So 2 members picked up. Kiz on the flank, though, gives you the man advantage right now for the mates. Neptune, you got to get something going, son. And, well, you do just that. Lovely shots there. Bomb planting now. 2v2 on the retake.
Neptune, just overwhelming. You do not want to take that shot. You're scared to even show off any different angle. Just like you're scared of the lobby potentially crashing. 0-4 looking around because that looks to be an in-game issue. Maybe we're back, and I mean, hey, 30 seconds left for the 2v2. We'll see about the retake.
Yeah, lock on and lock in. Less than 30 to go. Perfect pinch here right now. Kismet's going to find the stairs in a moment. He has not been spotted out. The timing might not be there for him. Oh, he manages to get inside. 1v1, 20 seconds. 0-4 v Kismet. And what did I tell you about those 1v1s, folks? 0-4 brings the heat.
Old versus young. 0-4 getting it done. I mean, listen, he's a S&D kid through and through, and frankly, in that moment, easy peasy for him. Probably got the old death cam there from his teammate about where Kismet's going to be coming from, and ends up getting a 3K on the round. So easy stuff there from Surge. And again, we talked about the assist numbers that they just had in the hard point. The teamwork, incredible. Johnny might have had a really interesting idea to get that first blood, closing the doors behind him, being a little bit sneaky, but just because every single Surge player was there, easy trade to get the site control, get the bomb down, and they'll just have the advantage. However, we did see 0-4. There's a hiccup of lag or something going on with the server, so we've hit a pause. See if we can figure out exactly what's going on in LAG. See if they can crack the Vancouver Surge code.
Absolutely. I love the Johnny play. We're going to keep talking about this. It's such a funny idea. I mean, any little clue you can give your opponents, they will pick up on. Our players are not only professional shooters, bomb planters, hardpoint holders, zone capturers, but they're also detectives. They're able to piece together a situation. If the door is open a certain way, you can tell the player has run that way. Which way have they come from? Which way are they going? You can find out, folks. You can piece all these little things together yourself back home. Johnny, well, he tidied up those crumbs. He left no paper trail, and he got himself that first blood. You go, Johnny. You go, Johnny.
These players truly in the ranks of guys like Sherlock Holmes and Steve from Blue's Clues.
Nice job. Well, Steve from Blue's Clues, I got a couple of clues and I got a couple of blue teams you got to deal with on the way up towards the major Vancouver Surge. You had a great time against the Falcons, the Thieves. They ripped your head clean off. Now you're dealing with the mates Ravens and C9 coming up on Sunday, and of course April 19th for Cloud9. Get that in your calendars, Vancouver fans. That's going to be a fun one on the way to Major 3. We got to LAN. We got to Boca Raton. And hopefully Miles gets a tan.
Not just you, Miles. I'm hoping for some more tans to get in the mix. An opportunity to spread the wings, touch some grass, touch some sand.
Yeah.
Keep it out of random orifices.
Whoa! Here we go, folks. Almost ready to get back into this one. Looks like we've resolved that little hiccup. Slight bump in the road towards round 2, but so far, so good. But Vancouver Surge with a bomb plant there in their opening round, and of course, a nice 2v2 situation on the retake there. That 04 wins the 1v1. If you've just joined us, it's map 2. Welcome back to the CDL. Almost ready to get into this one after the tech pause.
I just love how permanently locked in every player in the lobby seems to be, except the Booza. Booza's the only one sort of going back and forth, just annoyed by it. I know he has not been enjoying the Canadian internet life, but when he gets to LAN, he does show up.
Oh, he's fine. He's fine. He's looking great as well on LAN. RCXD in play from the opening round, and that sounds like it might have been taken care of there with the frag grenade. So good stuff, Kiz. Right out of the death screen, right into the action. And here we go with a potential bomb plant. Kismet trying to get it down. Smooth moves out of 04. Once again, First Blood trying to find any more out of this. He has completely cut the setup in half. Shots are in on a fellow. Johnny on the flank, though. 04 can't get the third man. Here comes Nasty. 1v2 spot to be in. 1v1, and Lunas is on the other side of town.
Yeah, Nasty knows that, though. Lunars did pick up a kill, so he knows he's going to have to hunt him down. The bomb planted for him in the clutch situation. Uh-oh. And he's got the drop, but Lunars has the movement. The snake animation continues to be crazy. It didn't even look like he was exposed to get a bullet off at all. Meanwhile, Lunars just built different. Here's a look from his point of view.
Oof. Here's what both angles look like. Nasty's POV. It's such a difficult fight to take and an unusual animation to deal with as a player, but you keep firing, you keep getting hit markers. When it goes red, he's dead. Good stuff out of Lunas there. Wonderful composure in a very tricky situation that Nasty knew there was only one way out of, and that was head on.
Also, that might have been the perfect 1v1 to actually show exactly what the snaking animation sort of looks like that's been in Call of Duty forever. How from one player's point of view, he's standing directly above it, has just iron up, and from the other guy, you're a second away before even showing up among cover. So the one pump there from Lunars on point. Johnny for the first blood, even better. LAG starting their round off right.
Love that setup from LAG as well. Huge presence on top. And it's worked out for them. They are now on top in the kills department as well. So Vancouver Surge down a man. Nasty trying to pick this up through the middle of the map. The bomb has been left unattended for now. 04 will be going to collect momentarily. Uh-oh, but 04 is now entirely alone 1v3.
Yeah, Lunar's just shutting that idea down. Clean work there, but 04 definitely a player we want to watch get to work. And for good reason. That was a great snap. Unfortunately, though, they just had the intel. They watched them slide on by, in LAG, as clean of a round as you like it, they're going to be able to deliver. Get the first blood, set up on the point. Kismet gets a guy one shot. Johnny's there for the trades. Nobody overcommits. Nobody overchows. A well-orchestrated round and effort. The veteran fellow showing off the goods.
Yeah, good stuff, man. You managed to blindside 04 as he recovers bomb and tries to make a play happen. And RØKKR's one of those maps as well. Lots of lovely post-plant situations. Where you put the bomb dictates where the attackers have to try to recover what parts of the map they've got to get back before they can even get onto the defuse. So there's possibility for some shenanigans. There's possibility for the 1vx on this map, especially where we're going now by the B-bomb site.
04 wants those doors closed, yeah, but he's going to get back down. Look at the stack, though, from Surge. They got 2 players here, and Nasty already slowing down Johnny in his tracks. Nades out and about. That forces Kismet down, and the 2 players on Surge have bought their teammates enough time that everybody's here on the defensive end. So LAG cut their losses, and they're trying to get out of Dodge, but I don't mean everybody from Surge rotated over towards B. Neptune, he's been the island player over on the A site, so all things considered, great positioning by Vancouver Surge so far on the defensive end. This is 50 seconds burned off the game clock. Nobody's died.
Yeah, the team tensed up there towards the B-bomb site, and they've just slowly relaxed across the map right now, and Neptune still zen on the approach towards A. Bad news, though, for Guerrillas, mates. You did the right thing, but you don't have the time, so now you have to get things going. The unreadable. It's a nice first blood again, but not enough. The trade is there. Gotta get the bomb, gotta get going.
And they're actually maybe going to allow this bomb plan to go down, or the nade's going to connect. Well, yeah, they do, and 04 is the man that gets sent in for the kill. You're just running out of time, though. That's bomb down, and you got 10 seconds, and 04 is just going to chatter about that and say, boys, don't die. They don't have time for the plant. Nasty, just live.
Oh, live and let die. What a round from Surge.
God, all right, yeah, I need to stop casting and just let these men go to work. I would never chow in that situation, and that is why Nasty is 50 times the player I will ever be, with just a buzzer beater picking up the 2-piece, and all things considered, a fantastic call. If they know you're there, you don't give the man an opportunity to hunt. And either way, though, for Vancouver Surge, you slowed them down on the defensive end, and then the game clock comes into effect, and LAG just have to run it down. Never easy to pull a round like that off.
That was a wicked finish. Fellow would have been a bullet or 2 away from that one. Well, good news, LAG, you're on defense this time round, and it looks like you've guessed correctly. Bad news, you've got a battle now through Ticket. A lot of damage in. Perfect nade, but an instant trade, one on the other side of the map. So an interesting 3v3 we find ourselves in, and Neptune, good galley, he went for it.
Yeah, well, Johnny had a little bit of help on that gunfight, and sorely needed as well. He didn't get credit for the first blood, but Johnny does rip a Booza as well. So 7-3, certainly making an impact. However, clutch player potential here in a 2 versus 3. By no means is this an easy round for LAG to win.
If Johnny can pick up the kill on the man upstairs, yeah, nasty. That's what he's looking for now. And Johnny, you're in a position to make this potentially happen. Nasty, though, again, an important spot to be in. Eyes on the bomb. He's seen him coming his way. Great timing, but not enough there. Johnny gets the job done. Last man 04, now fighting from the front. Less than 20 to go. Luna's on the defuse. 04 knows he's there. Can Johnny get there in time to save it? Last man left alive and no time. 04 has clutched it up. Another nail-biting round from Vancouver Surge.
Yeah, and they are laughing for good reason. Typically speaking, if you're getting shot at, important to react. Lunars does not felt obligated to go for that commitment there, just because, you know, they're obviously running out of time. Again, the game clock being an impact, but 04 literally just stopped playing for a second because he was just like, all right, guys, if you're not going to maybe work for it, like, all good, that's fine. I'll take the free 1 versus 3.
Yeah. I think testament to the youth of the Guerrilla Mates roster in terms of the chemistry, who knew what was covered, if Johnny was able to get there in time. A lot of things to consider there, and again, chemistry that is only forged through the fires of war, folks. Alchemy kits down, guns up, here we go. Your first blood's been real nice, Guerrillas, mates, and you're only down by 1 round.
Once again, LAG just in a situation on the attacking rounds where it's not that they don't know what to do, but they're just not really given too much to work with. Vancouver, the setup's too clean, but Johnny, another pick. So he's been incredibly efficient for the opening engagements, and 10-3 on a 5 spree. The stat line looks great.
Lunas, are you gonna read this? Have you been spotted? Yeah, you're done. Wait, alive, he is for now. What a time, 3v3 still. Oh, there's Neptune, he gets Kismet though, that's right, he was a landmine in place. You didn't pick it up, you didn't call it out, you couldn't have dealt with it. Johnny now, in the 1v3, 30 to go. I love that. Oh no. He taps the door and a boozer guns him.
Listen, some detectives are Sherlock, some detectives are Steve. There you go. That's the line. Should have waited for that one. So saw the door open, knew a player was nearby, but he did not see the future like he needed to. And in spite of the fact that another opening pick, they're just not able to make this pan out at all. LAG falling a little flat, ended up on their back.
Bonk, that door noise again, a very, very loud moment. Gotta be very careful. Johnny was excited to try to make that 1v3 happen. He saw the TikToks, he saw the hashtags already, he was thinking about the content. He really wasn't, I'm joking, that's not true. Johnny's a stout competitor. Shots from a boozer, beautiful work to get first blood.
Yeah, finally, a first blood for Vancouver as well, or at least a first blood that did not instantly get traded out. So they've been pretty on point in the man disadvantageous situations. We'll see what Vancouver can pull off when they have the numbers.
Yeah, they got rid of the RCXD car as well. Shots there, but not enough for the kill. Fellow walks away with his life, thankfully, and again 3v3. So you had the advantage for a second, Vancouver. You let it slip away.
That B site is wide open. 04 does not know this. And meanwhile, LAG trying to make moves to the middle of the map. At least you get traded out, but you do get caught. And there's the protection there from Lunars. Him and Fellow. Maybe not the longest time duo, but an interesting duo ship they have. Now they got to try to clutch up against Abuza, who does have bomb. And last year, if you recall, Abuza in the top 3 category for most clutch players in the league for S&D. These are moments where he has shined.
Fellow and Luna's long-time IRL duo, but now we get to put them up against the Belgian baddie on a 4 spree with an RC car to his name as well. God only knows. Full pockets, you name it. Here comes the check. Oh my good God, he's been gifted the timing and the positioning. Can he get the kills now? Fellow up close, he's gonna get it. And that is gonna be the 3rd round going the way of the Guerrillas. Makes a lovely defuse. And maybe a little bit anxious there on the play from Abuza, but you'll take it. 3-4.
Well, I think Abuza honestly played that about as well as he possibly could have. He just apparently didn't see Fellow like cross out. I thought he had the intel, and I mean, either way, it is just a game of inches there. But unfortunately, I just don't think he spotted him, or maybe he just didn't expect to be spotted. Either way, Fellow and Lunars covering over each other as well. I think Johnny gets traded out by 04. Fellow's the man that gets that kill, and Fellow is near death. Lunars picked up the kill on the guy on stage, and that was the difference maker to give the advantage. So LAG stabilized, and that's a 3v4 clutch on their end. Seemingly, you don't want the first blood in this lobby.
I was going to say, first bloods aren't helping anyone out in this one. Mid-round adjustment's not necessary there. It sounds like Abuza's called in the RC car. And Johnny ate a lot of frag for breakfast today, folks. Not good for your health. RC still out there buzzing. Taken care of. Pressure now towards the A-bomb site where the Guerrillas makes they go.
And they're walking straight into Abuza's territory. But he's posted up in depth, so you do have an open access line to get over towards this bomb, and Johnny is moved in position. And this is a moment to test Vancouver's detective skills. Maybe Encyclopedia Brown. Yeah. Check this spot.
I doubt it, mate. Fellow 04 Kismet, here we go. So now Johnny's just waiting for the moment to pounce, waiting for the strike. Has he got the green light to go? Sure does. There's number 1. Pressure now on Vancouver Surge. Oh no, Johnny, you made noise again! Too much noise, Johnny! You broke the glass and they kicked your ass, and now it's a 2v2. Neptune, guns, Lunars, all down a Fellow.
And Lunars leaves everybody one shot, but no follow-up there for the kills. A disjointed effort.
Oh.
Slammed.
Absolutely slammed. Vancouver Surge, everything's starting to go right for them, even when they are down a man. A few moments here or there, and Neptune wins his first big one, catches out Fellow on the move towards the next one, and what do you know, boys and girls? Surge, 1 round away from going 2-0 in the series.
And I do wish we had listen-ins in S&D. I understand the pros typically do not want to give any of their strats away, nor do they want to hear the demonic things they probably say in between rounds. But a moment where I just want to know why the LAG players sort of made that move. Johnny full sends, and I mean, I don't know if he's getting fed information or what the situation was, but a moment of chaos puts you down 5-3 in the S&D. Vancouver looking to close out here.
Before the bomb still, they've not been super effective on the offensive rounds plant-wise, but this could be the one. RC out. the outside of the map. So now Abuza gives the all clear towards the B-bomb site. All right, fellas, open space to work with. Have you covered? Make their way towards the front doors. Those doors are open, so you know the party is on. We're doing this, guys. We are squaring up. Here we go. Opening salvo. 04 over the shoulder, keeping the coverage up. So you haven't lost any ground so far yet. In towards the site. It is gains as these boys get pumping. Neptune first blood. 04 gifted one on the back line. He's eating good at the buffet, ladies and gentlemen. And now through the middle of the map, Nasty picks up the crumbs. It is a perfect round from Vancouver Surge to close out the S&D. Good golly, Miss Moe.
And in a round and map where they might be the most appropriately named team in the league, they surged on through. That was overwhelming, and even to imagine that from LAG's perspective, it just felt like chaos. Lunars is tagged up, one shot, praying that he gets to live. 04 swinging in for the kills, and I mean, really just unable to slow them down at all. Surge, they kept it moving.
That was disgusting, man. Perfectly run round. Wicked stuff. I mean, despite the good efforts there of the mates, only 3 rounds mustered from them, but Johnny's 11 looks great. They've just been read so well by Vancouver in this map. Nothing Kismet ran on the hard point worked out, and it's been read and dealt with there, and the S&D as well. Really difficult stuff against a squad like Vancouver Surge. So kudos to them once again. Going into the half, up 2-0. Protocol control coming up after this. Good goodness, ladies and germs. It's an absolute throwdown so far, Vancouver Surge. They're looking delightful, Desk.
4 first blood seems to be the difference maker. Let's take a look here at game number 2, because the search and destroy, not nearly as close as our initial hard point. Allie, walk me through the big moments.
I mean, the big moment is you go back to that round 5. 04, we're watching it right now, actually. He's on 4, and he wins the 1v2. I mean, he starts with a 5 earlier on in the series, but he wins the first attack for the side of Vancouver Surge. And after you're trading defenses in a map 2 like this, that's the momentum swing you needed. You go up 2 rounds, and then you have Neptune just sprinting in your face and catching Kismet off guard. I mean, he is just unreal.
I mean, yeah, the chemistry in LAG just completely off, right? Like, I mean, you can see like the initial round ideas, like some of the offensive pushes for Surge is so excellent. Like, we're gonna push all the way over towards right side soccer, gonna get inside the bomb site, and we're gonna find Johnny. Even if Johnny gets a first blood there, you know, like somebody's gonna be trying to pinch all the way around. Kismet pinches all the way around, and by the time he actually finds one, like Surge just have full bomb site control. They're gonna be able to push through, winning rounds, down numbers. It just doesn't matter. LAG, even with Johnny coming in, dropping chopsticks, finding first bloods, just no chem.
11 kills, not enough for Johnny and LAG. The Gentlemates finished in just 9 rounds as Vancouver Surge continues to prove their top 4 squad.
It's like in all these situations, he's just getting isolated.
Yeah.
Johnny gets a kill, somebody's got to go in and help him, right?
He's
Like,
had 5 success in that map, man.
That's how you keep.
Go back and watch Miami on Hacienda versus Optic. Play a little bit tighter.
They're behind.
All right, coaches, get to work, LAG, because you are running out of time. If you're Vancouver Surge, though, you are in control of this series. 1 map away of taking the match, thanks to this hard point.
Yeah, I mean, this HPE was interesting. It was really close. And we've seen a couple of very close map 1 hard points from LAG already. We get to last rotation of P1 where Surge just pick up a ton of time, right? You see 04 runs all the way down secret, finds a kill, and then gets away with his life. And LAG just not able to stabilize. You have to take your time there, try to get top hauls, and like flip them, right? So in that situation, they can't group up and make the right plays.
And it can be so hard because, as you saw, Abuza gets 3 for basically free for a break, and then like throughout the entirety of the last half of that match, they just got edged out by the fundamentals on Vancouver Surge. Like, Abuza goes on a 6 free to call the game. Like, there's just no firepower from the side of LAG like that.
Not a ton more footage to break down, so we turn our attention to some fun. You guys ready for this one? We call it this or that. Crim 6 or Clayster?
Crim 6.
Yeah, Crim. Yeah.
Next.
That's a tough one for me, though. Clay's my boy. But
you said
I'm
that
going to go
a
Crim.
little too.
Gun game or prop hunt?
Oh, gun game was like what I did growing up. I have to play gun game. That was so fun.
I'm going prop hunt. You know, I'm trying to
prop
hide,
hunt is
play,
fun,
like,
but like it kind of gets
finesse.
sad after a while.
Be different items, like move around. It's actually a skill gap.
I will
too.
say,
Pop
playing with
stuns.
JCap and Mud Dog at the start of last year was probably the highlight of my Call of Duty experience. Prop hunt, formal or karma, though? Whoo, do you want the 2-game champ or the guy with 4 rings?
What's unironic is I didn't get to see either of these players play. I'm a little too young. I'm gonna go formal.
Yeah, I wish you would have went Damon because we got to show him some love, but I'm going to go Formal just because I team with him, and that guy's absolutely insane. Great teammate. I think Matt is ridiculous.
Formal. MVP. The year Optic won the championship with the GOAT lineup. BO2 Raid or BO4 Arsenal? It's Raid. It's always Raid.
Yeah,
Raid
thanks,
is the
Chris.
best map to ever grace Call of Duty.
Allie, what do you think?
I'm gonna pick Raid. I saw Arsenal. I was like, oh man, BO4 was my first competitive game, so I have like some heartstring pulls there. But BO2 Raid is unbeatable.
Last one I got for you here. CTF or Uplink?
I mean, I'm going to go Uplink. Uplink was absolutely electric.
I didn't get to see it in Prime. I didn't get to watch it. I have to go back and watch old YouTube videos.
Allie is pissing me off.
Why are making you mad? Capture the flag is fun.
And of course, shout out to ourselves. We deserved this one. An Emmy nomination for Outstanding Esports Championship Coverage. The 2024 Call of Duty League Championship Weekend could earn us some honors. I don't have one of these trophies yet. I got every other one in esports. I need to get one into those Emmys.
Yeah, if we win, we get copies, right?
I hope so. Yeah, I think we have to pay for it, but it'll be totally worth it. Miles, you're rich. How you doing?
Well, firstly, no, but thanks. Also, Chris, I think it was you, me, Kat, my dog. There was somebody else there. It was the start of Cold War. We had a really great night.
It was the greatest.
I can't remember if it was a really great
We brought in
night.
Call Me Charisma, a singer from the emo world. Anyway, sorry, take it away, Miles.
We should run a prop hunt night with as many pros as we can get going, because that's a true test of skill, ladies and gentlemen. Know what I'm talking about. Okay, let's do this. Chancellor's getting in control. Of course, you are down 2. If you're the mates, how do you bounce back? And don't say capture 3 zones or get 3 rounds, kill. Don't say that. What have we got?
I feel like you know me too well. You're just ready for the sarcastic answers, huh? It is truly a good question. I mean, the interesting thing about the LAG squad is it's like a novel situation in Call of Duty. When you are so far down on like the CDL point standings that like the idea of going to champs is looking a bit impossible, I feel like it's really difficult to get all 4 players on the map to like really commit to a system in the sense of like, hey, we're pulling away from wins. It's a very unique spot to be, very difficult to manage, and maybe on that note, that'll be my answer. You're looking for someone on the team individually to just pop off to levels that are just unstoppable, something that Vancouver Surge can't deal with the heat. Think Neptune, dropping like 46 or whatever it is on a vault. I think you're gonna have individual players step up like crazy for LAG to start getting wins.
Well, here we go. Vancouver Surge, this or that. B or the A zone? The answer is neither. The answer is actually your spawn, who a Boozer's trying to get out. I like the shots, but I'm not loving the positioning. They've got to fight their way forward. Time's ticking already. We're up to a minute now to go. Fellow finding kills in the middle of the map, so the mates, they've dug their heels in and they're trying not to let anything get through.
Yeah, I love that play from Fella. Doesn't need to square up in Chalabuza, just play a cheeky little spot and go for the long-term control. And the long-term control is something LAG might very well have. Fella was still playing hide and seek. Him and Abuza, they're just in their own world having their own battle. But Abuza clears that space. Now you have the opening over towards the A zone. Maybe bigger problems. Guys like Johnny behind enemy lines, but Nasty takes care of him. And now Kismet, the next man to check, Abuza, happy to be patient.
He knows. Or does he? Wow, okay. Nep's out. Nep's free. Nep's wild for that 104. Gets it. Keep going. 20 seconds on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. Vancouver Surge, I'm not sure if you're aware, lads, but the objective here is to capture the zones. Get your body in there. Stop the clock.
Yeah, at some point. And they're taking there's 10 seconds left. Oh, please. This is sketching me out. They just got 2 of the kills. They know where everybody on the map is, and they are tweaking models.
What is happening? Nep's gonna... No, it's done. Abuza, go. That's right. That's the objective. 0.8 seconds. Okay. Better late than never. You have handed your homework in seconds before it was due. Are you able to get a grade, ladies and gentlemen? First segment in the bag. Good God. Is this happening? Neptune, don't die! Round goes to the Guerrillas, mates.
Yeah, I mean, strangled him, I suppose, in a sense. Vancouver Surge maybe still have some of those red card S&D jitters in the mix in the sense that they are happy to play nice and slow. It is respawn. You can try to get a little bit active, but they just lost that round and had maybe, I don't know, 17 lives to spare, something along those lines. So ultimately, very patient out of LAG, Guerrillas mates. showing off the goods, and I think different players really taking turns. Kid's pretty good off the opening break. Fellow had his moments where he was really slowing things down over towards Helicopter, and I saw Johnny getting the mix doing the exact same thing. So super solid defensive round win. A single tick, I believe it was, that came through. About as good as it gets.
Okay, well, let's see if we can pull out another one, lads. A wicked start here from the mates, LA, as we go towards the middle of the map. Luna's brought the snapper today. This protocol gameplay looking lovely so far. Kismet takes the short hop up towards the grannies, and he gets himself on towards the zone. Looking for the capture for a second, not enough coverage from his lads there through the middle of the map. So Vancouver Surge buy a little bit more time, but that time is slowly going away as the B zone capture now on.
Yeah, solo capture though, or at least it was a solo capture. They really are prioritizing, excuse me, this A zone. So making a little bit of noise, but really locking down the middle of the map. And there's the individual prowess I was looking for. A 7 spree from Lunars.
Yeah, Lunars is the big gun right now. He has got the map completely on lock. His teammates now getting involved over towards A. It's a multi-man stack right now. One down. And good patience there from Lunars makes it an 8. Not able to get the Hellstorm just yet. We'll see if that happens. Fellow, lovely slide. Can he get the second segment? One more man to deal with. Oh, what a save. Here comes the pickup, and that is going to be the second segment in the bag. LA Guerrillas mates on a run here so far.
Yeah, we get to see how SMG Lunar shows up to the table as well. He is playing a different game than his teammates right now because he just spent so much time looking for more ammo because he simply ran out. There goes the A zone. He's got the Hellstorm, a 9 spree as well. And this is exactly what I think it'll take.
This is, well, you asked for it, brother. 10 now. He's on a killing frenzy. 13 and 3. Keep it going, son. Okay, do exactly what Chance says, but don't listen to me. I understand where we sit now in our relationship. Good nades there, 3 dead. Vancouver Surge, an opportunity to get back on towards B. Get going, lads. Johnny's holding you down, holding you at bay. That's the cleanup. Forward you go.
In 18v11. This is very much a moment. You are playing for kills. You can afford to do many different styles of gameplay, but as long as you keep it moving and slay out exactly like this, you'll be good to go. 18 versus 8. Surge getting lined up for slaughter.
Oh, yeah. 2 dead. And once again, Luna's 15 and 4. He's looking for the next. Great reposition again. You've got coverage. Nasty from up top, though. Nice pinch. Fellow picks up 3. Technically. How darest thou? No lives remaining. Surge. If not for a boozer, this arguably could be done, but it doesn't seem to matter. There's 2 lives left. And Johnny, he might get all 3. What another great round from the mates.
Fellow hit the I brought you into this world, I could take you out sort of situation to his boy there, but no, full credit to Lunars for that round. Nice 10 spree he goes on, connecting a little bit of it from the previous round, but this is the best play. This is early on before the A zone capture even really started to commence, and I bet Abuza wish he could get that gunfight back. I think he stopped shooting, thinking he had Lunars dead to rights, and after that, Lunars gets 2 more. Hellstorm in the back pocket. Nearly a 4.0 KD. How about that from the rookie going against one of the better teams in the game?
Yeah, this really should be a 3-0. Guerrillas mates untouchable so far. You have kept everyone there on Surge very much in the negative. Neptune a little slow to the draw as he leaves spawn on their attacking round. Surge going back at it again. And so far, first blood's good, but map presence is much better.
Did you see that spot Abuza had, by the way?
Yeah, I did.
A kid did that to me yesterday in ranked. It is impossible to see that guy if you're playing the top window. So we're stealing from Abuza for sure. He has all of the details covered.
Good stuff, Johnny. Nasty in the quick trade. Submachine gun in hand on the approach towards top mid. Good news though, lads. You managed to get to the zone a lot faster this time round. And Nasty with kills all over the place. So A zone has been made safe for a second. There we go. Man picks it up. So A being captured, B being captured. 1 segment in the bag already. Surge. They've figured out the rules.
Yes, they have. Hey, listen, they're doing great as well. Kind of a triple stack rolling through. The A zone is going to fall, and an opportunity to pull off the control version of a reverse sweep. Pac-Man might hate the language, but
what a throwback.
Trying to make an Argus joke. Yeah, I got nothing. But either way, Lunar's got revenge on Fellow.
Yep.
You team kill me, old man. I'll get you back with the score streak.
That seems a little bit overkill. But so is 18 and 8 right now. Well, 14 and 9 for Fellow. They're also tearing it. But you're on B zone. This is exactly what the win conditions look like for Vancouver Surge. Keep this capture going in Neptune. A couple more individual gunfights. Ideal. Fellow vacates his power position for a second and pays the price. Abuza now on the flank. Oh dear. This is a costly moment. Surge flying forward quite literally as Johnny's going to find a little bit of space here. Abuza still capturing the B zone. One segment done. 2 to go.
Yeah, Johnny has his hiding spots really down pat. Gotta give it to him.
Mate, he'd be really good at prop hunt, wouldn't he? 5 spree now for Abuza.
That crazy skill back in that game mode. Skill gap, excuse me. But I think Abuza saw what Lunars did. Wants to try to one-up him in this round. First tick already fallen. Second tick nearly there in a 15 versus 9. Vancouver Surge right now have all the advantages and plenty of time.
Plenty of time. Lots of lives now as well. Abuza, great coverage. Not enough for Johnny, though. The prop punt master fights his way forward and gets another kill. Oh, what a turn from Lunars. Good. Nearly swore. Excellent shots. Neptune, again, fighting out of spawn. You've still got lives, but they're starting to dwindle a little bit. Plenty of time still to go, but just over a minute. Abuza, the master of that side of the map. He's playing hide and seek now as well.
Yeah, and of course, when every single life matters from LAG, it's just a moment where you can't afford to get caught. But I don't think the Guerrillas mates players are expecting guys on Vancouver to be out towards the helicopter. They're expecting them to be near this B zone. Everybody stacking up for the final hit. 3 lives remaining. LAG needs something crazy, and you're going to get nothing but death. Fellow versus the world.
He's sending it. They don't want to get the segment. Yeah, that's tough, man. Well, Vancouver, 1 round at a time. What we like to call the comeback here in the control mode. Word to Pac-Man. Hope John's doing well. Much love. It's time, this time at the very least. Surge looking brilliant on the map and mode.
And another best play from Lunars. That one's certainly the least exciting of the bunch, but hey, you tip it where you have the opportunity to. All things considered, though, nice and stable round for Surge. I think they had to just wake up from the S&D, like get the respawn going a little bit, play it a little bit more pace. They have been awoken.
I mean, they were shell-shocked after the first 2 rounds. They barely got anything going, but Abuza's turned it right up, as has Neptune. Just in the kills department alone, and Abuza nasty. They start proceedings off nicely. 5 spree right there for Abuza. Lunars, he's dancing, but 0-4. He knows the moves, and he is jigging right now. Johnny trying to make a play down low.
I think Vancouver Surge, they win 2 gunfights on the opening break, and LAG might have just crumbled. Kismet, the only man behind enemy lines, trying to look to make the impact play. And Kismet gets great timing towards the middle of the map, but he does get traded out, so his teammates still in spawn. And Neptune, the facilitator, I mean, he's calming everybody right now.
Oh, yeah, good stuff. Nep hitting the go. Johnny now with a little bit of pressure. Great, oh man, great timing. He heard the door this time. Ah, how do you like it? Damn it, that's a tough one there for Johnny though. Pressure on towards A, gone. Surge starting to fight big time. Great work out of 0-4, directly off spawn. His aims is singing right now, folks. The mate's looking a little quiet here with 30 seconds to go in this attacking round.
Kismet doing what he can, but every one of his teammates just fell. He didn't finish his kill, and now he's got 3 more players there to hunt him down. I'm not kidding. You had off the opening break. Surge win the first 2 gunfights in LAG. I mean, just completely stagnant. And now Neptune, his character model's doing some wild things before he gets these kills.
Dude, there was, at the opening break, there was absolutely no bend. All broken right now. The mates have been stunned again. Wicked work out of Surge. On towards A though, wait, Lunars. A sign of life. Still doing it alone. Angle's now opening up here. The Surge boys, they have peeled him open like a can of sardines, eaten alive. 6-20. Vancouver Surge. What a sensational round. And now only 1 more remains. Final round here on Protocol.
The CDL comes at you quick. I think Lunar started off 15-4. Since then, he's gone roughly double negative in the past 2 rounds. And in the meantime, Abuza begun to take over 24-15. So really a tale of 2 different halves so far. And it is a round 5 to decide the fate, potentially, of the entire series. But at least for LAG, whether or not they'll get to play more maps.
Come on, mates. 1 more round. push the series. Gets to another hard point. The round 5 record, not bad whatsoever. A little bit more reps there from the Surge boys. Fellow pops things open. Kiz joins him in the feed as well. On the attack now towards the B zone. That's what we're going for the mates. That's what we want.
Finally win the opening break. This is when you want to start to fly. Johnny on the prowl. And he is somewhat of an island player here in this moment. Wins the first gunfight. His teammates do not, and unfortunate for him. I mean, good news, he's behind enemy lines. Bad news is no support from the teammates, and LAG do not have any map control. It's going to be a tough spot.
Yeah, he's been cut off from the rest of the squad, so yeah, sure, you're in their spawn, but now they are in yours. It's a tale of two teams right now, and Slammage, once again, he and Neptune finding each other in the field of battle. Lunas through mid, nothing there. Wow, the pounce from Surge. The play is on, and here we go. The trap set, Vancouver sprung.
This might be a painful moment here, Miles. This life count might start to drain. Johnny actually, though, does get a big 2 just to start to get out of your spawn, but 0-4, still a man behind enemy lines.
Oh, yeah, still doing it. Still rolling. Nice setup, though, towards A. This is a lot of pressure. This is a lot of segments, grabs on the way and the way out. Nep, though, the timing is so good. Coverage from fellow long gone now. 0-4 keeps the spree alive in the back spawn, and here we go. Back at it again. 0-4 in a position to pick up a ton here. Have they read that he's behind? Maybe. But it's just slowing them down on the approach out. You second guess yourself. 0-4 finds his 5th in a row.
This is what makes Control, you know, generally it is a very interesting game mode from like an individual perspective, because like Hardpoint, you're off spawn and there's certain things you have to do at any given time. Control creates a lot of novel moments, and like Johnny getting behind enemy lines, you get to see how like a player think and sort of what sort of chaos they can create. But ultimately LAG, I mean, 12 seconds ago, maybe they can pull something off, but it's looking like they just got throttled.
Yeah, we're watching a Neptune moment here. What a run. Oh my word, ladies and gentlemen. Vancouver Surge, the comeback is complete. In control, a final round, but in the series, a deft and decisive 3-0. Vancouver Surge, no prisoners whatsoever in that final round. It's back to the drawing board once again for the Guerrillas, mate.
And happy are the Jolly Giants there of Vancouver Surge, and a little bit stun-locked on the flip side from LAG. Couple opportunities here and there. I mean, ultimately the hard point was pretty close until it wasn't. The S&D was also close until it wasn't, and we went to a round 5, which is close on paper until you watch the round play out. So yeah, Vancouver Surge certainly setting themselves apart. I think nearly every single player taking their turn, showing off the goods there. Another strong performance out of Abuza. Pretty on point in the respawns, and the assists looking good down the line as well. But obviously everyone on the side of Surge a contributor. And in spite of Lunar starting out 15-4, since then went 10-20 and just could not find form. So LAG, that was their key to success. You need the pop-off. You need some crazy spree. You need a top 5 play of the week just to have potential in these maps.
And they got them 2 rounds. It got you close to the victory, as close as you could possibly get. And then Surge turned it on. They just found it, man. And once they got going, there was no looking back, ladies and germs. That is that chance. Another 10 CDO points going to the Vancouver Surge boys. Not that they desperately needed them. But you know what we need, though? The help of our friends on the desk.
I thought we were going to see a game 4. I was pretty excited, and then I wasn't. And you said it during the game, this team has no chem right now. So break that down for me. What does that mean at the pro level?
Yeah, I mean, it means like you look at the last couple offenses there for LAG, right? And we know subs are going to be in our base. We need to pull out some more SMGs on our side if we're LAG. Take our time and try to play an ISO, right? Like they're going to be in our building. They're going to be bottom tools, might be out near heli. Like we need to push out one side together, get a kill, and then like start to push up the map. They're not doing that. You saw multiple times like the subs on the side of Surge get over to the base, whether that be 0-4 or Neptune, and they're just not being multi-pushed. And that is an issue. And I get it, if you're LAG, you are behind, but these are concepts that like we knew way back early in the game, right? Just need to execute. You know, on the same side of that, like Vancouver are a really good team. And when you make mistakes, they're going to punish you. And you saw that in the latter half of this map.
Lunar's had a very hot start, a 7 straight, put them at 10-3 in the opening round. After that, they go up 2-0. Where did it start to fall apart for LAG?
It felt like I was watching the hardpoint again. I felt like, you know, they go up 2-0, they have this lead, but then the second there's a momentum switch from the side of Abuza, I mean, just goes on a spree, right? And LAG just they don't know how to respond to that. So then suddenly, what was working suddenly turns into these solo pushes, and they're just getting shut down by the
like this right here.
Trying to be a hero, or are you simply staggered at this point?
You're trying to get out of base, but you're not working together, so you're staggered.
Yeah, you're staggered 100%. I mean, right there, you just saw like the highlights. It happens so much throughout it. Just got to take your time, wait for that info, and then capitalize when they do give you that kill, right? It's like they want a ton of opportunities, and you know, in doing so, throw away all of it.
Very few losses since adding Neptune into the mix. Vancouver going from outside of champs now for competing for the podium in just a few months. We have Major 3 around the corner, and Vancouver now is going to have a top seed. If you're LAG, back-to-back losses, not the way you're looking to start. You are in a deep hole. Do you have to finish with a 3-2 record, do you think, to get a top 8 seed, or will 2-3 with some game 5s get you there?
2 can probably do it with some game 5s. I mean, obviously this isn't going to help their case this series, but I will say they played now Carolina and then Vancouver, 2 pretty tough draws.
Yes.
Interested to see the rest of their matches and if they capitalize on the middle of the pack teams.
We talked about Vancouver Surge. One of their strengths is the 1-2 punch. Neptune being number 1, 0-4 being number 2. Ali, let's take a look at what happened in game number 2.
0-4 just had a great series. I mean, he opens it up, and he just simply cannot be traded from the side of LA Guerrilla mates, and that continues to fall even all the way to round number 5, where he wins a 1v2. It's the first attack round as well in this search and destroy, which is huge for Vancouver Surge because they needed that to break this back and forth between LAG. He's just been unreal, man, across all game modes.
I will say, I don't think we learned anything about Surge's search today. I mean, we talk about them, they're 12-13 on active maps, and 10 of those wins are across Protocol and Red Card, obviously that being Red Card, so need to see them on some other search maps to see if they've had legitimate improvement there.
Now 2-1, their only loss coming to LA Thieves. We're going to see them in action on Sunday against the Royal Ravens before the Surge closes out their qualifier against Cloud9 next week. Could be a fun series. Stay tuned for that one. For now, though, we still have one more match to go. And Ali, you said at the start of the day this was going to be the best of the best of the best of the best games.
Did I say that? I don't recall saying that, but it is going to be a banger. Carolina takes on the Minnesota RØKKR, and I can't imagine 2 teams in an extremely similar spot than these 2. Hopefully it's game 5.
You want a fun fact?
Yeah.
Slasher has never played against Minnesota with Kenny in the lineup. Nice. We'll be right back.
Bro, Ken. Y'all got me right that bad, bro. I was in a lot of love.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
I'm ready to fly by now. You should know I got that crown on my mind. Top, get on your feet, feel the passion. Big bang coming through, blast like a cannon. Blast like a cannon. Big bang coming through, blast like a cannon.
Can you even believe this place? Sit your slimy ass down.
Sizzle, salted salt. Someone give me a 10-gallon hat. I'm going full cowboy on these bastards.
You're not sure you have the right floor?
It is so nice to meet you face to face, Plate.
You don't trust me, fine, but you cannot trust her.
The 2025 Carolina Royal Ravens team pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this calling card for the barbecue after the smoke show. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Let's go.
With fame, comes off with the backside of Palace wall, lost the delayed hit from Escriel.
Scoreboard, I'm running up stats. Numbers don't lie, that's facts. Yeah, they can't.
Oh my God, Gio, my God, is his hard point.
Check the numbers, I'm running it up. Yeah, I got.
Oh, Nero gets a double over the middle of the map. Has more. Oh, Nero, hello. How about the full team wipe from Nero?
Are you ready to rock? We've got the Ravens taking on the RØKKR. Minnesota entering this matchup with a 10-15 match record. On the other side, 18-11 for Carolina. Let's start with the underdogs here because Minnesota recently have had a new addition. And since that addition, they've played 2 Game 5 Round 11s, Alley Cat.
Yeah, it's been an absolute ruler for Minnesota RØKKR. It's them in Game 5s. You know, it's going to follow the organization wherever it goes. But they have a weird schedule. They get that Game 5 win versus Boston, but it's a heartbreaking loss to Optic Texas. But I will say for Minnesota RØKKR, clearly the hard point has gotten better. You look at that Texas series, that was within literally a hill. It was a clutch up from the side of the green wall. And it's because of the addition of Kenny. Because where they were slacking was in their fundamentals. They were 9th overall in the league when it came to their winning rotation. You add in Kenny, and that jumps up a couple of spots. So I expect their hard point to get stronger as the stage progresses.
Yeah, and, you know, Kenny was the perfect player for them to pick up because, you know, this is a team where you have individuals who've been unbelievable. I mean, Gio and Escriel mid-season form. Both these guys,
unreal.
I mean, 3,200 damage a hard point almost. You know, both of them 1.15 each in the last month and a half. So they have been ridiculous. And this is a team that's top 8 in differential, yet they're 17-27 in the game mode, right? So clearly the focus for them is to become a dominant hard point team. And I think so far what we've seen is they have the potential to be that.
In the previous meeting, Minnesota getting blanked by Carolina, but it did include a round 11 search and destroy. That happened back on February 21st. No one on the team going positive as Nero was able to finish with a 1.0. Today, they got to step the slaying up against Slashers, Royal Ravens. Gwyn at that number 2 spot. Has he slowed down in the last week?
I don't think he's slowed down. I think Gwyn has picked up right where he left off when it comes to online qualifiers. But I'm happy that we put the cam on Gio for just a second because he wasn't playing the way he's playing right now the last time these two teams met up. Yeah. I mean, he has a 1.3 overall, a 1.5 alone in search and destroy. This guy has been absolutely everything.
All right, that is a look at Minnesota and a sophomore who is popping off right now. On the other side, we have Carolina Royal Ravens. TJ Haley, are you a top 10 player today, nameless?
I mean, right now it'd be hard to say that. I mean, that was after stage 1 where he looked absolutely incredible. But let's shift gears and actually talk about what's going on with this team. You know, the hard point, they've had a lot of improvement
improvement. You know, that's the game mode that they really wanted to work on because they were solid at search and control throughout majority of the season. But what comes with that is the last 2 controls that we've seen from this team have been so damn bad.
3 losses in a row now.
You've gotten 3-0 back-to-back. They've just had some maps recently where they've gotten walked through. The Protocol Surge versus Atlanta, bad.
There's 2 big things for Carolina for me right now that they need to work on. Right now they have 0.6s across control. Like nobody is doing well in that game mode and it is going to hurt them. And then on the flip side, their S&D is still amazing outside of the top 4. So their biggest focus is going to be when they go up against LADs, when they go up against Atlanta, and maybe now even versus Minnesota, who's trying to break into that conversation, how their S&D is going to come through.
I mean, if you lose this match, like you're in loser's bracket. At the next event. I would be really concerned if you're a Carolina fan, the status of this team, just given all the things that are happening coming into it.
I don't know.
I'd be worried.
Maps and modes. Give me the numbers, Allie. Let's break down the data. Who has the statistical advantage, despite the fact that there's very limited data with Kenny in the mix?
I mean, yeah, there's limited data. Carolina is going to have the edge regardless. They have a fairly deep map pool. And it's 50-50 if they win it, but they're comfortable to play across the board.
Do we get the dealership?
Yeah, I think we might. And, you know, Search, usually being a lockup mode for Carolina, they just got cooked on Protocol S&D, so that's no longer a lockup. And then Dealership, we haven't seen them. What do we see from Mini on Dealership? They looked excellent there. Their A-push was phenomenal. Yeah. So, I mean, looking good for Minnesota right now.
Game is ready. It's time for our pick'ems, and I'm going to go ahead with the vibe check. I don't care about maps and modes. I saw TJ and Gwen smiling. No one looks awake yet in Minnesota. I'm going with Carolina today.
I'm going to go with Minnesota RØKKR. I've really enjoyed this move. I think it's one of the best ones in the time we had off, and I think they're going to win.
Listen, this is last match of the day, right?
Yep.
Wow, Nero MVP series. I got Minnesota.
Going Minnesota. The fans are going Mini as well. Maven and Merc, let's get it on.
I think you said it was February 24th, that 3-0, and this
21st.
21st, sorry. This has a lot of similarities, though, because I remember we casted that one, and it was, Carolina were off like a tough loss, Minnesota were off like a pretty good win, and we were like, oh, this is like one of those litmus tests, right? We're going to see if RØKKR are finally making a turn. And Carolina just 3-0 bopped them. Fundamentally, we're ahead of them in Call of Duty, and we're like, okay.
Yeah, and it's also like, we kind of were like, maybe is Carolina sort of starting to go down, right?
Yeah.
It's sort of the same exact thing.
Yeah, no, it really is. It's very, very similar to last time we casted this. And I'm just wondering, this will be a really good example for RØKKR because they got beat in the fundamentals last time. They were not as good of a Call of Duty team just on a basic level last time they matched up. Now you bring in Kenny, who can be Mr. Fundamental. And he's also showing it. He put up his highest KD of the year in their last series. I had people arguing with me on Twitter, when he was going through it, like, this guy doesn't know how to shoot straight anymore. This guy's washed. Like, okay, man. Yeah, you don't just forget how to play COD. He obviously was very mental. He's back in it. Whatever, the passion's back. He's been playing much better, and I'm excited to see what they can do. I don't know. How do you think this goes?
What, this series?
Yeah.
I think I picked Mini to win.
I did too. I don't know, that's what I'd love for Kenny. Just, I don't know what it is, but I did too. I think they're going to take it.
I just have
is it more an issue with Carolina for you?
No, I just really like what I've seen, especially in the hard point for Minnesota. Now, I think Carolina could win, in like a 2-3-5. I mean, they could win this hard. Their hard point has been better, but I'm just kind of going off, I don't know, I feel.
RØKKR, I mean, you kind of, I don't want to say threw 2 versus Optic, but it required some Optic comebacks, especially on the Skyline. Yeah. They made the plays, but they've looked great there at times. Look, in their second time they played it, they looked really solid. So, seen some really good things here. Excited to see what this squad is going to be.
I may just also have a 10 bias. I might just love the guy.
Yeah, no, I definitely do. I'll just go ahead and flat out admit that. Well, yeah, last time I kind of felt that RØKKR were about to make a run and they got smacked. So, we're going to see if that's going to be the same result here. But we get into the flow. As Carolina trying to rack up some time, and RØKKR try to flip and break the point. Pushing forward to try maybe get a flip is going to be Kenny. He's got 2 in front. The stun is going to connect. He runs out of ammo, gets a little bit shaky. His teammate will finally clean it up. So no flip is going to come in, but it's going to be a really good solid 0.1, right? They're going to put up 35+ points out of the opener. Kenny able to get a pick off of the break, and now a chance to really apply pressure early on here. Nice little 2-man game. But Slasher, well, he gets 2 of his own.
Yeah, I think they were hoping Wind spawns out there as well, but it's just at the hill pop, number 7, able to just spawn safe. So, yeah, behind the Kenny fake, they're hoping to maybe have numbers, but numbers were not there. But such early time. Carolina, though, now trying to get back into it, but there's the first 2 picks. And while P2 can get messy on the Vivid, that's going to be all 4 dead. So great stuff right there from RØKKR.
They had a ton of time in that P1, and then, well, a break about halfway
Slasher
through.
is 9-2, by the way. He was on that top 10 hardpoint leaderboard. He was number 10.
Yeah, no.
So you gotta give props to the guy.
He has been shooting. It's been awesome to see. And you know, despite the fact he like had a 40 bomb in the last series, when he got interviewed after, he wasn't even worried about that. It was more the control play. He just instantly goes to what they did wrong. That is Slasher in a nutshell. But behind the break for Minnesota, you build out a bit of a lead, back up to a 30-point advantage, and now we get ready for the P3 as Kenny chains together 2, and a third drops behind Estriel. The opening P3 time's going to go the way of RØKKR. Unless Gwyn has something to say about it.
Yeah, in this P3, I feel like RØKKR have shown a lot of strength here, where they can earn a bunch of time. They're able to win this rotation. A couple of players will be playing slow for Carolina. Make sure they have right side spawns. Vivid, though, almost hits the backslide shot, but that will be another 3 dead. Do RØKKR want to get aggressive here? No, looks like they're just going to hold this line for now. Maybe behind Estriel, they're going to go, and that's going to be the call.
A great hold. As you said, they could be so good on P3. About to eclipse the 100-point mark, up about 70, looking so solid. It's just if they get a convincing win here, and you look at the last series where they did it as well, as they go 4 dead, obviously, and get dropped, I mean, this might just be one that's not going to be playing much of. It might be vetoed against them. And then that's really the thing we got to see, though. We just don't know how wide their map pool is at all yet. We've seen them look good on a couple of things, but lurking forward and playing for the rotation is going to be number 1 in Kenny. He's going to try to get here early and tuck away, and he tucks away. Can he take down a second behind it? Slasher actually goes up top and gets his trophy down, so Kenny's still going to be there, and you've got numbers here. You're able to spawn out 2 players behind Kenny's little lurk play. Geo gets 1, and suddenly you're fighting from the hard point if you're RØKKR.
I thought he hurt him. I thought he hurt him like reload or switch weapons, whatever it was, but that's going to be 3 dead now, and yeah, Vivid now just up top, and Kenny again finding another entry. He's up to 12-6. Nero, Nameless was talking about it last series of the day. My guy's going to pop off. He's up to 14 lead in the lobby.
We call him Nero tweak moments, dude. He's good for like 1 every series, I swear. He just like does something insane and kills 4 people. It's going to come at some point. Hell, we've maybe already missed one. But the league continues to grow. Kenny at 13-7 continues to be the rotation guy for them and try to put them in a good position. He's going to get picked from the back, but I mean, the damage kind of been done on this hard point. You still have Nero fighting from inside. He's going to take down 2, which is going to allow you to push forward. We'll see what that 4th player is going to pop, so you will get the last person spawning in safe for Carolina. There's not a whole lot of time left to get into it here. So let's just focus on the second set of rotations. Obviously, you win it if you're RØKKR. You start with the win at P1 and a big break into P2, but like, what do Carolina need to handle? What do they need to improve?
Well, I think really you're looking at the P3 and P4. They need to find a better break at that P3. That's where RØKKR got a lot of time, and then I mean, it felt like you had everything for that P4 setup, and then Ken just slipped through. So, you know, talk about the comms. Carolina have some of the best in our league, but somehow they allow that play to happen. You know, that's 2 big hills, or if those plays are different, we're looking at a much closer game.
Oh, we certainly are. We certainly are. Well, I think the one way Carolina get back into this is a big P1 hold into the P2, but you're able to get in. RØKKR battle through. Carolina trying to make the run, though. Down about 80. They got to get something going. Let's hear the comms, those fantastic comms from Carolina Royal Ravens.
Hop dead.
I got needed.
I'll get some. Other one, hop, I think. I'm in top. Nothing kitchen still.
I just think hop. You have help, top?
I'll be under.
Top narrow. There could be 2 down me. Probably 2 down. I'm 1 shot smoke. Taking shot right now.
Hey, top hall, and top AC.
I'm gonna fall
There's like our side hall already.
Our side, okay. You move back to this side. He didn't go into nuke.
2 top mid, bro. 2 top mid. I'm gonna die.
Some P1 on me.
I have your P1.
I can be 2 top.
You want weak.
We can kill P1 in a second.
P1 dead, I think.
One shot in the back, Nero.
Deep right.
Top hill, Ken. 1 shot, top hill, went low. Low piano.
One's gonna be out kitchen. He's out kitchen. Out kitchen. Out kitchen. Deep right dead. He's out kitchen.
Low kitchen, test shield, dead.
I'm coming left to you guys.
I'm hitting this. I'm trying to take the timing.
One shot up piano.
Look couch mark.
Look how
There's 2. One was back brown.
Back brown, weak, one's down.
There's 2 times.
I'll spawn top.
back brown, I think one's back brown on me.
Hands up, Gio.
Top brown, Astro, barely weak. Top brown, barely weak.
Take a piano.
They're gonna try alright, probably. We're good for Zoom. On hill, Kenny weak. On hill, Kenny.
Front door down on 1 shot.
With you, bro. Minutes old.
1 shot.
Piano steps downstairs. Piano steps narrow.
1 round top mid, 1 round top mid.
2 shot front door. They're gonna try to drop mid, probably.
Yeah, drop mid. 1 shot.
Nice. We can finish it back.
Or no, P1. Just sitting P1.
1, Gio. 1 shot. 1 shot P1. What's top on me?
I'm trying to
Their side in bottom bed. Bottom bed, Gio.
Their side, bro.
He was weak bottom bed. Really weak bottom bed. Going to time.
There's a big girl smoking on maybe.
I'm going stone.
I'm trying out deep right dash. I got one.
Bottom arc. Our dead.
Deep right on me.
Deep right in time.
Our side was dead.
Nice.
Keep on me stone. Dead.
Nice.
Flip this.
One clip, one bottom bed.
No, we flip.
Okay.
Big advantage for RØKKR. And notice a couple things now listening. You know, Joey, you and I have talked off camera a bit. Like, we reference comms a lot, how important they are. Listen, it's one thing to be able to comment, talk, yeah, he's weak here, he's this, that. The hard part's listening. Like, taking what your teammates are saying when you're in a crazy situation and actually digesting it. Like, I thought it was interesting. Vivid, you know, he's top. He says I'm gonna get shot by 2 top. I'm 1 shot backing up, they can push me. And then like 3 seconds later, TJ's like, they're already top hall. And I'd be like, Vivid's like, yeah, no, I was calling that. Like, that's what I was saying to you. But like, that's the hard part. I'm not even trying to give TJ flack. Like, that is what is difficult. I know that as a human being. It is easy for me to yap. It is not always easy for me to listen. And that's the other part of good communication.
Sure.
You do, but.
Yeah, no, I have full-blown combos with you. Like, no, I swear to God, I said this to you 45 seconds ago.
Yeah.
And I mean, those are sort of their comms, whether they're winning by a lot or losing by a lot, but they're just getting smoked. And while Nero, he's at 31 on the lobby, RØKKR looking damn good on Skyline Hardpoint, about to put him the way here on this B4.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much more Skyline we're going to see for this RØKKR team, but they keep playing like this, because if you think they don't throw away the one, allow the clutch RØKKR to maybe 3-0 on that since they formed as a team with Kenny in the mix, but yeah, it might be a Nero tweak series, dude. Last match of the day, he's all smiles. He is playing great, and they come out and just thump Royal Ravens. But no, I mean, listen, there's probably a million examples of that if we would go through and break down every listen-in. Like, it's impossible. I think, you know how fast COD is, you know how crazy it is, all the audio and just, you know, everyone's kind of commenting on top of each other sometimes, but I don't know. I feel like we don't talk about that. Like, we'll say, like, oh, their comms sound good, but, like, it can sound good. It's like, are they actually digesting what people are saying?
Well, that one for Carolina was like, it sounded like they're sort of calm self, but it almost just felt like they're kind of the wind was knocked out of them a bit.
True.
Maybe just some frustrations because they were just getting gunned. Outside of Slasher, Wind steps up a little bit, but it was kind of Slasher from the get-go. TJ Vivid really struggled. On the other side, you got to give props to Minnesota. I mean, some big breaks there on that first rotation, give them that lead. And hang on to it the whole way.
They really, really do.
And I think you're right. I don't know how much more Skyline these guys are going to enjoy.
Right, I'm not crazy, right? You're a new team. You look pretty damn good 3 times in a row. Like, I don't know if I'm playing on a Skyline.
Yeah.
I know it's like not that many, but at 2-1, maybe it doesn't look that impressive, and we don't know exactly how scrim matchups are going in between teams. So, you know, we're talking out of our ass sometimes because scrim data obviously matters to coaches when they're going through the vetoes. But from what I've watched, probably going to make them prove it on some other maps because they're looking really good here.
No, I mean, listen, it's just fun to watch. Like, even from an outside perspective, like, you know, Ken continue to play this way.
That's crazy. He's now locked for a 0.6. Who would have thought?
Yeah. We did think that.
Who would have thought?
But he did have a 0.6.
He did. He was looking rough. Don't get me wrong. He was looking real rough. But I think that's another story, though. Like, you know, I was kind of talking about the comms thing. Part of it we don't talk about a lot. Like, that's another thing we don't talk about a ton is just like the mental side of it for players. A lot of times, like, I don't think people realize how big of a deal the mental side is. You probably went through that at some points in your career, right? Where you start to maybe lose faith in yourself a little bit, or maybe passion for the game, and all that stuff's got to click for you to be the best, man. It just does.
Well, I think you can just see sort of his impact. Just, I mean, we don't know what RØKKR were doing outside of the game, but there's already been tweets of him, right, and his family just sort of out with this entire team, like bowling, like, I don't know, just sort of, he's a culture builder. That's what he is, right? He understands the importance of how our relationships are going to impact the game inside and outside of the game, and it feels like this is just different for RØKKR, and they're learning from him.
No, and I think it's like good for him too, saying like being around these young, like hungry players that like haven't won, that want to win. Like it's probably perfect for him. But we're talking about Gio a little bit, and while he's been stepping up, it's been awesome to see him all year. But I think bringing a player like Kenny in just levels him up, levels a guy like Estriel up. Nero's gonna like, I mean, that guy's either gonna be the best player or the worst player in a map, no matter what. I don't think it matters. He's on his team. That's just who Nero is. But like, this is a guy that really has an opportunity, I think, stepping up with Ken. And Ken, you think should be, for like a young AR like him, like, I don't know, a good...
Anything you want? Hey, I'm gonna go
anything
first.
you want, but also like, just teach him. Like,
yeah, like in this sort of scenario, what should I do? Yeah, because I mean, Gio does have like, you know, especially last year, a little bit of this year, sort of this like slower AR stigma, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but there's times when you do have to speed up. He could probably be the one to say, hey, this is when you have to go.
That's probably the trickiest thing for those players. Like when it's time to play your life, when it's time to just hit it and throw life to the wind, like it's just that change of pace can be so tough. And yeah, you probably can't help him because he's been Kenny's been a good SMG player, a good flex, a good area. He's done.
And I'm sure like their coach in Looney is doing the same thing, but having an extra voice to sort of reinforce that, no matter what, is going to help.
Yeah, and on the other side of this for Carolina, like I kind of agree with him on the desk. Like this is a pivotal moment because how they've been playing, and then also like, okay, I don't want to like add drama to it, but with the rumors about it potentially being Ken coming in for Viv, we know the rumors were there. Usually with the rumors, there's some truth in the mix, like some degree of it. If you come in and then lose to him on another team, it's got to double down that a little bit. Like it has to.
Yeah, I think they're just kind of again just sort of hoping tournament time. They're back in that sort of T6 combo.
Yeah, well, I mean that's for a lot of teams right now. Like,
well, luckily for them, that's what they've done earlier in the year.
Yeah,
that's kind of why. Hopefully that keeps up.
But this is a massive match. More for RØKKR when you talk about the top 8 because you mentioned the Heretics win. Heretics win just puts more pressure on them, right?
Yeah, they were hoping they were down 10 points, so now they're down 20. They were hoping Optic wins that one.
Kenny's like, these guys are still killing me.
They're still just throwing daggers at me.
But yeah, puts a little more pressure on them, but so far so good, at least through the map 1. But now you get to a Royal Ravens team that can be so prolific in search and destroy, but I mean, FaZe just beat him about 3.5 minutes flat last time we were here. TJ though, finding his opening to get that first blood. And he'll take a second there as Kenny hits him to 9. Nearly catches him, but TJ's got the high ground. And TJ's finally going to drop, but damage done.
Yeah, Gwen's just crawling up to the bomb, but man advantage so difficult to work this retake. You're hoping Estriel can take down Slasher quickly, and he can. So I think a lot more doable now.
It certainly is. Yeah,
once you're spread thin normally, but now you have a good idea where these players are. Do you? Gwyn, though, a bit of an off angle there, just catches Nero by surprise.
Well, Estriel gonna have to do it all now. Got the first pick on a Slasher. Now into the 1 versus 2. Only 25 or so to go. Looks right, unfortunately, out to his left. So he will drop Carolina on the board first behind, well, TJ making the play.
Yeah,
gets
across mid. Just gets right up mid, then finds an AR on the ground. And then just nice heads-up plays here by Gwyn. Just kind of knows the timings. They're going to be looking for him. And is in these off positions that just not where you're expecting him.
2 for Tej, 2 for Gwyn. Definitely pressure to this dynamic duo for this team to get back into that sort of top 4 form. Dude, Vivid's eyes are
blue.
Dude, he's like a White Walker, bro. Those things are blue. I never noticed that before. Why am I staring at Vivid's eyes? I don't know, but they're bright. Dude, they're bright.
They popped out at you.
Yeah, no, they really were. I was looking into my soul. Vivid gets the opener on to Ken. Gwyn right there on to Nero, and that Chow down today, not going to go the way of RØKKR. They're in a 2v4 hole very quickly. Suddenly it's Estriel once again. There's 1v2. Well, now it's a 1v2 again. After he gets the first in the 1 versus 3. He's got bomb in hand, and we'll see if we can clutch up. And where RØKKR have looked so good in the hard point, it's been, I mean, Search has been all over the place.
Yeah, all over the place. And even like Ken, like individually, just probably the game mode he has to focus up a little bit more on.
Yep.
Get himself activated, and throughout the years just struggled. Actually, though, isn't he at the bomb down, but they're already here. Vivid and Slasher gonna be there, but
just a mode where they're gonna he'll help him in hardpoint, and this game mode where they're gonna need like Nero to do he'll have a 3-kill round, Geo suddenly get an ace. Like let's have these pop-off moments. But maybe it takes some time to dial in. I'm sure that's something they're working on, and not as easy to, well, just because of your scrims. You play all the respawns. You don't have the same reps in Search. You can talk through stuff all you want, but.
And even when you practice Search, a lot of the times, I mean, you get some like real game situations, but
isn't that the
always
reason?
Changing.
Isn't that the reason like Search has never been a part of the regular scrims? Because people, it's not that even they're trolling, although some people probably would, but they just like you try stuff you wouldn't at a regular match to see if it'll work. And
yeah, I mean, teams do like best of
9s
and best of 11s where they do each mode. So it is common, but it's just like, yeah, it's hard to replicate.
Well, I know it's mixed in more now, but it wasn't, for a long time, it wasn't scripted at all, was it? Like pre-CDL? I feel like
it depends who you ask.
Yeah, I feel like I remember it just like.
Well, there were a lot more just sort of tournaments, though.
That's true. That's true. That's true. When you had a 2K every weekend, that's a good point. TJ getting around the edge, now finishing the kill. Those Nero's able to take down 2. Slasher answers though. Now 1 versus 1. Geo reverse Slasher, and well, one that RØKKR obviously need. Slasher's trying to clear everything before he maybe thinks about this plant. Don't think he spotted him.
Yeah, the way he rechalled that and sort of sent it out. I wonder if like a teammate caught something, but has the info. Bomb down now.
I thought maybe Gio was going to get involved when they were going through that battle.
Timing.
I think, yeah, that might have been a teammate calling it out. A little damage in. Stun will hit, though. Still have a frag to work with. Does it go deep or does it connect? I think it goes deep and not going to hit, whereas both pieces of utility connect for Gio, so that's going to allow him to take more space. Just holding it. Brilliantly played by Gio. Good use of the shoulder, utility, doing everything right there in the 1 versus 1 to get the win.
Yeah, Slasher's just thinking that he doesn't have both nades there, right? He's hoping maybe he just has a stun. He's hoping his nade connects, but yeah, beautiful Semtex and then reposition off the Semtex. Doesn't expect him just prone there. He's got to check sooner or later because Gio knows he's going to back away.
And I think Slasher, when he throws the frag, thinks he's still tucked in that right pocket, so throws it a little bit deep. I mean, he connects on that frag. This plays out very different.
Probably just chows off of it.
Yeah, probably. Nero's 2, though. Oh, nice little side slide there to catch Tej. And from Tej's POV, that's where he thinks he just doesn't finish the kill, right? Just kind of stops shooting. I thought he stopped shooting, but maybe he's lost him on the slide. Because that looked a little bit different from that angle. But you get around one.
Watch out.
Dodging. Last time they went down here, it didn't go so well. See how it goes on this square up. They're going to send it. Just trying to fly out and chow. Nero up over the top. How is he alive? I have no idea. Slasher backs away into Spiral. It's suddenly all going to be on Estriel. He's stunned up and can't get out. Slasher able to push it out, and they'll take it. As that 1v1 gets decided quickly. Good job by Slasher, kind of tucking away Spiral, and he'll call game.
Yeah, I mean, Slasher's weak here too, but I think the stun connects. So he just knows he has all the advantage in the world, but Estriel's just 1 or 2 more bullets on a Slasher. Maybe he can finish that kill, then it's a 1 versus 1. But yeah, gets Mixie down there.
Yeah, I mean, for RØKKR, you probably want more situations like that if the search has been struggling, but so far the battle on A has not gone their way. Outside of that 1v1 clutch for Gio, you got nothing. And yeah, you mentioned Kenny's been great in the hard points, but Search been inconsistent. Right now, sitting on 0-4. A nice win there from Tej. I thought he was getting caught and getting nothing. At least he's able to get 1. Good tags in for both players. Really, Gwen just keeps on challenging. Kenny can't get away. Now he's 0-5. I think the second player's got like 10 HP, but just cannot finish it. All on Nero now. 1 versus 3, and he is dropped. They're being outclassed right now on Protocol Search.
Yeah, that's just really it. I mean, you get the first blood. You're hoping that DJ doesn't find one there. You're hoping that's a 4 versus 3.
I thought he was dead to right, so I mean, it looked like
he was. Yeah, it certainly did. And then maybe that round plays out a little bit different because then Ken gets caught out of a situation. Maybe you're flanking sort of bottom zip, but doesn't happen in the 3-on-3. Carolina just looking better in that round.
And their advantage grows. And it's looking like we're going to get squared up at 1-1 unless RØKKR finds some improvements quickly. Unless Kenny starts finding some kills. Slasher and Gwen leading Carolina thus far. Yeah, Nade'll hit an arrow, but only gets out at least to the artillery gun and doesn't drop. I think Estriel takes a nade as well as he's at half HP. Nero across the map, you're hoping he can make a play similar to what TJ was able to do in the opening round, but not finding an opening. Kennedy is on the board as he gets the first blood. Maybe this leads to a round win. Nero, what's the timing like for him? He kind of threaded the needle here, and it's going to work out perfectly for him. TJ will get through, but TJ gets 2, so maybe it doesn't work out perfect, because you're thinking maybe that's not open because Nero's angle, and he wants to win that with a trophy. I think maybe saves Quinn's life.
No, it does. It literally acts as a shield. Definitely blocks a bullet or 2. You have the advantage with the Jackal, but the trophy, the protector of Gwyn, and now TJ trying to find the 3rd in the round for himself. Gio didn't have to back down 1 versus 2, 30 seconds, needs to acquire bomb as well.
Their only round one is his 1v1 clutch, and he come up now with the 1 versus 2. He probably lost a little aim assist with the trophy too. That was probably real annoying. He's hunting. Nobody home. Doesn't have bomb. Not gonna have time to get back.
Dwin's just looking at it.
Yeah, he's just staring at the entire time. 5th round up now.
Yeah, but I think you're right. The way when Nero dropped, he doesn't see anything plat stairs. Yep. If he spots that player, round looks a lot differently in TJ. But he kind of drops. He's like, hey guys, there's nobody plat. I think they just run into TJ.
Oh yeah, no. At first it looked like he threaded the needle, but it's actually like TJ that finds the opening. And yeah, as good as it looked from Nero's POV, yeah, TJ gets 2, and that decides the round. It could be a game of milliseconds. But I'm sure they gave that up, yeah, once he's fighting down to computers. One more round for Ravens. As Gwen's on a 4. Got a car to use too. Well, car's gone pretty quickly, but getting some info there. Most of the presence is down low.
So fast.
TJ is so quick to get there. Another first blood for him. Nero's going to drop shortly after, and they have just been dominating this map too, getting back to the bread and butter of Royal Ravens.
Yeah, man, I don't know if that's just the info off the car or TJ's just going, but he hit that middle door.
That's a quick one.
A couple of rounds, and yeah, Carolina get right back to it. Kind of their anchor throughout the year in Search and Destroy. It needs to be.
Yeah, they're laughing that one.
Their hard points looking like that.
Nero just like laughed and walked away. Kenny's always laughing regardless of results, but I mean, what do you just gonna have to laugh that off? I mean, and for Carolina, you just got 6-0'd, and you 6-1 there. You've been seeing it all on protocol, but trying to improve after. I mean, that phase series was just, that wasn't pretty, man. Like, the map 1, they battled a bit, but then, yeah, I haven't seen a 6-0, 3-0 Search into Control in a minute.
Like, in Minnesota on the year was 0-6 before this on this map. So this has not been one. I mean, maybe they're just trying again with Ken.
Yeah.
They leave it open. Maybe it's been going a little bit better, but now up to 0-7. So just Protocol Search Destroy is one they've avoided. Tried to bring it back in, and maybe they avoided it yet.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's Skyline, obviously their pick. That's going to be the Search pick. Then for Carolina, so dealership, we know RØKKR looks solid on. They're hoping to get back 5.
Oh, yeah, we'll just play the new ones.
Yes, exactly, 100%. Like 100%. New team, new map. Let's try and get a little bit ahead. Ball control, though, going to be kind of your swing game, your interesting one, though, as we're tied up 1-1.
Have you seen a rewind yet, by the way? We haven't seen a rewind yet, have we? I feel like we haven't.
No. Have we had one?
One,
Boston,
right? Okay.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. 1.
Okay.
Desk, hi.
More rewind tomorrow. That's a request from Mr. Merck for all the pros that are watching at home. And right now, you're probably watching for good reason. Minnesota is a threat if they keep playing the way they did in Hardpoint. But so is Carolina. What was more impressive? The dominance in Surge going 6-1 or a 100-point victory in the Hardpoint, Al?
Ooh, I gotta say the 6-1 in the Search and Destroy simply because it was Geo winning an insane 1v1, so it wasn't even Minnesota RØKKR doing a whole lot right, but also because they had to do that after getting basically a 100-point club. So I think that's a little bit more
the bounce back.
Yeah.
I like that one. And what did you see from Minnesota? Because pre-match, I picked Carolina, picked on vibes.
Yeah.
Map 1, those smiles disappeared, but then Minnesota disappears in Search.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, for Minnesota, you know, you heard Clint Joe talking about a little bit, like, Protocol's just never been their map in S&D, right? Like, they're kind of like, their dealership looked good. Obviously, their rewind has always been great. And then now, like, you're coming into this, you're testing out new maps to see what works with Kenny. And obviously here, you just get outpaced. You know, a couple of rounds, they try to establish mid-control on their defensive side of things, and, like, Slash and Quinn just pick them apart. And then it makes you play timid, and then TJ's flying through and taking all the space on the map, right? So it just doesn't really work for them, honestly. Just veto it.
Yeah, I think it's more of a situation as well as they just weren't winning any of the important gunfights. Like, they were constantly caught out from the side of TJ, so it's just Minnesota had nothing to work with.
We have a control coming up. That is game 3. And a reminder, Carolina has lost 3 controls in a row. Nameless, though, let's take a look a little bit deeper at some of the gameplay. What have we learned so far?
Yeah, so let's talk about Minnesota and their hardpoint improvements. Just so fast-paced. The decision-making is instantaneous. We're going to talk about a rotation to P2 here, and we're on board with Nero as it stands. So let's jump into the minimap, and let's see what's going to happen. So Kenny, he spawns up last right here. He finds the kill onto Hill, and now you're like, okay, we have to make this rotation quick. We're all going to instantly make the plays. So Nero's going to fly down here, find this kill, and we want to flip them out. We want to spawn them all over here, right? So we have to get to that side of the map extremely fast. And when Estriel spawns, he's number 2. He just died. He's going to come through here. And why this play is so special is afterwards what happens, right? So they're going to find all these kills, effectively flip them out. Estriel immediately turns around to get the cut on the players crossing, and then you're going to see Kenny go to the windows of Hill to pinch them in and find those kills, right? So this is like instant decision making on the side of Minnesota. We're going to watch it play out and talk about it. Nero, it's like, okay, I got to get that first kill, finds it. Now everybody swarm, fly in, and try to play these trades together. Geo finds one, and now you see Estrio. He's coming off spawn last, the bottom side of your minimap. He's going to come in behind, try to help them. Doesn't need to because they find the kills. So what's my job? To go cut them off. Kenny's in time. We find all the kills on that push, and now we have crazy layers. Estrio's pushed all the way up B3. Nero's applying pressure mid, and there's just nothing you can do if you're Carolina. By the time you find these kills, we have picked up 20 seconds, and we are already ready for this next push where we know exactly where you're coming from.
Is this comms or flow state right now for Minnesota RØKKR? Because Kenny has not been there long.
Yeah, I mean, this is comms, and then this is also like you have an objective, and you know exactly how you want to execute. We need to flip, and we know exactly where they're going to be on this next life. Let's go chal it. Let's make the game easier. They're a good HP team right now.
Ali, I said we might go to a game 5. After watching the first half, I fully believe that, especially if Carolina is able to take this vault control. If you're a Minnesota fan, though, and like everyone at home voted, how does this upset happen?
This upset happens, I mean, it depends what side you want to call the upset. If
Minnesota.
If Minnesota's the upset, they love vault control. I think Nero gets activated and comfortable. You get him down low, you get him lost, as well as Estriel. We've had Estriel having some insane vaults recently in the past. And then if you force that game 5, I think they might have a couple of tricks under their sleeve.
All right, game 3, loading up. Our players are ready, and so are your casters. Maven, let's get into it.
I'm excited. Yeah, no, this is probably going to go the distance. We thought this would be our best match on the day, and we'll see if we will get there. But the control, a big one. We're obviously going to get to the hardpoint pick for Carolina in the map 4. Yes, we know they've looked really good on Skyline for the RØKKR side, but ball control, I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a strong one for Minnesota. I think a lot of teams have avoided it due to sort of the sub duo in Estriel and Nero. I mean, 5-3 on the year on the other side. I mean, you've been decent here if you're Carolina. One of your better control maps. It's just so tough with these rosters, sort of the forms of both teams so far. But for Kenny, yeah, he's having a much more fun time.
Yeah, and Respawn.
And Respawn.
Surge, still working on it, but yeah, 0.63 to 1.18. That's a little bit of a turnaround, and he's been big for them in attack. And I think like when he was looking lost, especially when it was like glaring, like control, especially on like Vault, honestly, with the Optic team, like it's just his timings were off. Like, well, that team was very out of sorts, but that's where I felt it was so glaring for him, was like on Vault controls. Excited to see, you know, what it looks like with this team as they seem to be finding a bit more of a rhythm. And just, you know, I think you've got 3 young players that are going to listen to him and what he wants to do, whereas you probably had, you know, different opinions when you think about his previous roster. Excited to see what they could do. But Carolina tried to carry, that 6-1 monster Surge victory.
Well, this is the big question, right? Because, yeah, the control has been struggling for Carolina. 0-2 this stage, the last 30 days, 2-5. And when we touched on this team, it's been they need to get better at the hard point. That's starting to happen. Right now they're, you know, right around 50-50.
Feels like there's always a give and take with
But
them.
like, yeah, it just feels like as soon as something starts to get better, something else gets worse. And if they want to compete for titles, they have to be better in respawns.
Well, Ravens, you know, they start off on the offense, a chance to certainly catch them off guard and get a massive opening round if they can do it. Gwen has found all sorts of space in behind enemy lines, and now he's going to look to pounce. How long can he get lost and influence things? And does he just distract, or do you kind of flip this and try to progress on over towards B? It looks like they're just going to hop onto A for now. Well, actually, they're not even going to hop onto A. They were maybe thinking about pushing out with Gwen, depending on what he found, but that doesn't really turn into anything.
Yeah, it looks like they weren't on the same page with
It
what they wanted
like
to do.
That.
Like, well, maybe because they just had nobody inside, so that one player had to jump through. Had no info, so Minnesota just kind of slow down. They're like, we're just gonna wait and see what happens here. They're able to bait out that one player who is near the stairs, and then they're finding the kill. So Minnesota in a good spot, even allowing Gwen to get in that scenario.
Gwen trying to do it in the midpoint. Well, he gets one, and then unfortunately catches a team nade. TJ able to get him behind, and now you've got 2 dead. Perhaps a chance to do something, but as TJ gets caught, time is a dwindling. 5 life advantage for RØKKR, which may not matter, but 20 seconds to go on the point. Vivid's got to come away with something. Not able to do it. Gwen, if he doesn't get stunned, maybe he can turn that into a double, but it's an Estriel double instead. And all you got to do is really trade efficiently on the defensive end when it comes to A, and so far you've been able to do that, or better, as they just clean sweep them in the final seconds, and that should decide a round, unless there's some sort of miracle here from Ravens where you just win every single gunfight, but that's not going to be the case whatsoever, and that's convincing opening defense for RØKKR. They were up 9 lives at the end, and
Well, and that's why that whole scenario was just kind of odd, because there was you could just tell that they weren't exactly sure which point we were going.
Well, yeah, I was sort of like, are they going to use him as instructions, get on A, but then no one actually ever got on A.
And then someone got on B.
And then Vivid, by the time Vivid got there, like, Gwen was dead. And yeah, no, it kind of seemed like they were trying to figure it out. I'd be curious.
Maybe set up like a B play, but we've seen teams get away for that exact reason, because they're just really tough to pull off.
No, that's why usually that person that pushes through and Gwen, like, typically has a sub and kind of flanks A to like open up A, but I don't think he was expecting to like get where he did. Maybe, yeah. And then it's like, okay, well now I've got to kill and I'm in art. What do we do? It might have been that situation. Like we didn't expect him to get here. It was a weird one. Okay, well, that's going to be a triple. Is the break off? That's one way to win it. It's Kenny by himself. Is the nade combo from Carolina.
Well, I heard a trophy go down, but I don't think it was down yet. You know, there's that little phase and a nade can explode. I think it literally blew it up as it was activated.
Well, that is tough, because now you're going to be battling off of that, and that's disgusting there from TJ.
No, literally from the break.
Oh yeah, no, you just, okay, well, Nero, okay, he's tweaking. This might be Nero's moment to like, get them out. Gio will get one as well, and that's huge. That at least gets you out to start fighting towards the point. Nero getting eyes on a couple, tries to get the stun out. Unfortunately, TJ's holding the angle. Might set up Estriel. I thought it would set up Estriel. It doesn't, because Gwen deletes him. Kenny, right into the point, wins the first one, which is difficult, but can't follow that up with anything, and now you're a little bit staggered. I mean, that happens a lot, though, for both sides, really, on this. Is you're just funneling, trying to keep reinforcements today.
Yeah, that's why Ken just kind of flies off. He's hoping to just find one so his teammates get there. It's even numbers. That's exactly what happened. So they're right back to this point. Evian caught with a stun if you're Nero. Now a trophy for Astro. Tendo on a pinch. A sub out. The man can do it with both. Almost catches Gwyn. Needs a bullet. Backs away. Now he can start to work the 8 point.
Yeah, backs away because he's got trophy. He's only got a bullet left. But the progress, it's moving. Second bit done. Obviously going to take the tick advantage here after the great defense, and so far so good. I mean, lives-wise, yeah, you're down a little bit, but still.
You take the 3 ticks all day.
Yes, exactly. You take the 3-6, especially based on how your defense, but Kenny's going to try and get active right through art, and he's able to do that. Love to see him with a sub in hand on this map, and, oh, it takes me back. Trying to not get his toes shot off here.
Come on, this is we kind of thought this.
Well, his toes are getting shot off.
Even like last stage, like maybe he should just pull it out more. Just seems like sometimes he did, sometimes he didn't. Maybe just needed a little bit of time to get comfortable with it.
Well, it seemed like there was a dialogue between, like, with Fred and maybe running AR. I don't know, based on what he said on his stream. But it sounds like it was discussed, but obviously never came to fruition. But Gio is going to get gunned. His slasher wins that fight. 40 to go. Live's going to become a big conversation here. Oh, Kenny would love to get that one. It's going to lead to his teammate getting it, and then Nero can't quite finish. You're a bullet away from probably both of those fights to suddenly having 3 down for Carolina, and maybe you're winning this round. Still opportunity to do it, but you've got Slasher back inside of ammo. Estriel's trying to finesse through everything. Stays up, pauses the clock. Now he's going to get challenged. Beautiful life here from Estriel to keep finessing and then win the fight. That is terrific from Estriel. Unfortunately, the rest of his team is dropping, so he's kind of left out on an island for now. Because you would love, I mean, 3's great, but you get like a 4th. That would be huge.
No, that's it. And well, he's playing like he knows that. Just trying to pause the clock, get his teammates here. They still have to deal with Slasher. So tough. Finally able to do so, and there we go. Gets the extra takedown. Can they do anything more? Kenny's gonna get taken down trying to help him out. Nero's on the flight, but it's only 2 lives remaining. Gonna be so tough to do with only 2.
Only 1. It falls to Gio, and while he's in trouble.
Did the second one maybe? Well, the 5th one.
It was so close, so close. But the fact that you get 4, that's a not a round win, but a round win.
It's a small victory by Estriel.
Yeah. No, but a great life. But yeah, let's see the nade off the top, and yeah, I mean, really, it's this trophy.
It's
here
this.
It is. Yeah, we'll see this.
As soon as it, just not down yet.
That is tough. That is tough. So they combine 2 trophy, just a millisecond late. I said games in milliseconds. Well, there's a real good shot of it. I mean, but the fact that you turn that into that,
right? Yeah,
great offense from RØKKR. Because sometimes, I mean, you get like clean 4 dead on offense on a control, and it's like you're just in hell until the round's over. I can't remember who got like 2 to get them out. It might have been Nero or somebody. Yeah, Nero got 2. And then behind that, ends up turning into 4 ticks for him. Did Carolina get any?
0.
It was 0. Okay. I didn't remember if it was 0 or 1. Well, Gwen, so this is what I was talking about more often than not. If you take that route through pool, you end up kind of flanking back through cat or flanking back through kind of the open doorway. A little more traditional this time, but still no opening on the point. The defense has been strong, and it continues to be strong. Kenny and Nero leading with 15 and 16. As they continue to hunt, and TJ is just like, all right, boys, I'm going to need you to come back off spawn.
Well, he's like, I'm going to just try to pause the clock, maybe distract you. As you can see, his teammates are just being trapped in the hot tub.
Bro. And maybe that's one of those things, too, when you're like, well, they were already, obviously, this was kind of one of their go-tos for control, but for Minnesota, they got to think defense a little bit easier probably than offense. Gwen, he is struggling right now. 9-18. They're getting farmed.
Him and TJ are just switching spots now.
Yeah. They're up. They won their first defense by 9 lives. They were already up 9 until that stretch there. And Kenny just hits from deep. He's up on the banister at Art and able to take down 2 as he gets up to 18. And this might be another shutout type round. I mean, yes,
we got one tick.
Yeah. You got that one tick, but you got 22 seconds to do something. Okay, all right, Gwen, there he is. He was 9-18 or whatever it was, and now he pops a triple, and suddenly the round becomes interesting.
How does that even happen?
I don't know. Yeah, perfect until Gwen just slaughters everybody, and suddenly a minute extension. And now the ticks conversation, I mean, a bit more of a convo, but not really, just because usually if you get blanked in a round, you're screwed. Gwen on 4 in a row now. I got a minute to go, 13 lives, doable for Royal Ravens, but from a map presence standpoint, they got nothing. If anything, Kenny's pushing it. Kenny's killing TJ.
Yeah, he's just wasting time here, too. That's really his goal. Just stay alive, be annoying. And, well, even when you're finding kills like that on the Vivid, that is such a big W. Now you're controlling that ammo building, which we know is so difficult to deal with. And now the trap is very much in again.
That's a very different Ken. We're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, he just destroyed Vivid.
I mean, he might have taken that same gunfight a month ago. He wasn't winning it.
No, he was not.
Last chance, really, for Carolina. Get a body on the point. That body is turned to dust. TJ's chance to do it. No respawns remaining, so quite literally, your last attack at this. Tags in for Teach, but not going to walk away with anything. Maybe the damage in will lead to something for his teammates, but until you get control of this B Street, you're not going to be getting the B points, and they never, well, neither team's really been able to do that outside of a moment for RØKKR. Gwen gets fried, and RØKKR's defense maybe not as good as their first round. Boy, it was.
Well, it was close. It was literally, I mean, I'm sure it'll be the best play, probably the triple. Because outside of that, yeah, I mean, this is going to be it. This is how you got this. Just from Cat, and he was one shot and just catches Estriel off guard.
Estriel, yeah. I think Ken got like a bullet in, and then
you were literally 1 3-piece away from giving up another tick.
Yeah, just one tick and a shutout. RØKKR looked to close it out on the offense. It's another great respawn for Nero and Kenny. 24 and 17 for Nero. He had a great map 1 as well. He put up, what, 30 plus in that. Now, last break was horrible. This break, maybe going to be a little bit better. Well, it can't be worse, really, than 3 teammates dying to 1 nade. Well, 2 nades, I guess, technically. But
we just didn't go main door this time.
Okay, well, maybe it's going to be the same result. It actually is basically the same result.
The Nero off one gets 1. Well, deja vu.
Yeah, feeling that way. Pushed up deep will be what Tej. Already going to be able to kind of flank the push, but you know you're spawning out towards pool. You know something's up. They're trying to sniff it out, but Tej just finding.
Oh, did that stun not hit? No, neither stun must have hit Gwyn, so he was just kind of lurking in that vault side room. Well, he's able to find that, so they've just been trying to find these Ravens players, and they've given them nothing.
Oh, I mean, TJ did like a full lap of their spawn.
What if it ties and takes goes a kill? So right now you're in an OK spot if you're Minnesota.
I mean, they just have to blank them, right? I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah. It was starting to look that way, but you finally get 3 dead. Vivid's kind of out of the play, so should be able to get this first tick.
All right, so that'll guarantee them the defense, yeah? So you know you have that in the back pocket, but can you come away with something else? It's not looking good, as they're going to go 3 dead again. Kenny, low man here, gives up the hold. Right as he would have had one, but does still walk away with 1. 20 seconds, though, to go, and, well, I mean, really you just need to get that tick, I guess. We haven't seen a ton of offensive round wins on Vault.
Not since stage 1.
Nope, we have not. Vivid can't get away. Estriel was the finesse master last time he got to this position, trying to do it again. I thought he made the play, but can't win that fight. It's the Gwyn headshot. That will take him down.
Those are really clean shots by Gwyn, but not easy at all. But he backs up onto that head. He does. Estriel again now trying to do what he can. Maybe get his teammates here. Here's going to be the last push for Minnesota in this round.
Okay.
Wow. Jackal headshot.
Okay.
Nobody on the point.
A couple nutty gunfight wins, but theirs going 1 for 1, so defense going to be able to come away with it. Now, all right, can Carolina find success on offense where they haven't really found any? The defense from RØKKR, I mean, it's been perfect outside of that triple from Gwyn that, well, kind of allowed Carolina to have a chance to even get defense in the first place for the round 5. RØKKR is trying to keep them clamped in. You've seen a couple different routes from Gwyn off the opening. I'm curious to see what he's going to do this time, but usually he's been kind of the pull side flank guy. So far, they've dealt with him pretty well, even in that like weird round 1. But just try not to give anything to Carolina for free as we load into the round 5. And Gwyn will be that pull side route again. This time will be Kenny actually hitting an opening nade. He's got a sub in hand, so going to be a little bit more traditional with his flank. Just get right to balcony and see if he can find a timing to cut down reinforcements for RØKKR. It seems for now RØKKR's going to leave him do his thing.
Yeah, it's always a tough spot when you're that last player, right? Your teammates get cut off spawn, and you're like, how do I help you? Because they're going to be trying to hunt me down the flank. Do I just jump off this catwalk? Luckily, his teammate's able to get out, and then he's able to find one.
Now the battle to the point. TJ trying to chase one down. Gwyn getting
really
it done.
Well done by Gwyn.
You know, really it was. You could see he was sort of indecisive. He was like, I don't know how to help.
No, it's such a tough position at times.
But now he's helping and doing more than helping. This could be a very clean A capture where you stay about even in lives. Looks like there's going to be one more retake chance maybe for RØKKR. Gwyn just dipping, diving, trying to take the fight. Kenny's going to get through for a second, try to battle and contest. Second tick is going to be done on offense, though. Estriel going to fight back in, and that's where teams have really improved. Kind of these retakes onto A. Teams have got so much better at doing it. Still feeling like you're going to get the minute extension. It's just a matter of time, but
That all started with that stun from Gio, right? He hits that stun onto that player cat stairs. That gives him the opening to slide, just drop down, then he finds that first kill. Domino starts to go to RØKKR's way. They've had the numbers since that moment. Now it's a 2 versus 2 inside of A. TJ trying to look over his teammate. No, that player's actually underground, so Estriel's not there. So yeah, looks like A is gonna be done. And you're gonna have a life advantage with a minute 30.
And it's not much of one, but it's a life advantage nonetheless. But now the hard bit of work. For a good bit of time, he kind of had Slasher at B-side control. He's probably, or B-side control. He's hoping he can lock down Street, and you can have this great transition off of it, but it takes a little bit longer to get that 8-point done. Kenny wants to get aggressive again up towards Animo. He's able to do that. They're going to finally shut him down. Nice movement there from Estriel to take the fight as well. Snap not quite on point for TJ, and Estriel does it. Yeah, that life advantage you had. I mean, it was 1, but that's gone. And you've got 2 people out hunting, like hunting towards spawn on both sides. Like, if you win some crazy gunfights out towards that B street, maybe you can layer this, but flanking stuff is still Estriel. I swear, it's just headshots every time he's popping up. He's got 30, Kenny's got 30, 34 for Nero. Gio is vibing, but they're definitely leading the slaying category. Well, that's part of having 3 defenses. Kenny, once again, dude, Kenny's just hitting ammo on the other side over and over again.
Yeah, I say maybe that was kind of your last play. Kenny does get taken down. Slasher's pushed up. 1 player on the point. Gio able to find a pick. You're going to have a trophy down. Last 4 lives remaining. Last go for Carolina. Can they clutch this up?
No respawns remaining. Can they pull it off? Hold up. They're doing it. Everybody's dropping. RØKKR's got to fly out to the point. They're able to get 2, though.
Gotta go.
Back onto it. Someone's got to contest this. No respawns from the other side. They're able to contest it, though. It's 1 player left. It's going to be Gwyn. Ravens nearly do the improbable.
Wait, why did they get off of it? Why'd they get off? There was 2 players that got off. I think it would be done. They stepped off for half a second.
Was it before the contest? Was it before the contest?
I'm pretty sure it was. I
thought when he slid off, they had the contest at the back, like at the Jeep.
But even then, they found the kill.
Yeah. That's a wild one. I'd have to watch it back because we were casting one like a week or 2 ago that happened, right? They like slid off, like it slid a 3-stack off, and they would have won the round. But I think when they slid off, the contest was in. But yes, after they found that kill, I don't know. Because I don't think they still have to contest there from the backside of the car, I think. I'd have to watch it again. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, let's watch it again.
Yeah, let's watch the tail end. Because I think once they were off.
There's a contest?
Yeah, here's a contest, and I think they contest the rest of the time.
No, right before this, I'm telling you, they were off
right
the
before.
point.
So it was right
yes,
before? Oh,
it was right before that.
Okay. Well, when I thought you were talking about when the contest came in. So if it was right before, yeah.
No, it was right before that. Weren't they both off of it?
You might be right. You might be right. I mean, listen, you're smarter than I am, so I'm going to trust what you're saying. I was thinking about it a little bit later. Sorry, we're chatting through. That was chaotic. That was a bit insane. That was a bit insane and nearly a dagger to RØKKR, but they walk away with it because it was what? 10v4 or 8v4? What the hell was it?
It was like 12v4.
Was it 12v4? Okay, maybe I'm just making up numbers at this point, but they had a big advantage.
Got close.
And Carolina nearly just did something wild. All right, we'll take a look at some of the highlights from this one.
Maybe it'll be in here, maybe.
Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. Oh, well, that was a highlight for one side of this.
All defense, though. All defense. One defense, though, a little bit better. That was Minnesota RØKKR. Just right from the get-go, they blanked them. Don't give up many takes. You're able to earn 4 on your first offense. That carried you that round 5, but it did get close in round number 5. Yeah. Very close.
That Gwen triple that maybe made things interesting. And earlier round to give them a chance to get the defensive side in round 5. They weren't able to walk away with that. So it comes down to this round 5. Yeah, we'll see if we, I don't know, in the highlight package, if we'll get the exact moment we want, but we'll see. Because down the stretch, it definitely gets interesting. I'm just curious how big the life advantage actually ended up being. It's 12v8 now.
It might have been like 10v4.
Yeah, it was something like that. Here's the 5v2, so that's after it's contested though, right? So you're thinking right before that, maybe. Well, I mean, it's tough. I mean, it's just, dude, I'm sure you are just finessing, trying to stay alive, going crazy, trying to do everything in that moment. But we had, I mean, some blowouts, and then that one. I mean, map 1 and 2 were not close. That one goes down to a nail-biter finish on Vault. We have Hacienda up next, which is going to be Carolina's pick. So I'm thinking maybe we're going all the way to a dealership, which RØKKR have looked pretty solid on. We've got the new map in the mix. We'll see if it goes all the way, or if well, the solid hard point for RØKKR, they can close out in Hacienda, because they've looked solid in hardpoint in general. Skyline's just kind of been like their go-to.
Yeah, and I mean, for Carolina, this is kind of what we talked about. Can your search and destroy and your control or whatever get you to your map pick in hardpoint, right? Like in these bigger series where you've kind of struggled in HP. So now you're here for Carolina. Can you get us to a game 5?
Here, and I mean, at times looked okay on Hacienda. At times they've gotten murdered. Like I think about like Thieves, like playing against them on this, and they might be putting up 70 points. But well, that's just not been a good matchup for them when it comes to hardpoint. Well, it's not been a good matchup really for most teams when it comes to hardpoint. But Carolina, I mean, it's like you need to be able to beat these types of teams. The question mark has mostly been them against the top 3, top 4 type thing, cementing themselves there and showing they can beat some of the top squads. They proved they could beat your teams like RØKKR. Granted, this is a new look RØKKR, and they're down 2-1. But now, I mean, even if you win the Hasi, I mean, what's their dealership reps at this point?
They haven't played it yet.
I haven't played it yet. I don't think I've seen Carolina there yet.
I mean, it was a round 11 win for RØKKR. Yeah, I'm sure they're practicing it.
Yeah. Well, everyone takes a breath as we get ready to hop in. Probably some frustrations there for Royal Ravens. You were so close. Dude, now I'm thinking about it. Does the whole team have blue eyes, dude? Dude, Slasher does and Gwen does, dude. It's just the blue-eyed boys, bro. Sheesh. Heartbreakers, dude.
Carolina blue.
Yeah, no, I think that's why I noticed it, like the jersey plus like the blue.
Maybe all have the contacts, you know?
Yeah. Nero, in the opening hardpoint, goes 31 and 21. I mean, really a solid respawn out of the whole crew as they won 250 to 100 for God's sake. But see if they can replicate that here. Off the rip we go. RØKKR looking to close out the series with the win, and well, after the Miami win earlier today, they really need points. Points anywhere they can get them. Vivid comes out shooting and tossing early though.
Did not look fun from Nero's POV. I mean, just nades exploding everywhere. He's able to spawn up and find one. Some nice early time for Carolina, but you're controlling those P2 spawns. That's what Gio's trying to do. Just lock this down alongside Kenny. Now they're going to be on the hill behind Estriel.
Yeah, good little bounce back after the opening break. Kenny trying to get aggressive and cut down the reinforcements. taking a route around the outside to probably influence spawns. Think about the P2's coming at number 5 in Slasher. To pick that up will be number 1. I think Kenny is going back to take that fight, and then everybody else still kind of battling around the P1. Looks like the P1 advantage is going to go the way of Royal Ravens, but you should have numbers on rotation if you're RØKKR.
Yeah, where's Geo gonna spawn? Yeah, he's gonna spawn out. Okay, so they're gonna know this. So you pretty much have a 3 versus 3, and then you're gonna die on the hill. This is best case for Carolina. Outside of winning the rotation, you get immediate pressure through the front. That shows you to spawn out. So Geo's gonna full flank off the spawn out. Luckily, his teammates buy him enough time to get there.
He's gonna get there, and he's gonna dial up a triple. Big from Geo, and a nice answer after, yeah, you got broken from the front pretty much instantly.
Someone spawned in the back. They spawned in the back. Nobody was blocking.
Oh, Lordy. Well, Estriel's trying to block it with his gunny.
There's 30 left.
Yeah, true. 30 left, and now Kenny's trying to pick it up, and Kenny does a beautiful job of that as he gets 2. TJ will be tucked away in closet, looking for his opening, and he hasn't been able to find it yet. Maybe off the Slasher kill, you're able to get something. There's a wallbang from TJ for 1, but it's a multi from Estriel. And him and Nero will hold down the point as Estriel continues to get tags in. So you'll be up 20 on rotation, though. It's going to be RØKKR that are going to be ahead. You've got 1 and 4, and Kenny and Geo there early. They've been a strong rotation team since adding Kenny into the mix. You heard Ali say they've moved up a couple notches in that statistic. Oh, they're going to need it here.
Well, I mean, you just got that flip with 30 seconds. It ends up working out. Plus, it sets you up for this hill. Some two kills do go down, though, for Carolina. So immediate pressure. But you have this setup right now, does RØKKR. That's going to be 3 dead. Last player alive sliding around is TJ.
Still contesting, though, from the front. Trying to get the angle, I believe, is Estriel to sort of shut that down. But it'll be Gwen with 2 HP, just hoping a Leaf doesn't take him out at this point. Well, it'll be a Kenny Simtex. A little more powerful, likely, than a Blade of Grass or a Leaf. But they don't enjoy much time inside the point. Once again, RØKKR are back in, and they've just continued to build this advantage. It's kind of similar to the map 1. They just are out rotating, making the bigger plays need to break, or, well, maybe getting blessed with a spawn time or 2.
Yeah, I mean, they just have a great read there as well. I mean, they pick up on the splits. I think it was Gwen and Vivid both spawn out. 1 player from RØKKR spawns out well. Ken just adjusts on the balcony, and yeah, you just see they have put the work in. Their hard point is looking good. They just need everything else to catch up to this level, and they're going to be a tough team to beat.
We'll see. It's still early here. Let's see if Ravens can bring it back after a little slide and shout from Tej. Rock Hill often where you bring it back after an early deficit, and Tej is kind of going God mode here. Slasher involved as well. This has been perfect so far, and yeah, I mean, you get these final 30 seconds and you're down, what, 10 or 15? I feel like we've seen this from teams so often. Rock can be the bread and butter, and TJ's shooting nukes suddenly as he gets the 5 straight before he ultimately falls. Gwen finding easy pickings as well. Nice tracking there in the shots via an AR. He's winning that one, but Estriel gets his win behind a spawn. TJ has got the route top middle to shut it down, and yeah, there's a contest that finally comes in, but TJ just, dude, he won 5 straight, then 3 straight there. I mean, that's a massive rock hill for him.
Yeah, just a lot of great time. He's there, top halls.
He had like 9. 9 of his 13, I think, were rock, bro.
Well, I mean, 50 of the 88 were at rock as well there for Carolina. They get themselves right back into the game with a great P4 hold.
They certainly do. What was looking like a blowout, and we're talking about how good RØKKR's hardpoint is, suddenly a distant memory is TJ. He's awoken the beast. But the early part of this rotation is where Carolina need to improve things. And with number 6 in Tej, you're still spawning out towards the P2. RØKKR is going to take whatever time they can get for now and then worry about the flip. It's not going to come via Estriel because he's going to die open to Tej. And you're still spawning out like Boathouse if you are RØKKR, and with what, 20 seconds remaining, you gotta start thinking about the rotation here.
Yeah, Ken maybe gonna try to go front. He's gonna have a 1 versus 1 versus Slasher on this side. We saw this, but the opposite way, and well, Slasher's gonna win it. So yeah, you really have no pressure bottom side of the map or even on the hill. Finally, you're gonna get a couple of kills, but it's with 7 seconds remaining. But you're gonna see Carolina, 1 player gonna spawn out. What about the second one? Yeah, 2 spawn out. So now you have numbers here if you're RØKKR.
And that's just awkward timing of the deaths. Ravens a chance for the lead change, but big
Plus
chance
Nero's
for a break.
Like, he's swimming. Nero's swimming.
Yeah, and number 8 and Tisha, the guys that spawn out are going to end up walking away with kills. Nero's route going to turn into 1. That'll get him into the point. He's going to drop, but now it's kind of a messy P2, similar to what we saw the first time through, but it is still advantage over the Royal Ravens. Minnesota trying to look for the opening after a hot start, going up at what, 80 or so early on. Now facing a deficit, look for the break. Let's hear the comms from Minnesota RØKKR.
One shot. Only one time. One deep bag. Only dig late. I stopped down. Dig in that door. I'm on his speed, G. Dig in that time. Hey, 3 seconds. I'm going well. I'm going low red. Right. Nice. I will. I said. Alright, 3. Yeah, TJ, check it fast. Check it right time. We need the 60. Yeah, it's for the game. I'm playing 10. I'm on or open. I'm on 10. I grab flat and 10. I'll get time. I have top flat. There's 2 over. I get same top flat, but I have the shot. I got time, G. You can chop flat. They can't be 10. I got her deep. I got her. Need flat. Stay down. I'm swimming her deep. Need flat. I'm flat. I'm sitting front. I'm top flat. Flat. I'm on top. I'm see a flat. Two. One's right. There's 2 there. They're both top. Yeah. One shot. Nice. I'm dead. I got go ahead. Now wait. Shot them. I'm in 10 already. I shot that one pitch. One maybe pitch. I hit it. You're all flat. Oh, you shot me 10. I'm flat. I'm flat. It's not sure. He went bottom fire, I think. He could be fire. I'm bottom fire. I've been. Open on me. One shot new. He's outside. One shot hugging the wall. He's weak as fuck. Get that guy round one. I'm on. You're gonna need to check it out that. I got naded, bro. It's done. It's done. Oh, you did. They're gonna be con. Let's go. I got mid. I'm on the top. They can flick fire. What's that left? We're good. Leaning close. I got one bolt. Last year we... Nice! I'm on top. Yeah. I'm looking bottom fire. I'm getting that close. Also, now we're Reaches are open. We're good. You got me.
The boys are turned. They are yapping. That was a chaotic stretch, really, for both sides. Split spawns everywhere, messy holds. But if you're RØKKR, you are up. And now you're 3 dead.
Yeah, I mean, that's just so many multi-kills, right? From Geo, from Estriel. TJ was popping off again. He's up to 31, keeping Carolina in it.
Since that rock point, he just, like, leveled up, bro.
Took over.
He absolutely has. I don't remember what he was to start, but 4 and 8 or whatever it was. Like, it wasn't a horrible start or anything, but he just erupted, bro. And it's just been multi-kill after multi-kill. He's been disgusting. If you win this, if you're Ravens, it is on the back of that tiny man and TJ. But still, work to do. Another lead change.
Yeah, he finds another kill. He's going to flip this spawn. So TJ doing anything and everything that he wants right now. Just feels like he is not losing a gunfight in a hallway. So he, with his play, you get the spawns, you get set up, you're finding some scrap time. Minnesota maybe behind that kill. Does that spawn TJ out? Can they get forward?
It does.
It is. So 4 versus 3 right now. But they have to go because they know TJ's going to be coming behind them.
Yeah, I mean, last time they were in a similar situation, yeah, the 2 people that spawned out, I think ended up getting kills. So yeah, you've got to go, and you got to go quickly. Slasher doing a great job from back statue, at least getting 1. But now, maybe the tides start to turn a little bit. Yeah, you can't get picked there from the point. TJ, I thought, going to get caught, but that won't be the case. They're going to take the fight to Sig and just send it through, but you win that as well, and now you're into the point. Beautiful play there from RØKKR. They're decisive. They push it forward, trying to not worry about TJ and make sure they take out Slasher back and get the team spawns deep. And now they're looking for another lead change. I think it's like our 20th that we've had. This one has been as back and forth as they come.
Yeah, huge break there by RØKKR. Again, just knowing the numbers, knowing the situation, isolating Slasher, giving themselves the spawn. And yeah, I think a bit of an overchow from the hill. I think that was from Vivid. Like, best case scenario for Carolina, you just split that time. You give them the back spawns and you get set up here for this P2 or P3.
I think Nero thought he had the early rotation, but just jumps over one player. Now what does this turn into? This has been as back and forth as the map has been. This P3 certainly has been. And now you need 15 for the win for RØKKR, 30 for Ravens. Ravens gonna be first in. Geo's on this 4 spree. trying to get eyes, just locking that balcony. Well, that's a big toe. Just trying to finish the kill, can't do it. He gets shots in, and then TJ's going to pounce. TJ's been Mr. Takeover as he's approaching a 40 bomb, and TJ hits again. His nade will connect. He'll get 3 out of it. Now spawning out well side and battling back in will be RØKKR as another lead change comes in. Now Royal Ravens in front and only need 14 as the point is contested. No one can find a foothold inside.
They just got to deal with this guy. He is an absolute monster right now.
He's a tank. Now the stun, that's how they deal with him. That'll get him out of it. You're just trying to contest as best you can. Get a foot in if you are RØKKR and get this to rock. But the rotation early, the leak through is going to be 6. TJ that's taking the route. You can't win it here, though. TJ going to be first on rotation, and yeah, just get off it. You can't win it there. Time to go. Get there first. How many can TJ get? Because he's going to be like a 1-on-4. He only gets 1, but at least he gets 1. First into the point will be RØKKR. Now another lead change. RØKKR go back in front. Vivid biding his time. Gwyn through on the pinch. Gwyn and Vivid both able to get one. The break is in. Estrel, the only one that walks away with a kill. He's trying to dive. Geo now trying to contest. 3 seconds needed for Royal Ravens to do it. Last push. An opportunity for RØKKR. They go, but they don't go quickly enough. Carolina get the final second. We're going to a map 5.
It felt like you had the chance on that P3. You saw them flying. Geo from top plat just couldn't deal with Vivid, couldn't find the final wall bang. And then I think he gives the call out that he is so weak. And you saw 2 players fly from RØKKR right onto TJ's nade.
Right onto TJ's nade. And yeah, no, I mean, what's he end up dropping? 40 plus. I didn't see what the final stat line was, but from that first RØKKR point, he just didn't lose a fight after that. TJ just took over, looking so strong on Hacienda and doing enough to get us to a map 5. We thought this one would be a battle for a couple of reasons, just where these 2 teams are, and also the fact that RØKKR, well, they've done nothing but go to game 5s and round 11 since adding Kenny, or just in general, this team.
Yeah, stage 1, right? Wasn't there a ton?
Yeah, a ton. Nero, I think his 3rd 30 bomb. I think he's been 30 plus in every respawn, so Nameless was on spot with that one. But TJ, 4,200 damage, 24 non-traded, but you look like the rest of his team. I mean, that guy was winning his 1s and winning his multis as well. Just, yeah, there were so many lead changes in that.
No, I mean, when it goes to 105 to 34, and then that P4, that is the TJ moment, right? He just keeps it going.
Yeah.
Gets them back into that game. They take the lead. RØKKR fight back to P3 and P4, and then it just comes down to a couple of plays. I think if it's a little cleaner for Geo on that platform to start that break, they probably win. But Vivid played his life, and TJ hit the nade.
Yeah, no, TJ hit the nade, and they'll get the win. We go the distance. We go to dealership. Well, RØKKR have already got 1 map 5 win there, but we'll see if they can do it. We're on map 2. I forget. Well, they've got search and destroy win there. We haven't seen it yet for Carolina Royal Ravens. Don't go anywhere. It's the final match of the day. We got ourselves a good old-fashioned banger. We'll see you shortly.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
It's more than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now.
T'as mis encore
Stall out time for your teammates to work this space because you know what Hydra is capable of. Finds that kill onto Insight. Skies across the map, finds the second. Now Sid left in the 1v2 on this side of the map. He finds the first 1v3.
Off the reload! Oh my goodness! One was fine! 2 was a goddamn miracle.
I'm trying to cut. Purpose uppercut for shot top.
I can't travel this. Well, that's tragic. At least let him middle.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I think that this side.
Nade hit one a couple times and stunned mid cut.
What am I doing, bro?
One guy's in
He's mid cut.
Can you walk us through what kind of y'all situation?
Yeah, what's the setup you got going?
Apartment?
So we have a kind of like a penthouse apartment and a whole bunch of setups in here.
Do you guys all live together in this penthouse? Who's cooking? Who's whipping up the meals after a win?
So Brian gets the penthouse. We're all staying at a different apartment.
Okay.
Still pretty nice, not quite a penthouse, but you know, we spend every day here. It's
Brian Saints living in a penthouse? Call of Duty can make dreams come true, children. You heard it here first.
All right.
Wait, hold up. Was he the greatest sniper in the Oh my god. He was hella good. It all comes down to this. Mason running it down. He's trying to no-scope him. Ricky trying to no-scope. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh my god. Didn't even hit him. Oh. GG. God, he got f***ing slammed. And it's face bakes. Oh my god.
I set up. Come on the stairs. Nice. I'm looking you. Could be outer. Outer. Nice. 3v1. Nice, baby. Oh my god. I mean, I'm trying to scam it.
The 2025 Minnesota RØKKR Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators as well as a weapon charm to keep the competition on ice. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
We get back. We're taking a look at the scuff play of the game here. Yeah, it's the final moments of a back and forth war. TJ, the triple, the nade, probably the moment that decides this, allows it. Well, he's also the guy that gets ahead on rotation too. But what an ending.
The only thing I should stop him was that stun right there. But yeah, got his team in there. Dealt with Geo first on the plat. He was the one to find that kill. Nade was on point. Well, they just needed a couple of more seconds. They don't win it here, but yeah, on this rotation towards Rock, guess who? TJ again.
And yeah, he just gets one, but sometimes in this situation when 4 are swarming you, 1 is everything. He keeps gun up there. Who knows? Maybe he gets a second, because where does the next person pop? Can you spawn out?
Gwyn goes all the way through
so far.
Yeah, so Gwyn takes his time, goes on a long play. Like, there's a chance if 4 are up for RØKKR, like if someone watches that.
Yep.
But with that TJ kill, Gwyn allows you into that spot. Leads to the break.
And oh god, you must have touched that just a hair after. I don't know if it would have mattered if they contested that, but no, I mean, TJ's triple with an nade, like, that makes RØKKR have to fight there and not rotate even sooner than they probably would have liked to, or just win the game there. But an insane one. I thought when they had that 4-on-1 flying at Tej, they were going to get it done, but says Tej getting one allows the timing for Gwyn to take the route, and then we'll get the win. We did go back and watch the control, by the way. You're right.
Yeah, 2 players got off.
Yeah, 2 players got off it, like right before we kind of checked the replay, so. Yeah, I mean, this one could be done.
And again, they're just trying to like catch timings, right? If someone's flanking and whatnot, dodging nades. But I don't know, I'm a believer. If you got 4 lives remaining, just sit on it.
Just sit on it. Just hope you win.
Yeah.
Cross your fingers. There's gonna be a miracle round victory.
I'm a big believer of just sitting on the objective, just sitting on it.
Yeah. Okay. A dealership. RØKKR series have been stressful all year. They've not slowed down with Kenny involved. We go to another map 5, and you know, Ant kind of mentioned he liked the attacks he saw from them on dealership. We're gonna get a look at those. You'll have 3 on one side. The ISO man will be narrow.
Yeah, he's just throwing nades over towards A, maybe to cause a rotation, keep Slasher honest, and then maybe late flank. But this is the tough part about it. It's really about mid control for the defense, easy rotation. You have some angles, and for the offense, it's just this uphill battle.
That uphill battle will
number
come
3
to a stall for now, but here's that timing you were talking about. Nero's going to try to take the route. Can he get 2? The trigger discipline's there, and he will. Oh, or won't he?
No, he will.
He will. Funnels him in. Nero with the late flank will decide the round. I thought when he's first taken, they lost a player. I'm like, uh-oh, this falls apart. Someone's going to turn and pick this up. But
well, that's kind of it. I mean,
never turn and pick it up.
After the first blood for Carolina,
like someone should turn. Someone should turn, right? Like,
usually that's when it's pretty obvious.
I don't know if that's on Slasher or the player that was with him, but like someone's got to turn. And, okay, this is the first time they played it. You know, well, officially. And maybe that's just one of those things where you just don't have the timing done yet. But that was, I mean, a long time passed, so a lot of time passed. And who knows? Maybe you win that without an arrow, but probably not after they got the first pick. So TJ gets that first blood, hot off his 40 bomb, and they get nothing else after that. We're jamming out with Tej. Seeing what angle Gwyn can maybe get. Well, he's not going to like that. Another first blood, though. Vivid this time able to get on Geo. He took a couple shots, I think, at Gwyn, and then he's quickly silenced.
That is not an easy shot, but immediate response there from Jen. 3 versus 3, and then Nero just...
You hear the glass break.
Here's the glass, goes for a timing.
And they got eyes on Gwyn, so you know there's a second person around there, but I like that from Nero. Just get out. Get out. He wants to chow the second.
And look how quick they're going. I don't know if you're going to expect this. All 3 play. They've given up the entire map, right? You have so much to clear throughout the middle on the attacking team, all these different angles. You think sooner or later...
Shuts this down, picking a corner.
They're going to flank, but never mind.
Picking a corner. That's what shuts that play down. Someone picks a damn and they all run by.
I mean, you don't expect that at all.
No, I mean, I saw Gwyn just lie down in the corner. I'm like, oh my God, they're all gonna run by him. Oh my God. I mean, think about the difference. You would have had, what, 2 first bloods and you lose both rounds? Instead, Gwyn gets away with murder. Nearly trips one on his way out.
I mean, I'm assuming, like, he's not seeing anything middle. Vivid sees nothing B. Someone's like, they're probably pinching. So just sit there.
It's just crazy because Gwyn's the first person they got eyes on before Gio got picked. They knew he was playing from that position early on, but I mean, a lot of time had passed, but I feel like that's how that gets shut down, though. Literally, it's pick a corner. 3 first bloods now for Carolina. TJ has gotten 2 of them, and, well, Gwyn, he's right back to work. All on Nero. 1 versus 3.
He's got a sub. I mean, he's got to take some long gunfights here. Trying to just get the bomb and back up.
Okay, hold up.
I mean, you need like 1 or 2 in each player?
Yeah, the other 2. Once he won the first fight, I'm like, those guys have got to be like sub 50 HP. It got a little more interesting. He had some nice cover to kind of wiggle with, but... Oh, yeah, because he hit some good tags. That about got dicey. I mean, Vivid's hitting it fast, but honestly, he might get caught sprinting. That would have been insane. I mean, the triple from Gwyn into a 1v3 there for...
So with how quick the pop-ups are in this title, I mean, just imagine just snaking on some of these.
Oh God, yeah, no, it'd be insane. There's just headies everywhere, bro. Carolina convincingly won the first Surge, 6-1 on Pro Dub. I mean, very different combo now heading to the new map and dealership. Ezreal has shown his.
Yeah, well, last time Vivid got a pick here, so he's like ready for this. He's hoping someone overpeaks.
Just kind of waiting for the nades to get exhausted. Jump spotting is TJ. Now Gwyn's like, can I just pick a corner again? I mean, this is what he did the entire last round, like this, and kind of peek stabs.
This is where the slash away, work your pick, see what's open. What are they giving you? And I mean, on the other side, RØKKR, they haven't moved. Gio's been chilling all the way back left.
Oh, it might get decided by him, though.
Yeah, and what he finds.
Oh, he's posted, bro. Licking dirt. Oh, he's making the call now. Boys, I'm probably going to need help here in a second.
It's that need. That's the problem. He does dodge it, though.
Doesn't hit him. So far, so good. TJ, it looks like, or sorry, Slasher's just holding it. Oh, well, that is unfortunate from the car, and then Slasher gets his head just plucked. All on Vivid.
Well, Slasher was posted, so I'm going to assume it was like a trophy or something.
Yeah, it had to be something funky, because he was just, he was literally holding for that gunfight with.
Yeah.
A gunfight with Gio, and then, well, he's probably like, oh, well, that's frustrating. The next thing you know, he takes 4 swift ones to the forehead. Interesting. Well, we continue to go back and forth as these 2 teams can find no separation from each other.
Yeah, nice discipline right there from Minnesota. Just play the A retake. Don't give up middle of the map. Play the 4-on-4, and they do it beautifully.
Yeah, Gio is locked, dude. He was laying there for a solid 45 seconds. I mean, you got to, but like, you weren't wrong. You're like, RØKKR has not moved. No, they're good. They're probably not trying to run at stuff after what happened in the round 2.
True.
What? Who dies to a car this round, Joe?
I'm thinking nobody right now.
You think that? Oh, what do you think now, Joe? Oh, it's Estriel. That changed your mind quick, didn't it, Kenny?
Yeah, it did.
1 versus 4. Best of luck.
We just really surrounded it. We just surrounded bomb sites with cars. I mean,
that was so good. I was like, who's gonna die? You're like, nobody. Did you hear the RC? That was fantastic. I think every push we've had here has involved someone dying to the cars. Let's take a look at it. It's just
a couple are blown up. There's just so many.
Yeah.
You think that one's done? Oh, now there's a Range Rover to your chin. That sucks.
No one wants a Range Rover to the chin. Ooh. Well, tough one there for RØKKR.
We can put cars near bomb sites. They just don't have to blow. They can already be blown up.
Yeah. No, they can, or stay destroyed after 1 round. I don't know. Like, just leave them. They blow up once. Maybe something happens, but we don't need every round.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's a good idea, Clint.
We just don't. We don't have.
I mean, we got vault 1 bomb site.
You're talking about that. That's the future, Joe. We don't have the technology yet.
Okay, we'll figure that one out soon.
We will. We'll get there. Well, the plant is in. This could be a massive round to finally find some separation.
Mid again. This is open.
Oh, he's working it, dude. He popped and fried him on the desk. That had to look insane. Teach gets a little bit of help. Last player's gonna be Nero. Is it one of those rounds? It's a Nero tweak round. It's a Nero tweak round. He gets 3. He's looking on the ace. 20 seconds to go. That he's got a hunt, and it's just like, where is Slasher? He sees him. He goes to the window. Not a chance to win it. Nearly one of those rounds. He's good for 1, I swear. Comes up a little bit short.
Well, you opt for the 4 versus 4 again, but you don't fully clear mid. You allow Gwyn to get in that position, just lurch on up in Slasher. He's been in that scenario a million times in his career. He's like, I got this, boys, no problem.
Yeah, like, it's just, you don't mantle through that all that quickly. I feel like every time someone tries that, they just get destroyed.
Well, if you hop off the bomb, you kind of do a little hop.
Yeah. Instead of doing the full-on animation. Well, Slasher hits the slide back and able to take it. Now, some separation. 4-2. And this is similar to the round 1, right? Kind of the look, and it ended up being Nero that took that late flank. Do you pick it up this time? Now, we'll see if the round plays out the same way, but that's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, the only difference is, too, you have Gwyn who's pushed on through, right? Nobody's really watching your flank if you're Minnesota. And maybe this is why, okay, so Slasher, he's just looking at it, but this time you're going to go through the vent. So I think he spotted though. I think Slasher saw it. Yeah, Slasher sees him, just a call out to his teammates. They're going to hunt him down. And Slasher's Gwyn, all over that.
Yeah, all over, not letting it happen again. And that is a great adjustment to not get caught what happened in round 1. But yeah, Gwyn's position a little bit different too, as he's able to react to it quickly. And that's now 3 straight rounds for Carolina.
It's just both sides. You're just allowing Gwyn mid control. Just I mean, even on your defenses, like, I don't mind if you're playing soft, sort of 4-on-4 retakes. We saw it work.
But sometimes you got to play hard.
Yeah, sometimes you got to just play hard.
Yeah. We'll see if they can play harder, Joe, because they're going to have to win 4 straight now. But yeah, no, I mean, all we've talked about really is just mid control when it comes to this map. And yeah, I mean, Gwyn's been living there. He's going to get a lot of info, just peeking through that slant on the cross, and he's right back to his spot. And this is where he's going to play from. So nobody playing really deep where we saw Geo kind of holding from A. No one's deep there because they kind of started to rotate over towards B.
Now we're deep.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, now we're middle hard.
Yep. They are clearly playing harder than they were before. All right, Joe, who's dying to a card this time? I'm going to go with...
It's going to be TJ, right?
I was going to say TJ too, dude. I was going to say TJ too. Vivid. He was able to pick one from that spot earlier. Not able to find it here, but... hoping maybe somebody gets impatient. Geo is no longer playing from deep. It's going to be Kenny. Well, Kenny's going to find the pick, and he's able to get away. Slasher can't capitalize, so TJ not hit by a car.
We're going to watch middle, right? All right, yeah, we're watching middle.
As long as Gwyn's alive, though, it seems like it's maybe still winnable. 1 versus 2. Maybe we'll be calling him Gwynable. Movement is looking nice. Chow looking nice. But the trade is there, and the dream is not dead yet to RØKKR. 1 of 4
Buttery
done.
smooth. Buttery smooth.
He's had some moments, but yeah, they got to play hardball at mid. Do it a little bit better that time, and yeah, they rotate Geo out of the deep, but you saw like Kenny there. Kenny just catches a great timing. They just kind of peek towards
he just
bomb,
kind of knows, like,
one.
all right, you know, Vivid's like throwing some shoulders, putting some shots in, but he's like, this is an A setup. Like, I'm gonna just show you some info over here, and
yeah, finds info.
Gifted one.
The form of cutting down TJ, and he's able to scurry away before Slasher gets the angle onto him. And maybe not the same RØKKR team, but still this kind of gritty team all year long. Gwen having himself a map, though. He's on 12 and 6.
They love B.
Okay, so similar where mid is kind of giving up. Maybe you've got an angle here from Nero. He's playing a little bit more aggressive. Maybe he can shut down Gwen. They're going to have a one-on-one. Okay, so Nero backs him up. So showing a little bit more force there.
They are committing to this.
Yeah, and this time Nero's kind of backing up and playing from a deeper pocket. He's not thinking about the lane.
No!
TJ. Gonna get blooded again.
I thought that was gonna blow up Kenny. Did that not bounce off the window? Doesn't matter. Kenny hits two.
Yeah, okay. Well, I didn't see it going that way, but it's gonna be Gwen. Left alone, 1 versus 3. From oh no to oh yeah. They're still playing hard. They're doing it.
How did that not hit Jim?
I have no idea. I have no idea, Joe. I don't understand the physics of this game. Do you? I'm not a physicist. Do I look like Sir Isaac Newton to you?
They went in the windowsill? Okay.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
That's what Ant says. I trust him.
We trust Ant's eyes.
No.
Okay, yeah. Let's see it.
Well, no, that's the stunt. I'm talking about the other one.
The other one that came up short.
All I'm saying is, yeah, Ken got too. I mean, he just hit so far. Whatever. Okay. I'm just seeing things, I think.
Yeah, no, did that the nade you thought got stuck just fly through and stick him instead? Maybe we need to give you glasses.
Locked in.
Well, you're already wearing glasses, bro.
Yeah, I already got them.
Okay, well, they had to win 4
straight. I saw stuff in map 3 and I was right. I'm just saying.
I trust you, Joe. I trust you. You're always playing hard. Okay. Got to go 4 straight. They've done 2. This is for number 3. They're still playing hard at mid. Nero, ready for the fight? Just waiting to maybe take this fight with Gwen. They're slowly working up towards B. You've got Geo who can be there quickly. Kind of taking peeks through window. Will be at number 2. RC car in. Does Gwen chow off of this? Yeah, he's thinking he's going to chow off.
If I had 13, I would, but he's staying disciplined.
Yeah.
Respect.
Yeah. And he would have caught him, probably sprinting away too. Oh, right under industrial. Oh!
Gwen's here now, too, to help out. Still have the trophy. Bomb not being planted. Watch number 5 in Slasher. He's trying to set this up. Ken's like, I've played with you before. I've played against you for a long time. I know what you like to do.
There's the bomb plant. Now it's the 4-on-4 retake for RØKKR's map. Otherwise, Carolina walking around with the map 5 victory. They got info on several players. There's Nero, able to get the kill. Kenny's going to follow it up. Oh, we're going to a round 11.
Oh, baby!
We're going to a round 11. Back to back to back. It's the RØKKR magic. Holy hell, what a retake there out of RØKKR.
I mean, yeah, the retakes have been great if they don't allow Gwen to just go inside the middle and piece them up.
But they're playing hard, Joe.
A lot better here. Good adjustments. Trusting their retakes, and here we go.
Give me that round 11 gong. Who's going to be the MVP? Will it be a player or will it be a car? That's the important question, Joe. 3 straight for Carolina, answered by 3 straight now for RØKKR.
Wow, RØKKR have defense. And this is a switch up. This is just going to be a hard A hit.
Car out, maybe for Geo. Looking that way.
Oh, my. I mean, what are you finding here info-wise? I mean, you're just letting them plan A. You're just going to play retake, okay?
I guess so. Out of the car and now into the action.
Oh, there's a trophy here. He's not going to know. The trophy's going to allow him to just sit here. They can't clear this.
Gwyn bounces, but he gets through.
Oh, my God. Gwyn has been so good in the middle, and now he might win them the game.
Can they trade it out? Gwyn probably won the map, may not matter, but you still have Kenny and Geo trying to do this. 20 seconds left to go. TJ gonna get ripped a bit, but able to reposition. They've got to go.
It's on Geo on the flank, but I don't know if they have time.
Kenny's able to get 1 2v1 as well. 1 versus 1. TJ and Kenny.
No time.
There's just no time to get it done. TJ can check it. Kenny gets the kill, goes on 5 straight, but it's not gonna matter. Royal Ravens survive, and that was a wild map 3, 4, and 5. Between these 2 squads. Holy hell.
I mean, that trophy just saved the game. That trophy saves the game. Because that player vent, Gwyn just, they don't know he's there.
Yeah. And he's just able to look through and get one.
Just sees the guy run, follows him. Whoo!
God, between that and like the one where he just lays in a corner and picks up 3, that was an insane map.
That's what we thought this was going to be.
Yeah, no, really did. But I mean, the Vault Control had insane moments. The Hacienda had 15 lead changes. This one, a game of swings. It goes 6-5 to Carolina, and now RØKKR. That's what they do. Map 5, round 11. I don't know if they're going to win them, but they're getting there.
They I mean, they just need a little bit more time. You can see the vision, right? This is where the hard point. You can see how close they are fundamentally. But this is what has carried Carolina throughout the year. It's been their search and destroy. They had 2 wins here, and they're able to win the hard point clutch up behind TJ.
I mean, if you told me they're 1-2, they push, map 5, round 11 to Optic, same thing for a Carolina team, like right away, I'd be like, okay. I mean, that sounds pretty good right away.
The problem is, points-wise.
Yes, like that's not good enough. I'm not sure what happened to my mic, but they didn't play hard enough, guys.
Stay hard.
Yep. Not hard enough.
Real hard. Tough matchup there for you guys, because I got this prediction right. Round 11, saw it coming. The 3rd round 11 for Minnesota. I feel like you can't keep this up without walking away with more dubs. They were able to get a dub against Boston, but this is now heartbreaking losses, especially after the comeback in this game 5, Allie.
It's so much worse, especially when RØKKR was literally playing as the 5th man on the map. This was an insane search and destroy just in the later half alone. An absolute bang out. I love the adjustments from the side of Minnesota RØKKR. Because they were literally playing opposite. They were playing too aggressive on the defense, and they were playing way too passive on the attack. Mid-round adjustments, they flip it. They start slowing down their defense. They're trying to play for that player that's getting a little over-aggressive. And then on the flip side for offense, they're like, dude, we're literally an aggressive team. We can bang out this B site. And suddenly we get a round 11, which is unfortunate they weren't ready for that A push.
3 straight rounds makes it the round 11. What was the difference maker at the end, Ant?
Yeah, I mean, well, you saw, like, Minnesota, they were getting picked apart by Gwyn in mid. So one, you have to acknowledge that, right, and play for it, which they started to do. You saw, one of their offensive pushes, just great plays. You push through the site instead of just sitting on it. Big difference there. Kenny just gets involved, finds 2 huge kills. That gets them the round. And then this last round, the round 11, I actually love the play that Minnesota did there, right? Like, let's take our time. Let's save our tax. When they plant, we can retake this. Just Gwyn. He's the right guy, man. Makes the heads-up play. As Joe mentioned, like, that trophy saves the game, really does. Gwyn gives them a numbers advantage in that final round.
Gwyn was getting called to be dropped after his LAN performance at Major 2. Should people be reeling that back by now?
Well, I don't know if people are calling him to be dropped. I think they're just critical of his performance on LAN. I don't think you can drop Gwyn. You have to keep Gwyn, because that kid's insanely talented, and eventually he's going to have a breakthrough. We've just been waiting for it.
Awesome stuff there. In the end, it is Carolina Royal Ravens walking away with the Game 5 dub, in part to this man. TJ joins us live in the top 10 once again with plays like that today. TJ, you took over in the second half. Talk to me about the hard point.
Yeah, I mean, I just had a really good map 4. Map 1, we got smoked, but map 4, just took over the comms. And we started playing really good COD towards the end of that second map, or the 4th map.
TJ, I just know that was a round 11 special play call from you, wasn't it?
No, it was actually Austin. Austin was like, yo.
Dang it, that was my second guess. But looking
Austin
forward.
was like, let's go ahead and get an event, so it worked out.
Yeah, for sure. Congratulations on the win, Grueller, Game 5, round 11. I mean, you almost got comebacked on, so you guys were able to stop that. Why do you guys still struggle versus the top 4 teams? Like, what have you guys kind of came as a consensus to break through in that top 4 conversation?
I don't think it's just the top 4. I think it's just like we have a bad matchup versus the Thieves right now and our hardpoint. I feel like we never really have like both hardpoint, S&D, and control like all like really good at the same time. I feel like it's like our S&D's either really good or our hardpoint's pretty good. Our S&D's falling off, and our control's we gotta work on control again. So we've been losing a lot of those. But yeah, I mean, it's just being more consistent throughout all the game modes, and I think we can take down like either the FaZe, Thieves, or whoever.
Yeah, TJ, talk to me about like the the rumors of the roster change. Obviously, a lot of teams are making changes. Is that affecting you guys at all? Can you have a statement on that? Because I feel like we keep talking about it, but let's hear from you.
We're beating around the bush. Why didn't you guys pick up Kenny?
Well,
I mean, no, we're good over here. I mean, we're good. I don't know. We're good over here.
That's not what I was asking, but all right, we can continue.
Oh, like, there's no bad blood, nothing. We're grinding. We're trying to get better every day, and that's all it is.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Any other half questions you want to ask him?
No, I mean, the rumors of roster changes affect teams.
I'm just talking shit. I love you, TJ. Congrats on the win, man. Carolina.
Appreciate it, guys.
I had faith.
You did.
They get the dub. We're going to let them go celebrate, and we're going to celebrate all of these highlights. Are you ready to wind it back to the start of the day, Alley Cat?
I'm always ready to rewind it back to the start of the game. Miami Heretics taking on Optic Texas, where Chris was right again.
Yeah, let's take a look here at the Heretics taking on Optic Texas. Why did I have faith? Well, you guys are overconfident in Optic's vault. Miami has had their number the last 2 rides. They do it again. This is now a 3-0 matchup with different players in the rosters. Miami has Optic's number.
Can we talk about the fact that Hook finally lost an online match? Like, we have just looked right over this. That's the reason.
Took him 9.
That's the reason I picked Optic Texas. I was like, we're believing in Hook the Nuke. So honestly, you might be able to blame me for that.
I mean,
my bad, Chad.
Miami just has success against Optic.
It's
been like that. I mean, we talk about the insane Florida lore. Like, they just have success against them. Something about the matchup. But honestly, I mean, the story today is super ridiculous. Like, the kid's actually insane. I'm excited to see them obviously go to LAN and play with this roster, but as it stands right now, they still need points, right? So you beat Optic, hooray, but you still need to win some online matches because you are on that bubble. Very important for Heretics to continue this momentum.
Real looking incredible. RØKKR still on top of his game. Now you have added in the missing piece. He is your Puckett's Powerhouse Player of the Day. Super coming in with the top lobby stats across KD, Hardpoint, S&D. The man was also talking the most trash in and out of game. For a rookie to come in and have this impact with like an ace in a round 10 against Optic Texas, he's playing with ice like he's been here before, Al.
And it's just consistent. Like, it's just like consistent across Respawn. It's consistent across S&D. It's just been unreal from this guy. And we didn't even know, you know, like that first inkling we got of him, we didn't even know what he was capable of.
That was a league record. He ties it with Dan Ghost at 16 for Search and Destroy. Vancouver, though, is looking for a new record of their own, and that would be a top seed on the season. They're about 1 or 2 wins away from challenging for top 3. Can they get a number 2 seed before Champs end?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think they can win a championship, right? I mean, we have a couple majors left. You know, this team is, you know, they're getting better with every single match. I think this stage, they need to work on their Search and Destroy. We need to see some of these, you know, other maps get through the series. Now that they have, you know, a couple wins under their belt, I expect them to test their map pool in that game mode a little bit. And I think if they can lock down Search and Destroy, then yes, they're championship caliber.
LAG in trouble, Al?
I'm going to say no. I think this is the best that this roster has looked for this franchise throughout this season. I think they stick with this team. It's just like, as we've talked about, like there's no way they're going to make a run for Jans, or next to no way. So they need to start making improvement much quicker pace if they want, you know, to look good for next season.
Here's a look at the top performers here from the Surge today. 0-4 and Abuza. Abuza, especially in that final game, 0-4 throughout the series, and.
Yeah, I mean, this tag team duo has been insane since last year. I mean, at the end, you know, you felt like they were going to do something really special. Now that they have that chemistry, now Neptune, the final piece to this roster, like, they truly are special. They can take over a series.
Al, let's take a look at our standings. Who's moving up? Who's moving down before we get to Boca Raton for Major 3?
I'm hoping to see LEDs move up. I mean, it's still very early, as some teams have only played 1 match, so obviously it looks a little wonky, but I am shocked to still see Atlanta FaZe sitting at 1-1, and Minnesota RØKKR now 1-2, looking to maybe start in losers if they don't start picking it up here soon.
Here's a look at the matches tomorrow. We have 4 more coming your way for another Super Saturday. It's week 2 of the Major 3 qualifiers, and we are starting strong. Atlanta FaZe taking on the powerhouse from today. Miami Heretics in Super. Pred versus Optic in the second slot, and then what's going to be closer? LAG Breach or Cloud9 LA Thieves?
I think LAG Breach will be closer. I think Thieves are going to speed run Cloud9.
Are they both 3-0? Let us know, chat. We'll see you at 2:45 Eastern for the start of the show.
keep running. Hard knock, anti-hero, after shot, 60 from zero, way out past the line.
Vaya remontada, hermano.
When I ride.
Man, arriba izquierda. Buena, queda uno.
Sí, dale, sí, debe. Sí, ese puede ser que te cuando
Arriba con mi espalda. Qué buena,
escucha.
Sí,
buena, súper, qué buena.
Qué buena, niño. Cuando... Qué locura, vaya triple. No le va a dar una bala a ninguno, solo uno.
Wow.
Right.
Y'all tried it?
Yeah. Got like 6 hit markers.
Oh my god.
Thank you.